Good.
How are you?
Good morning. I am well.
I guess if you really want.
Okay, call the meeting to order. It's 9 o'clock. This is the regularly scheduled meeting of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach. All members are present, town attorney, town manager, town clerk, and a nice group of the public here this morning. So we'll stand, as always, and begin with the pledges, the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us embrace each new day in every transition and change. As we enter into each new era with excitement and even some anxiety, let us recall compassion, presence, and abounding love. Let us be thankful for the experiences that have brought us to this day and for the work of others that gives breadth and depth to our own work. Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The first item, the next item is the approval of the final agenda, today's final agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I move we approve the final agenda.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any objection? Motion carries unanimously. Next item, as always, is public comment. Madam Clerk.
Carlos Chavez, you're up first. You can just go up to the center table here. Yep.
Good
Oh,
morning.
you can take your mask off and just identify yourself for the record,
Thank you very
please.
much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Carlos Chavez. I'm owner of Bella Mozzarella Pizzeria and also 2000 Flavors Ice Cream in Times Square. And also I own the property where Kilwins Ice Cream Place is located. First of all, I want to thank you everyone for allowing me to express my concerns. The only reason I came here today is because we have an issue with the street performers that have been permitted to act in the plaza. Some of them is sad for me to come and say that they don't have the talent to be able to perform and entertain our visitors. And many times when they are being located right next to the outside dining area of my restaurant, one of the customers had come to complain to me because it's been annoying for them to be able to enjoy their meals. Some of them have even left after they have ordered their food. So I'm here to see if there is a way how we can, when we give permit to these performers, make sure that they have the talent to entertain our visitors. And also, if it's possible, if they can be relocated a little bit away from the outside dining area, because it doesn't affect only my restaurant, but other restaurants in the area as well. I feel sorry for them because I know they have some needs, but also I want you to understand that we have a lot of obligations. We have expensive mortgages, taxes, you name it, that we had to cover, and the last 3 years has not been the best for us with all the situations that are happening. So I sincerely appreciate you guys can please take care of this situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Maybe you can follow up with the clerk at some point and see what performers he's talking about in particular, make sure they're properly licensed.
Agenda.
Oh, is it that particular one?
Well, I don't know, but
Oh, okay. Next.
Edwina Foster.
Edwina Foster, better known as Eddie.
Eddie, please, take it off just while you're speaking. Yes,
Gladly.
Good, good to see you again.
It took 2 years to get the plastic straws off the beach. I was going to attack the plastic bags, but that doesn't seem to be a problem now. What is a problem on the beach is the cigarettes. California has a non-smoking law on its beaches. Maybe we could find out how they do it and how they enforce it. Perhaps we could use some signage at the beach informing the public that leaving the butts on the beach is not acceptable, and it takes 7 years to biodegrade. Next item I wanted to talk about, and I've been here dozens of times talking about it. The little green cars that run up and down the beach, they have the beach so nice and clean. What they don't have are the sidewalks. That doesn't happen in our neighboring towns. They don't seem to want to litter their sidewalks the way we want to. I propose that instead of having those half-dozen cars go up and down the beach every morning, 2 of them, maybe every Wednesday, pick up the debris there, because that is not a good idea. Now, I've talked to you guys below about the parking, free parking at the beach. When people are coming to Fort Myers Beach, you see a big sign, Fort Myers Beach, right lane. So they get in the right lane, and they never get to take that little exit there where we have this beautiful parking space and 6 cars in it. Well, maybe we could do something about that signage. And the other complaint I have, I've given it to town boards before, handicap parking.
We'll ask if there's.
Handicap parking is nowhere near the ramp. And it's a simple matter of just changing white lines to blue lines and moving the parking to the ramp. If you're not handicapped, you don't know how hard it is to be parked so far away from where we should be. So a lot of new people here that I don't recognize, and I'm sure you don't recognize me because I've been behaving myself lately. I will be here many times. Have a large day.
Thank you, Eddie. Next, clerk.
Kathy Light.
Good morning. I'm Kathy Light, Chair of the Anchorage Advisory Committee. I'm speaking in public comment today because I was unable to attend our March AAC meeting, and Sam Lurie chaired that meeting and will be speaking under the Advisory Committee section today. But I am here in support of the motion that the AAC made at that meeting to revisit having the upland service provider at Bayside Park, as apparently our negotiations with Harbor House have failed, which we're disappointed in. The AAC was not part of the negotiations and didn't have the details of them, but apparently the real sticking point was the public laundry, public shower, public restroom situation, and I think the AAC's position was that restrooms would be public if there was somebody in the office, but I don't think we ever intended the showers and the laundry to be public, because one of the constituents, probably the main ones that would use that, would be the people that are anchoring out, not paying for our facilities, and why would we do that? So, but as I say, we were not really privy to the details. And we do need to expand our facilities, and we have very limited places to do that. It has to be on the water. And obviously, that was one that was affordable. So again, I would like to have the town council, since the Harbor House is no longer in the offing, I would like us to revisit Bayside Park as the AAC motion.
Linda Maldonado.
Hey, good morning. My name is Linda Alfaro Maldonado, and I'm a mother of 2 here on Fort Myers Beach. I'm also part of the PTO board. I volunteer softball and soccer, and the thing I'm here about is we want to use the community pool, but our children here in the beach, and I'm also speaking for other parents as well, we can't use the pool after school. They're only open from, our kids don't get out of school till 2:15 by the time they roll out in the car. We would like to roll straight over to the pool, but we can't. Again, the pool is closed at 2. Is there a way we can change the hours, maybe from 2 to 6? Those 4 hours there, after school. I pay my taxes, I've paid my annual membership, I couldn't use it, I get it last year, I understand why I couldn't use it. Now, everything else is open. You know, people are walking up and down this beach without a mask. That's fine. I wear my mask, my kids wear a mask. The kids wear their mask all day at school. I think it's nice for them to enjoy an afternoon swim at the public pool that is right across the street from the school. So again, I called, and they said we had to go to someone had to go to the town meeting, so here I am, and I'm hoping that we can change the hours. How is that possible? How can we do that?
Well, we're not going to engage right now, but I want to thank you for coming in and taking it upon yourself, and it'll be under advisement with the manager right now.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it.
That's all I have cards for.
Do you have cards?
Someone else that wants to speak, though.
Is there anyone else here that wants to speak? Yes, sir.
Patrick Rocco, resident, 126 Palermo. And obviously, I've been pretty vocal with the operations of the town. The Blue Smurf Mafia, the way they're managing their sound, heckling of the businesses. I sit and watch it. I frequent downtown. I eat there almost every other day. I'm a single man, so I have that affordability. But I just think it's something that needs to be looked into. I think your little police department that you're trying to create is just looking for enforcing to try to find people. If you want to find someone for a business, for a customer walking out and drinking alcohol, I'm sorry, find the customer. Don't find the business. They're trying to make a living. I mean, I sit and watch a lot of this stuff, and I'm just telling you I don't like it. And I think you guys need to look at the operation of that department. I was verbally accosted right out front of here a year ago by one of the supervisors, had it reported because he had threatened to be arrested for being on the property when I just wanted to pay a $25 fine. That's your beach patrol, And I walk by the garbage cans every day, and they're completely full at night because they'd rather be out there ticketing and trying to worry about sound. But God forbid we take the money and clean the place up. So I think you need to allocate your money and the resources from trying to fine everybody to try to make it look better in our community. And the last thing I'm gonna tell you this: you guys on the south end don't live, or on the north, on the south end don't live on the north end. It was my house with my daughter in the house. A man came over and tried kicking in the door, and I had to have him arrested, right? Because of the policies we have. We have no police presence. We don't pay for it. If you want to police something, police the people. Don't police the town. Don't police the businesses, and don't police us. We're the ones doing our job here. We're the ones that are fighting. But if I have to run home from the cigar hut to come because my daughter's telling me some dude's trying to kick in the house, I'm sorry. That's why I have 5 cameras on the house, because I live right behind the 7-Eleven, and you know what? That's a trash hole too. Come on. You want to do something? Do something about all the garbage on the street. Do something about cleaning it up. Make this town better. Make this town more about getting people here to be friendly. I'll tell you what, when that kid started kicking in the door of my house when my daughter's home, you guys don't think about that down there. You don't want a pharmacy down there because of that? I'm sorry, but we got it here. And people can't even walk the streets. So my said is I think you need to refocus your Blue Smurf Mafia, your little police department that you're trying to create, from a ticketing agency to trying to make money out of them, out of the town, and to maybe do something better. Maybe have them clean up a little bit. Maybe you should go by the 7-Eleven when there's tons and tons of garbage and all the birds and all that stuff flows down. And lastly, I want to say this. Palermo's been reworked and remanaged. I've had many of opportunities and times to send emails to Roger and everyone else because the water flow is not going to go into those storm drains. It's not going to happen. Somebody needs to say, I sent you an email on it. I'm just letting you know on it. I'm just saying what I want to say. I don't need any comments about it. But I would like somebody to actually pay attention.
I'm not going to comment on it. Your time has expired. Just thank you very much.
Oh, hey, can we have night meetings so people that work don't have to wait for a holiday to come? Work, people.
Anyone else that wishes to speak this morning? What a perfect segue. We have with us today the newly minted captain of the West
I
District,
couldn't have picked a better time than that.
Captain Tim Layler. Welcome.
I just wanted to stop by and introduce myself. Some of you know me, Mr. Mayor, you know me, and I think the Vice Mayor, we sat on the Public Safety Task Force many years ago. I'm recently back as the West District Captain. I served West District for about 16 years. I was a detective and one of the original beach community policing guys. So I just wanted to stop by and introduce myself and let you know I'm here, and looking forward to working with you. And how to get a hold of me, Roger's got all my contact information. So, morning, and I'm glad to be back, and if you need anything, please reach out to us.
Congratulations.
Welcome back
Thank
and
you.
congratulations,
Appreciate it.
Captain. You stop at that 7-Eleven on the way back down, check it out.
My first time.
Thanks, Tim.
And Eddie, I remember you. We've worked with each other on stuff over the
Mr. Mayor, could I just ask the town manager, would you share that, his contact information with the rest of the council? That'd be great.
Okay. Next item is the,
Mayor,
yes,
you're going to mention the other ones?
oh, go ahead. There were a couple of letters sent in. Is that what you have there, clerk?
You want them read?
I don't know. The letters were sent to all the council members. Do you want to hear them?
I got him.
Got them.
I read them.
Anybody, okay. I guess not. Say the names for the records? Yeah. And we'll enter the letters into the record. If anybody cares to read them.
We have a letter from Jacinta Hagerhall. And then there was also one from Christy Hennessy.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the next item is local achievements and recognitions. Councilman Veach.
The first thing I have is Jennifer Rusk and the Marine Resources Task Force. They, as they mentioned, they've been starting this outreach program with the pop-up Ask Me booths. They've been well-staffed. They did one at Diamond Head. They've done one at the Mermaid Festival, and they have more coming up. Well-received and well-planned, and just goes to the effort and the execution.
Councilman Adderholt.
Just a continued update on the Clean Water Initiative by the town of Fort Myers Beach. Everyone should have gotten one of these postcards at their home at some point. If you're in a condo, you may or may not have gotten one, but they're disseminated throughout the island, and we also have been publishing ads on all the regional newspapers in our area as well. Hopefully folks are continuing to write those cards and letters to their elected both state and federal representatives, as we've discussed before. I just wanted to give a brief update. First, on the federal level, there was a nice article in the news press on Wednesday covering the South Florida Waste Management District's removing of 5.5 miles of unused highway to make way for fresh water flowing south from the heart of the Everglades, from the Lake Okeechobee south. That project is part of the overall Everglades Restoration Plan that was authorized in 2000. The project has been a partnership between the state of Florida and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. As we've discussed before, 2 years ago, for the second time in the history of the program, it was fully funded at $200 million by the feds, and then last year, $250 million it was funded. I was pleased to see in the article this week that Florida's representatives, this is U.S. congressional representatives, have asked the new administration for $725 million, an increase from the $250 million we had last year. That doesn't mean we're going to get that, but it means that that's a good sign. And I just want to encourage folks, particularly our snowbirds, to write their members of Congress and the U.S. senators around the country as well. On the state front, we also have good news. In Friday's paper, it was reported that the Florida House and Senate committees moved forward both of their state budget proposals. And this is, again, operative word proposal, because we still have a long way to go in the process, not that long, but at least in the next month or so, this should be flushed out. Some of this will depend upon these budget process at state levels. They do the best they can, but then they wait for a revenue forecast to give them a better sense of what state revenues are. Then they'll firm up those numbers. But just in the initial phase, it's a good sign that the paper reported that the House plan would offer $665.8 million for Everglades restoration and water projects and $100 million for the Florida Forever Land Preservation Program. The Senate is proposing $786 million for the Everglades $50 million for the Florida Forever program. Keep in mind that Governor DeSantis, at the beginning of his administration, has asked for $2.5 billion, $625 million a year. That was exceeded in the first 2 years. This is year 3. And so both of those numbers exceed that request. So we're on a good path right now. But again, there's a lot of competition for these dollars. So I just encourage folks to continue to write their elected representatives. For those who live here, obviously your state rep and state senator and the governor, to encourage them to fully fund these programs. And again, if you're from somewhere else, another state, encourage you to write your member of Congress and your 2 U.S. senators. It does make a difference. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor?
There is a van sitting between Apple by the Sea and Town Hall this morning. They collect blood. I can't tell you how important that is. They rarely come to the beach. If you have an opportunity to go over there, they'll be there till noon today. Please go give blood. Chapel by the Sea is kind enough that they host the Bloodmobile to come.
Manalers.
Just a couple of things. I want to say thanks to the Friends of Lovers Key for the event that they had a week or so ago. A soft opening of the new Welcome Center down there. They worked very hard, as well as the donors and volunteers. Make a really nice facility. If you haven't had a chance to go down and check it out, I really suggest you do. I'd also like to give some thanks to the governor and his staff for, as of today, those who don't know, anyone over the age of 18 that wishes to have a vaccine can go out and make an appointment. So it's moving along very quickly, and I encourage anyone that wants one to make an appointment.
Thank you. I'll follow up on a couple of those items. There will be shots distributed tomorrow at the Beach Baptist Church. Those have already been filled. But, I'm going to take a representative from the Florida Department of Health down to Church of the Ascension after I get my shot tomorrow, and we're going to explore the possibility of having another vaccination opportunity down there in another week or so. At that point, it'll be 16 and over, so we'll be able to have beach kids here that want to come down and get a shot, or any of the elderly, or the rest of us who haven't got shots yet. Maybe if we spread it out a little bit on the island, we can cover a little more ground here, those that haven't had it yet. One other item, following up on Councilman Adderholt's report there about the water situation. I was, as the rest of the council knows, they were copied a letter, copied with a copy of the letter that all the mayors signed with the county commissioners to the Army Corps of Engineers regarding the Lake Okeechobee Operating Systems Manual. We all encouraged the Army Corps of Engineers to be thoughtful about their deliberations, how they're going to manage that flow out of the lake at this very crucial time, a stage of what's going on with the lake and the levels and so forth and so on. So it's crucial in the next month or so how that's handled, and I was signed on that letter, and also later interviewed by Wink TV regarding that. Why they couldn't get one of the other 4 or 5 mayors, I don't know, but they got me, and I gave them my 2 cents about the matter, and we're going to keep that in the forefront. The one last thing I want to do is just recognize everyone on the island here who is working to get all of us through season. Talking now about waiters, waitresses, staff down at the grocery store, staff at the other retail stores, cops, firemen, EMTs. This has been a particularly busy season. I'm down here on this beach a long time, and I don't remember a season this busy. There's been so many people, so much activity, so much going on. And you can see it in the kids' faces when they go home at night. They're tired. They're tired. And so I just want to tell them from the town that we're thinking about you. We appreciate your efforts, and heavy season will be done shortly, but apparently we're going to stay busy here throughout the summer. So there's, which is a good thing, and so everybody will be able to continue to make a good living down here. So again, we appreciate your efforts, and we wish you well with the rest of the season. Okay, the next item is the advisory committee items and reports. We'll start with the Public Safety Committee. Someone here? John Goggin.
John Goggin, the Chair of the Public Safety Committee. We have 6 things in progress. I'll start with the one that we're working on right now. The most is the view of the safety issues and concerns on the island. Doing 2 things. One, we're conducting a survey of all the residents, seasonal residents, businesses, and visitors. And what we're trying to do is prioritize among at least 6 different issues that have arisen: pedestrian safety, homeless persons, bike safety, policing, street lighting, neighborhood safety, wellness checks, and any others. And the survey is constructed to prioritize those first. And within each of those, we've come up with some example questions so that we can understand exactly what they're looking for. For example, homeless, people say the homeless is a problem. That's not defined enough for actually us to come up with any solutions or recommendations. So the survey helps focus them on the issues that homeless have arisen. The survey will be ready this week, or this month, at this monthly meeting, to go to the PIO, and that'll be reviewed by Roger, the PIO, and then the distribution will begin. Second, is there any questions on that? I'd like to thank Dawn Thomas, by the way. We've had a couple of meetings we had to miss because we couldn't get quorums because of COVID and date changes and health issues, and Dawn Thomas has taken it on herself to continue this process, so I'd like to shout out to her.
How did you execute this survey? How did you do the survey?
The survey is, all we've done is constructed a survey, and what its construction is the top issues, the high-level issues that they'll prioritize so that we can rank those. Each of those issues has specific questions so that we can drill down. For example, pedestrian safety talks about crosswalks, it talks about things
You haven't
like that.
collected the surveys yet?
No, this is what will be going to the PIO, and so Dawn's working with the PIO to use various distribution methods to get it out to, as I said, seasonal, local residents, visitors, and to the businesses and the broad representation.
Going to go out and actually hand out physical surveys as well, or is this just going to?
That we'll find out from Dawn. She's putting that plan together right now. Else on that one? Along with that, as you know, we've been trying to get the review of the police and fire department reports. That's been hit and miss. I'm glad to hear there's a new captain. Maybe the coordination will be a little more strong now. We did do some individual reviews. The police reports, quite frankly, a great deal of that is what's called area checks, and that's a large percentage of their calls. And when you start to go through and winnow out those type of things, now you can narrow it down to burglaries, neighborhoods, et cetera. We're able to help refine that, to come in and look at that in relationship to community policing. As well as the fire department, we had success meeting with them. And I'll give you an example. We're looking at the fire department. Units above 3, they have to do an inspection. Seasonal residents or rental properties under 2, there is no mandate for fire inspections. But it's very possible that we can use our seasonal rental registration, link that up to the fire department's training programs, and provide that information so they can do self-inspections or even mandate that they take the training program online and do self-inspections to improve the 1 to 2 unit operations. The foot of the bridge, talked about that many times. We did send to each council member a design that showed 0 crosswalks versus the double-digit crosswalks. And offered our availability to talk to you, walk you through that anytime before your meeting with FDOT. Full well that pedestrian crossing at random is the traffic issue, and double-digit crosswalks at the foot of the bridge just seems insane to me. Trolley and the tram stop on Bay, that's up, been running all season. There are only 2 issues that remain with that. One is to get an accurate quote on a code blue, which is the station or freestanding unit that would be there that allows someone to just press a button, get 911, get emergency help or assistance. And the second thing there is internal, we'll call internal traffic cameras, and that's to provide visibility to the shelter for emergency service and when responding. So we're not talking about putting a camera in the unit itself, in the shelter, just like you have traffic cameras at Newton Park and here on Town Hall. If we get one in that area that reviewed or would give visibility to the tram, that would help the fire department when they're responding. Sidewalk markings, it's been previously agreed. We're still getting a quote. Chelsea is developing a quote for the cost of painting the markings. This will help with the discussions that the council members are having on the interlocal with the county. You go to the county, they're asking a lot of specific questions. Chelsea's coming up with a quote to put the markings on the sidewalk up here where the areas where the sidewalk, pedestrian, and cyclists share the common area. Bike lanes, thank you. The markings have gone up. If those people have not been down in northern Estero, the markings are down. They look great. What we encourage you to do is continue. Dan, I know, has been working with Commissioner Sandelli on county is planning on doing on Estero Boulevard. But those new markings look great. We encourage you to keep working with the county, try to get the interlocal and get something very similar for Estero Boulevard. Bike lights and bells. The lights have been ordered for the front and back of each of the bikes that are out there.
No, they're actually here.
They're here now?
They're here.
So the bike lights are here, and what we're recommending is that when the sheriff and the fire department and/or has their bike safety, that you hand these out free to each individual that comes and needs them. The cost of this set is $4, so it's not a major expense. There's 100 sets ordered. It's a great way to start getting the youth of the community and people that are doing it to come and look and start putting the lights that are necessary on their bikes. Bells, we're awaiting the new cost. Find a bell that has more than one ding. Sounds silly, but one ding is not heard. So we need to come up with a cost for a device that we can acquire that has more than one ding. Warn the people. Same thing here. I recommend that you give those bells out for free at the same safety pension thing that the sheriff and the fire department put together. For that, I'd like to recognize Tom Gressman, who has stayed on the sidewalk, or the bike marking, lane markings. He's the champion of that, and now that it's up and running down on the north end, I think that's a great thing. Any questions?
Questions for Chairman?
John, I'm guessing this question is interrelated to a number of the other issues that you're already working on, but is part of the agenda also to consider the proposal that the Sheriff's Department put forth a few months ago about community policing? And I'm guessing you're doing your research first, and that'll all be part of that puzzle.
Councilman, there is a panacea that community policing is going to solve all our issues. And that very well may be the case. But what I'm really trying to do is keep the committee focused that if we're going to do community policing and pay for that, we should have exactly what they're going to address. That's an issue that the town residents and businesses and visitors have identified. Metrics to make sure that they're actually being able to address it. That's where we're at right now.
Very good. Thank you.
Anything else?
Anything else for Chairman Goggin? Thank you, sir. Welcome back, John. One error, one out. Okay, the next item, the next group is the Marine Resources Task Force. Is there a representative here? Yes, there is.
Good morning, Jennifer Russ with Marine Turf. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, town manager, and town attorney. As Council Member Veach had mentioned earlier, we did a soft opening with the environmental pop-up booth at Diamond Head. As you can see, we had children, families stopping by, learning about sea turtles, and that was a good day to start. We had an Ask Me box that if a volunteer resource person didn't have an immediate answer for, visitors of the pop-up could write down information, their question, and pop it in the Ask Me box. We actually were successful, and I've received many. I actually have more, but I have a lot of them to contend to. What will happen is once I go through them, I will find the appropriate person or organization to hand it to find the best answer for that person. Those are the Ask Me questions. There's little boxes they can check off. environmental, plants, how to volunteer, wildlife, beach and bay, other, what can I do? And for example, this is one, looks like that they had a lighting question. So of course I will probably send this off to Sea Turtle Inc. This is a picture at Diamond Head with children coloring from Turtle Time Inc. Coloring pamphlet, and that is, I believe, the father asking a question, filling something out and putting it in the box. These are visitors. Looking at Turtle Time Inc. Educational module. Then we had, this is a picture from Mermaid Festival, which was busy at times. We had lulls, but for the most part, I've kind of lost my voice. I think we spoke with, I spoke with hundreds of people probably over the weekend, throughout the weekend. You can see that there's an Ask Me board where they can ask different questions on wildlife and turtle time. The organizations that actually attended the MRF Pop-Up Environmental Adventure were Southwest Florida Audubon, Florida naturalist Ranger Rob, who has been a big support of our Pop-Up Initiative educational outreach, and he will continue to go. This is a picture of a volunteer handing out, actually, some of the, we have lots of handouts and educational information to hand out from the different organizations. I liked this one. This one seemed to be popular with the Audubon Society. This was basically a little handout that people could grab, go on the beach, and try and find the birds on the shoreline. So this was popular. Turtle Time coloring was popular. Native, we had the Master Gardeners volunteers come, and they handed out things on native landscaping. People really enjoyed this. And this one, actually, I think I had about 75 to start. I think I only have 5 left, 5 or 6. I had a handout. This actually was great. Let me just say this. We weren't just handing out flyers and brochures for people to take and end up dropping minutes later on the ground. We started off engaging with people and having a conversation to find out what they were interested in. And a lot of people had questions on water quality. This was a great thing. This was a great handout, and it just seemed like so many people had the same feelings and same thoughts on the issues of red tide. And there were people that weren't here in 2018 but had heard about it, and they had questions on it. And so we, the volunteers, felt that there was a lot of interest in this. So if someone can get me more of these, okay, that would be great. I think this is an important handout to give. Of course, we're getting close to Turtle Time and the season, which starts May 1st and goes through October. So a lot of interest in Turtle Time. And I think, let's see, I just want to make sure I've touched on all bases. Yeah, so overall, this was a great start, and thank you for your continued support. We have the calendar up on the website, and I just really appreciate it. Thank you. Any questions?
Questions for Jennifer?
I just have one. What was your most popular Ask Me question?
So I've been really busy this weekend, and I've only gone through a few. One that I am actually going to work on as soon as I walk out was actually a young student who was extremely bright, had lots of knowledge on turtle time and native plants, and He did come up and ask about a seashell, and there were certain lines on it, and so I'm going to get to that. But I would say sea turtle lighting, water quality, probably the two things that I had the most conversation with the visitors of the pop-up booth. Water quality was a big one.
Thank you.
The questions for Jennifer?
I'll just make a comment though too, because, with my tenure in Murph, we've kicked around this idea for years, but no one really wanted to own it. No one wanted to commit to setting these things up and actually manning them, and organizing it. And Jennifer just had, hats off for really stepping up and doing it.
Really, to be honest with you, when I joined the advisory committee, I, am interested in coming once a month and learning and, talking with you all on how I'm fairly new to the island. I moved here in 2012, and I feel like there's a lot of environmental subjects that we can better connect visitors, the community, outside community, with organizations and people that are like-minded and care about the environment, the advisory board. So we can all come together and come up with solutions, and I think it's a great way to reach out and educate people, be educated, and work together. So thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer, for your continuing efforts, and now you go home and pop a lozenge.
One last thing, Mr. Mayor, if I may. Jennifer,
sorry.
I had a conversation yesterday with a couple of deputies at the Outreach Center, and they mentioned that you were going to work with them, a monthly thing. Can you explain a little bit about what that's going to do, or when you're going to do it?
Yeah, so in organizing this pop-up, I have reached out to businesses, to the county parks, Lynn Hall, Newton Park, our town properties, our town manager. Was driving by, I think, last month and saw that the Lee County Sheriff's Outreach had a rescue pop-up in front, and I thought, well, you know what, let me just give them a call and email them and let them know what we're doing. And immediately I received a phone call back saying, we want to work with the community of Fort Myers Beach. That's why we have an outreach center right here. We're going to be moving soon, but wherever we move, we want to support you with the environment. So they liked the concept, they liked the idea, and they're going to continue to support us and our pop-up adventure booth throughout the year.
Yeah, keep up the good work.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Going once, going twice. Thank you. Okay, the next group is the advisory committee, Coastal Advisory Committee, Sam Lurie. Anchorage Advisory Committee.
Good morning. Sam Lurie, Anchorage Advisory Committee. I sent council at FMB, so everyone should have got an email after our March 17th meeting. We spent probably the entire meeting discussing this motion. Our motion, I'm going to paraphrase, it was, in light of the current situation that apparently disqualified Harbor House from the Mooringfield Upland Service Provider location of restrooms and other issues, we request that council reconsider adding the Upland Service Office to Bayside Park, either the original planned fashion or a modified version. The motion was passed unanimously with a lot of discussion. The only person that wasn't there was Kathy Light, but she made her comments this morning, which were very pro this motion. This is a unique opportunity. We haven't really had anything before or after this that's in a location that's suitable for this. Consider new dinghy dock going in at Bayside, existing dinghy dock, town parking, expansion of the mooring field to the north end, and it's late in the game. This is the ninth inning for Bayside, but this is probably going to be your last opportunity to do this. If you don't do it, will probably never come around again. There's no other suitable property that we know of that has as many attributes as waterfront like that. We understand there's a little opposition, but we do own the property. We recently implemented the DACWA system, and reservation system that, if you're not familiar with it, it makes the reservations streamlined, it's online. Many marinas and mooring fields are using it, and it's definitely cutting down on the amount of administration that's necessary with the upland provider that would be helpful, maybe save us a little cost and time and money. Can't guarantee that. Right now, Matanzas is our upland provider. They've been great, very satisfied with everything they've done to accommodate us, but we can't guarantee the future with them. Last time, many of you were on council, but bidding is coming up again. Last time was minimal bidding for this upland service provider. And there's changes going on Matanzas. They're serving us well, but no one knows what's going to happen down the road with Matanzas or if there'll be any other bidders do this service. If we don't have an upland service, that would jeopardize the existence of the mooring field and everything that we've grown to have as the mooring field. And it's become very popular. Austin is doing a fantastic job. We get nothing but great comments about him over the last few years, and people are generally really satisfied with how things are going. But if we don't have an upland service provider location, or if it's very inconvenient and hard to get to and administer, it's going to be a real problem down the line. So we're urging you to put it in the town's hands. We'll be able to control it. We'll be able to manage it. We'll be able to have the flexibility. Since Harbor House fell through, we are urging you to reconsider Bayside in whatever form you see suitable, that we can at least meet our minimum requirements. Pretty much it. Any questions?
Mr. Lurie?
Has anybody gone and looked for another property, like a willing seller, instead of having someone develop an upland service to actually go and look at potential properties that could be acquired?
Yeah, I believe we've been on the lookout for quite a while. There's very little available. A couple of us on the board are realtors, and we are aware of everything in MLS, not necessarily everything for sale by owner. But Bob Beasley, who's on the board, he's been on for decades. He is he specializes in commercial waterfront real estate, and his sentiments are like mine, that there really is not much available at any price, much less a reasonable price.
And you also considered Bay Oaks?
I've considered Bay Oaks.
In light of...
That was discussed. I think that was discussed with you all. And there were some issues. Sam might be able to get into that a little bit more, of some of the issues regarding blockage there, moving mangroves, accessibility. That was one of the locations that was considered.
Just a question, either for you or for the town manager, probably more for the town manager. Just procedurally, is there a point where we're going to get an update on the Harbor House negotiations and publicly discuss sort of next options and best practices or whatever?
Well, we never really had, I want to say, negotiations per se with Harbor House, to be clear. But we listed a couple of basic terms to be sure that they understood how we anticipated the operation would be. And those terms included that, and it was correctly reported by somebody, but it was that when we had staff present at the facility, if we purchased it, that at that point the bathrooms, not the laundry, not the showers, but the bathrooms would be open to the public when we had staff there. The other issue was that we felt it was important for us to have one parking spot, even though we were getting 2 units. And
feedback we got that they couldn't accommodate parking spot, and that they felt if the bathrooms were open to the public, that it might attract use by the homeless. And that's as far as we got. That being the case, we, as well as the committee members, and I think everybody who's interested in the maritime operation, continuing to look at properties. We've looked at properties not only on the Fort Myers Beach side, but on the Coast Island side as well. I talked to somebody last week to say, is there any way to send your property to one of the property owners last week? And they said they can't. Their operation is taking up all of their space. Our current backup plan as it sits today is to put trailers under the bridge. We've talked to FDOT about doing that using our leased parking spots area. That's our current backup plan.
The requirement for it, and we can do this at an M&P meeting or whatever, but I was just curious, is the requirement that the bathrooms be open to the public, is that in an ordinance or a state law, or is that just a personal preference?
Well, I don't know that it's a law or whatever, but it seemed to us that since the public large was loaning the money for the acquisition, the property and the build out, that to have it exclusively for the use of the Mooringfield people, to the extent that someone just wanted to use the bathroom, couldn't use the bathroom, it would be problematic. That's clearly something that the council could go back and revisit, and if you feel that, we shouldn't do that, we can change the path we're on.
Roger, has anyone reached out or talked to the owners of Moss Marine by chance? They've got a large piece there. I don't know if they'd be interested in something like this. It just
I've not talked to George personally about that, Dan, but I can throw him a call and see.
hurt.
I know he's been reached out to in general, as part of our general canvassing. I don't know if it was him personally. I could tell you, I haven't speak to him personally, but I know that as part of our general outreach, they were contacted. I'll reach out to him again.
Else?
To tag along with what Roger just said about the Harbor House, and there's some restrictions. We did have a lengthy discussion on being part of a condo association. And the majority vote, they can change the rules pretty much at will. So that was one of the major sticking points, that even if that could be worked out, I'm not sure how you could deal with majority vote changing condo rules and regulations.
Thank you, Sam. Appreciate it. Okay, well, lots more discussion about that. Okay, the next item is the approval of the minutes of the March 15, 2021 Town Council meeting. Is there a motion to approve the minutes as presented?
Moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any objection? Motion carries unanimously. Next item is the consent agenda. There are two items: Utilities Risk and Resiliency Assessment and Emergency Response Plan, and B, the Comp Plan LDC updates. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda, or would anyone like to discuss any particular items?
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
It's been moved. Is there a second? I'll second it. Any discussion?
We could just have the town manager discuss briefly, give a brief overview. We've pretty much had a lot of public discussion about the comp plan, but about the Utilities Risk and Resiliency Assessment. Roger, are they updating something that already exists, or is this a brand new iteration?
This is a something that is required, and our update is frankly at the point of being overdue. So it's something we need to get done. And again, this is to be certain that we don't have any type of anticipated failure of our ability to deliver our water to people and businesses on, residents and businesses and visitors on Fort Myers Beach.
Are they,
Typically, the way this would work, Counselor, is you do these assessments, and then they say, well, as a result of this assessment, you need to start a upgrade plan because your pipes are getting old, or whatever the case may be, or aspects of your facilities are getting old. We're already in the midst of an upgrade plan, but we still have to do this assessment, still required.
and I guess my question is to why we can't do this internally, is that I'm guessing they look for an outside look at this, is that?
Yes,
reason?
they want an outside opinion.
Right. Thank you.
Okay,
And so do we, frankly.
moved, seconded, discussed. Any objection? Motion carries unanimously. Next item, we get into the public hearings. First public hearing is ordinance 21-03, sea turtle conservation. This is an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending Article 5 of Chapter 32 of the Code of Ordinances of the town of Fort Myers Beach entitled Sea Turtle Conservation, providing for severability, codification, scrivener's errors, conflict of law, and an effective date. This is the second reading and is up for final adoption. Hearing is open. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, this, in accordance with the code, notifying you that it has been properly advertised and is properly before you for second reading.
Okay.
Over to Mr. Schutz.
Morning, everyone. If you have any questions.
I have a question. Anybody follow up with the new construction definition that I've been asking about the last couple of times we talked about this? I see it hasn't changed. I'm just wondering if there's a reason or it can't be changed.
So it's consistent with the model ordinance, and it's meant to be all-inclusive.
But it's new construction that touches the windows. So, so it's, if you're new construction, if you're doing a deck, you don't have a deck and you're putting on a new deck, it's not that new construction. It's only new construction as pertains to touching the windows and doors, things of that nature, things where they could emit light.
Okay, I understand that, but I'm still struggling with it. It's very vague, and it could be very open to interpretation with that definition. If you look at, like I said, the landscape areas or lighting systems, that's very vague, and your explanation makes sense, but it doesn't say that in here.
So we could proffer an amendment to amend this to add a sentence that says, to further definition, this is new construction that directly affects lighting associated with shows, et cetera.
Okay, I can live with that.
So if you make that amended motion, we'll put that in the final version.
Do you want me to reword what you just said, or just,
I think if John's got it, then we're okay.
I would just, at the end of the proposed definition, new construction is affecting sea turtle lighting. Sorry.
I just bring to your attention in 32-105, where I think your concern is for the glass windows. So that is where it comes into effect, where only the new construction that includes glass windows, walls, railings, etc., would be required to have the 15%. Only when that construction includes windows or glass doors that require it. It's parent E.
Which section, Chad?
32-105, exterior and interior lighting affixed to new structures, new construction improvements to existing structures.
Page 41 of 300.
So while the new construction is inclusive, it's only that new construction that includes glass windows, walls, railings, and doors, seaward and shore perpendicular, where it comes into effect.
that breaks it down a little bit more. Then one other thing, since we followed the model ordinance closely, I noticed there was a section in there that says the Sea Turtle Fund All funds collected as a result of the issuance of fines under Section 3 of this part shall be deposited into a sea turtle fund, and then it lists in there what those funds can be used for. Do we currently do that? Can we do it? Or why aren't we doing it?
I can tell you, we don't currently do it, we can do it.
It just seems to make sense to me, and maybe Turtle Time could opine onto this, if fines are collected for violations, that it goes back into education or something to help prevent getting violations, as opposed to just going into the general fund of the town.
My only hesitation in that is it seems like it's self-serving. If I'm issuing fines to only on my program, it may.
Conflict of interest.
And this is also a fairly expensive
Fair enough.
patrol they have to do to look for lighting violations.
Which, again, leads me to my point of, it's expensive, that this could be a way of if there are fines issued, that it helps offset some of those costs.
Well,
Yeah.
I think one of the ways
Could I-
we can, sorry.
I was just going to say, my guess is that our general fund already expends in excess for turtle safety programs and Chad's salary, et cetera, in excess of the fines we receive. We're already spending more on turtles than we take in, would be my strong guess.
Again, I understand that.
I think another way to perhaps approach this is, we receive budget requests from all the committees, including, for example, MRF. And to the extent that they have a budget request to support their environmental efforts, including particularly Turtle Time, if it's part of our budget and approved part of our budget, then we're basically accomplishing the same thing, because you have the money that's coming in theoretically from fines or other sources are going to further education. So you're getting there a different route, but you're getting there.
Maybe I'm making a bigger deal out of it than it needs to be, but how much would you say last year was brought in from fines from turtle lighting? Any idea?
Well, so we have worked really hard in education, and I think it was Councilman Adderholt who made mention of this not too long ago about the great roads we had made with reducing the number of fines, and that's because we had so much effort into education, including the preseason inspections and putting people on notice or whatever. So it's getting only to the point where we actually have to fine people when there's a disorientation. That, of course, is subject to a potential appeal in front of magistrate and appeal in front of council for the fines. So I would say the amount of money that we actually collect is relatively small. I would say less than $5,000 if I had to guess a number off the top of my head.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for Chad? Okay, thank you, sir. We'll open up to the public for comment. Anybody wish to speak on this ordinance? No? Okay, we'll close it and bring it back to the council. Is there a motion to approve this ordinance 21-03?
I'll make a motion, we approve ordinance 3.
Second.
Moved, seconded. Any discussion? Any objection?
Call.
Oh, I'm sorry, roll call. Roll call. Councilman Allers. Aye. Vice Mayor.
Aye.
Murphy. Aye. Councilman Adderholt.
Aye.
Councilman Veach.
Aye.
Okay. Ordinance passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, the next item is ordinance 2102, the Myerside case. And I have a feeling this is going to be one of our longer items on the agenda, so I'm going to propose a 5-minute break before we get started with this, if that's okay with everybody. If it's 7 minutes, you're okay.
Now,
We'll call the meeting back to order. It's 10:14. Next item on the agenda is ordinance number 21-02, Fireside CPD rezoning, CCI 2020-0009. This is an ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving or denying an amendment to the current zoning map for the property located at 131 through 151, 125 School Street, and 2661 through 2681 Estero Boulevard, Fort Myers Beach, containing 1 plus or minus acres, generally identified as strap numbers 19-46-24-4, W3-0020C.0230, and several other strap numbers that I'm not going to read, from residential conservation to commercial plan development. Approving or denying a master concept plan for hotel, retail, and restaurant uses, including consumption of alcohol on premises, and approving deviations from the Land Development Code, LDC, providing for Scrivener's errors and an effective date. This is the second reading and for final adoption or otherwise.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, this is a quasi-judicial item. Before we swear in the witnesses and have you disclose any ex parte communications you may have, do want to inform the council that this matter has been properly advertised and is properly before you for second reading, and that proof of advertising will be placed in the record as part of the, by the clerk. All those who are going to testify, if you can please stand, raise your right hand. Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
The witnesses have been sworn, and at this time, be appropriate for you all to disclose any ex parte communications you may have had.
Councilman Veach.
I've exchanged messages with the applicant, and I've talked to staff, and of course, with the proximity of the property, numerous drive-bys and walk-bys.
Brief conversations with the applicant and also very familiar with the property at hand.
Also had a brief conversation with the applicant Saturday morning.
I've received various emails. I have spoken with various citizens and visitors, many times at Publix for some reason. People get us at Publix. I've also had a phone conversation with the owners.
I've also had phone conversations with the owners, multiple drive-bys as well, and I'm very familiar with it.
Okay, very good. Let's hear from staff, please.
Morning, Jason Green, Community Development.
Morning.
Today is technically the official public hearing for the rezoning before you as the second reading. Since it is that the official public hearing, I will go through a couple things that you already heard at the March 1st meeting, but we'll also tie in items that are relative to your direction to staff, which is additional analysis of the master concept plan and the application, and which is also included and highlighted in the supplemental report that you received with your packet. Part of today, obviously, is not just understanding whether it's compliant or not compliant, but it's also with the comp plan and land development code, but really understanding what is being asked is part of this request related to entitlements, because that's essentially what we're here to discuss. it's important for you to know, I think it's important for you to know the difference between stated purposes and obviously what is, such as the preservation of the cottages, and what does it mean of the entitlements and other components of the development that are being asked of you. That potentially can enhance or support future increases in development or entitlements on this property. So it's just important, we're going to try to touch on that to make sure you understand what's being asked so that you can, if you approve something, you know exactly what you're approving. As a professional, I've done numerous entitlements on the private sector, so I understand that approach. You're always trying to fight for your client and the landowner, but that may or may not always be what's best for the public or the community. So I just want to make sure, that's why we're going to highlight those issues to make sure that you guys understand. And I'll try to cover most of the items that are in the supplemental report and try to summarize them. So here in the public hearing today, we were asked to provide analysis of the master concept plan and the deviations, provide recommendations for conditions and development standards if you choose to approve some or all of the request, and obviously a draft ordinance with those items included, which have been provided to you. My presentation, as I said, for this public hearing will summarize the comprehensive plan review that we did, some of which is already covered, summarize the LDC review, and then again highlight the supplemental report that provided some items to you more in depth. And really try to tie those things together, because if you notice, the comp plan and the land development code kind of go back and forth with those items. So as a summary, just to get started, the comprehensive plan review analysis included inconsistent analysis, or an analysis that the proposed use and request is inconsistent with the boulevard category, inconsistent with the platted overlay, and no public realm contribution. We'll get to that public realm conversation in a minute. PD in the master concept plan review, inconsistent with land development code for several reasons highlighted in the report. Unnecessary uses and deviations that go beyond the scope and what was stated as far as the intent. Again, intent to entitle property for future uses and not necessarily focus 100% on cottages and the uses that are being said to be requested. So the rezoning 2020-0009, the requested uses included hotel and lodging, retail, restaurant, some other items, consumption of alcohol on the premise at the restaurant and tiki bar, existing uses on the half acre in the back, I'll say towards the park, a special exception for a bed and breakfast, and as previously discussed, single family residential and residential units that are on the front half towards the Estero Boulevard. That's there, and those are what's there today. Again, the different locations of the boulevard category. Those highlighted in blue are the three other areas along up here. Their site is up here by the park, obviously. Pool is all boulevard within the platted overlay. Now we get to talk about all the text, right? So the nuances of the language are really important. I've bolded some text that was from before, but I really want to focus and draw the attention to the underlying part. And it's critical that we recognize what this language says. I think it's pretty clear. Obtain approval of new or expanded commercial activities, and then draw your attention to the underline. The project must contribute to the public realm as described in this comprehensive plan and meet the design concepts of this plan and the land development. It's 4B5 is the boulevard category requirement. 4C3 also has some subsections, and it goes into number 4 subsection. I can underline, contribute, proposals must be sensitive to nearby residential, in the underlying part, contribute to the public realm as described in this comprehensive plan, meet the design concepts of this plan and the land development code. Sounds pretty important if they had to repeat it twice. So 4C3 goes on with other requirements related to pedestrian character, commercial activity being in scale and uses, all those things that we covered in the first meeting. The comprehensive plan essentially has a section that talks about public realm. And this is the language that's in there. And I just underlined a portion of it to draw your attention to that specific language, where it talks about commercial uses generally don't contribute or contribute little or nothing to a community's public realm, which includes streets, sidewalks, and plazas. Residents and visitors interact. The town can insist on the protection of its private realms and the enhancement of its public realm and evaluating proposals for new commercial development. That really sets the stage for conditions of approval and master concept plan. What are they including and not including? And really to you, what is the public realm? Obviously that'll be up to you. we tried to provide some of those items for that. But that's really setting the stage for, again, defining what is the public realm that's listed in these policies, that it directs you that you have to comply with those. Now I'm going to switch gears to platted overlay, because this has to do with the intensity, and it has to do with how we calculate some of the equivalency factors, the term. 4B11 is talking about the platted overlay, and as I mentioned before, it talks about existing uses. The underlying part talks about in other categories, other than pedestrian commercial that it's talking about. It applies only to recognize existing dwelling units that were built legally, but which would be non-conforming under the density cap of 6 units per acre. Today, when a proposal comes before you, we're going to change what they're doing and rezone, subject to the boulevard category. Doesn't get any more plain than that when it talks about the existing units. That's why, when I've talked about it before, the equivalency factor allowed under the boulevard is 2. So the math is pretty simple. It's 1 acre of property times the 6 dwelling units per acre allowed for that category, multiplied by your equivalency factor. And in this case, it's 2, which would equal 12 units. That's what the hotel, motel, guest unit math is in the code in the comp plan. Pretty straightforward. Now, Land Development Code does provide an opportunity for a proposal to be considered to go over that number. It has the criteria that outlines those criteria for you to find, and you have to find the positive of these items, these 3 items, if you're going to go over that number. One being all aspects of the development, height, traffic, intensity of use. That can include landscaping, parking, essentially everything that's required as a development that is compatible with the surrounding area. Second one, proposal clearly exceeds all standards of the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan. Our analysis was that it does not clearly exceed all those. In no case, can equivalency factor increases exceed the maximum intensity allowed by the Fort Myers Beach Plan. Floor area ratio-wise, FAR, that's the amount of square footage of building that you can have, it does not exceed that. We have proposed the maximum, even if the existing development does not come anywhere near that number. It's just another thing. The schedule of uses really are a little bit contradictory in what the request is. The schedule of uses include a bunch of uses that are not what they're saying that they're going to be doing, including residential uses such as single-family and multifamily. The commercial plan development, there's really not, our understanding is they don't want to do that. That's why they're asking for the rezoning. But we don't really see a need to have those types of uses included in your schedule or in their schedule of uses. Lodging, hotel, motel, bed and breakfast, guest units. Again, these are all similar things, but differently defined and have different requirements are being asked for uses, for you to approve these uses. Again, it's confusing to what's being approved. Should be, in our opinion, the schedule of uses should be approved to what more of a narrow scope so that we all understand what is going to be there. And several of those uses, like resort, in the supplemental staff report, I go in to describe what the definition of that is. They can't do it. The code does not allow that use by the definition. They also have resort accessory uses, personal services, recreation facilities, which is a huge definition, has multiple types. Again, we recommend that you narrow that focus. And then a caretaker unit. So on the screen, you see our recommendations, which is also in that supplemental report. Rental of cottage unit for 1 night stay or longer is a different term than what is in the code and what has been asked for. The concern of the hotel motel is that entitles a hotel motel, which can look vastly different than cottages can. Caretaker unit, but not as an additional unit. We want to make sure we stay within our intensity. Swimming pool, sand volleyball court, as shown on their master concept plan. Obviously limited to that, to the picture that they provided. Then restaurant and personal services is something that could be potentially fit within some of the existing structures. There's a number of deviations required to make all that. Again, here's one of the pages of their master concept plan, just showing the lower right-hand corner. You can see the entryway and the parking. That's where an existing building is, and that building was moved to reorient the site, but the other buildings are not proposed to be moved to comply with any setbacks. That's one of the deviations that's before you. It allows them to have smaller setbacks for existing structures to some, but not others, apparently. They'll have much more clear pictures for you of the master concept. So the deviations, there's several. The first one is related to dimension regulations on side setbacks. The second one is related to accessory structure setbacks. Third one is related to street setbacks, again, for many of the existing structures. Deviation 4 is for parking lots. They'll be provided with sufficient maneuvering room to leave in forward motion. They can't provide that in its entirety, so they're asking from that. That's because they're proposing back out spots along places. Deviation 5, which is driveway separation on Estero Boulevard. The combination of the existing drives and the proposed location is closer to School Street than our code allows. Something that we've provided some condition to make sure there's coordination with Lee County. Deviation 6 is a reduction of the type C buffer. It was interesting, there's many places on the site that could be provided a 15-foot buffer, but they chose to ask for a 6-foot all along that western boundary. And deviation 7 is from the architectural renderings. But again, if this is to preserve historic cottages, we've included some conditions that document, or at least the applicant property owner can document what type of cottages they are, what's the architectural significance, and really to make sure that that is what gets rebuilt if something had to be built. It's maintained, and we don't have many deviations from that design. So additional deviations that are required on the master concept plan based on what was shown that were not asked for are parking lot design standards such as drive aisle, 20 feet, I believe, on the dimensions, not 22. Assumption on premise of the alcohol within 500 feet of the church, which is part of the requested schedule of uses. And the equivalency factor in that code section that I talked about, those 3 priorities or the 3 criteria that you have to confirm, it does say it's a deviation. So in order to do the 2.33, you have to agree that that deviation is acceptable. So in summary, basically we find that given the considerations of section 34-85 of the Land Development Code, that the proposed uses are not compatible with existing zoning and uses on the properties. Resort, lodging, and alcohol consumption and hours of operation are not consistent with the surrounding uses. That the proposed master concept plan does not meet the requirements of 34-1803A2, which is the equivalency factor. Basically the criteria of exceeding and going above and beyond the code. Deviations create opportunity for economic benefit of the property owner without providing contribution to the public realm as required by the comp plan. The proposed master concept plan includes development standards that benefit future development of the property, including I've mentioned already, floor area ratio and height. Proposed master concept plan includes uses that are unnecessary, not relevant to the stated purpose of protecting the cottage. Our recommendation is based on the inconsistencies of the comprehensive plan policies that I've mentioned, 4B5, 4B11, 4C3, as well as a failure to meet the criteria in 3485, 34216. Recommend all of the requested these inconsistencies. We have provided you a list of development standards that basically limit or propose to limit the development to exactly what's there, and conditions of approval that would in fact affect timing, phasing. There's one thing I forgot to touch on was phasing. They have multiple sub-phases in phase 1 and then a phase 2. We're recommending to clarify some of that and just have basically phase 1. A future building, maybe a phase 2. But I think we get into trouble with some of these other projects that you've had come before you where you have 3 or 4 sub-phases and we're really unsure what's being accomplished. And those standards are for you, and we're happy to discuss any of those conditions or development standards. And for the record, the LPA did recommend on February 9th, recommended approval with conditions and left it up to the applicant and the staff basically to make those conditions. In your packet is also included, the applicant has provided some conditions. A lot of it is really geared around protection of that outdoor restaurant area, providing some separation, I think some hedging, landscaping and some of those things. So that language in time also, that language is in your. I have, so if you have any questions about the report or the summary, I'd be happy to answer them.
Questions, Mr. Green?
I got a couple. Now, the boulevard category has caps for non-residential uses. The table that was presented by the applicant was from 1998. Have you updated that, or has that been updated? Do we know, are they at or near that cap?
Right, so that's a table that they pulled from the comprehensive plan that was put in there as part of the data and analysis. That we did an analysis with some GIS, And it is less than the 70%, so there is room. It's close. It's a couple acres left. I believe it's going to be like 2.5 acres left if this is under that 70%.
Additionally, now you have a list of 32 conditions. You said this is inconsistent with the comp plan and the LDC. If all these conditions are accepted, does that make it consistent with the LDC and the comp plan?
I wouldn't want to run contrary to our previous recommendations. So I think they'll want to make it more consistent and we want to provide some examples. So, I mean, our original recommendation was inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, period. So,
Counselor, just to be clear, we wanted to follow the direction we were given, which is to say that if, after you hear all the testimony today, you think that the project is an appropriate project and to be approved, we wanted to make sure that you as a town council and the public and everyone else would be fully informed. There wouldn't be any unanticipated, unforeseen, or precedent-setting issues that weren't discussed here today. So that's why we have a comprehensive list of conditions. Obviously, you could decide to group them if you wish to, but we wanted to make sure that it was absolutely clear if the council determined it wanted to move in that direction.
That's part of my question. So it's not bringing it into consistency with the plan. It's just alleviating precedent setting and some of the other issues.
It's the conditions are to be sure that they're clear what they'll be doing. So what you see at the end of the phasing, whatever that is, whether it's the 5 years we recommend or some longer period if the council grants it, there's no surprises on anyone's part. What was discussed here today is what you will actually see, what the public will actually see. And one of us will be saying, like, how did that happen? Or where did that come from? So in light of that, we want to make sure you all understood, because, we understand, as Jason said, from the applicant standpoint, and we like Bev, we like Roland, we like Beverly, we like everyone involved. This is not personal, this is just our jobs. We want to make sure that, in their presentation, these things will kind of be grouped together and rolled together, and it may not be as understandable. So, just wanted to be sure that, because not all of you have been on the LPA, and have a lot of experience with this, we want to make sure that you understood each deviation, and if you think it's an important one, great, and if you don't, fine too. But we just want to make sure it was crystal clear, not only to you, but to the public and everyone else who's watching what we're doing here today.
And I would ask for some leniency with my questions, because everyone here except for me has been on the LPA or been on the council for some time, and this is by far the most complicated rezoning that's come in front of me on the council, maybe in front of you guys even on the LPA. So a couple more questions.
You'll be afforded leniency.
Thank you, Mayor. Now, the applicant has compared the COP to the restaurant in Seagrape Plaza. Is that an accurate comparison?
no. Simply because they're not restaurants that meet the 51% criteria of the state law or from the separation criteria in the state statute. We have a local requirement for outdoor seating and separation and all that. Restaurant that's doing everything internal, indoors, and not having the stuff that goes with sometimes bars and restaurants. They're allowed administratively under our code and state law to be 500 feet.
If it was contained within the building of the restaurant?
For a restaurant, correct. So restaurants are exempt from that. Other uses, bars and other types of uses are not exempt from that. They're required for the set 500 feet under state law and under ours.
Unless you deviate from that.
Yeah.
Right, of course. I'm asking what's consistent or just comparison between the two. That's it for now.
Just the point that you made about, and Roger was making, and I didn't explain it very well, is the floor area ratio. That gets a technical term. That 1.2, what that means is that's approximately 52,000 square feet of building that they can use. Not just the footprint, but going up and all that. So that's what that number means is If you approved it as presented, the 1.2 would go with it, and that would be an entitlement that they received versus the footage that's on the site now, which is vastly different between. What we're trying to point out to you is the difference.
Questions?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
This may be a question that is more for John Heron than Jason. Jason, earlier in your presentation, you made reference to a specific finding that had to be made, and the slide went by before I got a chance to write it down. But when I look at our ordinance, we don't mention a specific number. We just say that we find it complies with the comprehensive plan and the LDC. Do we need to mention that specific statute number, John?
No, but I think that the point that Mr. Green is saying is that there's this is a CPD, and there's actually that master concept plan and that sheet that goes along with this that lists what can be done, is to identify, I think, is the actual number of units that you're going to be approving as part of this rezoning. I think that's I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think that was his reference, why he mentioned that.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we didn't have to specifically mention LDC 34-1803. Thank you.
Oh, and that's why I try to bold that the town council must find. So it's part of your findings, if you're comfortable that the.
It's one of the things when I make a motion that John so frequently catches me on, that I leave something else, so I was asking in advance.
It doesn't.
Deviation number 6 that you referred to, did I understand you to say that you thought that that could be narrowed? They were asking for more than they presently needed, or did I not understand what you said?
Yeah, there's points, basically at 6 feet is essentially, on the master concept plan, I think you have a blown up version in front of you. There's points of building corners that are that close to the property line.
Right.
But there's other areas along that stretch.
Is that the only one? Is that the only one of the 1 through 6 generally are all about the side setbacks, et cetera? Is that the only one that you believe exceeds the current need?
I just highlighting that that was one I was trying to draw attention to. There's ways that they could have provided that with minimal or lesser deviation.
Right.
But also our stance is there shouldn't be a need for the deviation. You design the site appropriately, you don't. But yes, to answer your question, you could minimize the request for the deviation to specific points.
Okay. And the only one that you believe that was really necessary on is 6? You mentioned it more specifically than the other 5, so I wondered if it was somehow broader.
It was a very specific example that I could point to. That's why.
Okay, then you weren't pulling out number 6.
Not highlighting that one over the
It came across that way, so I just wanted to make sure. At least it came across that way to me. I'm not finding fault.
Well, it's easier to do than maybe others.
Understood. And you were also saying that you believe that if this would pass, many conditions, et cetera, that they actually would need 3 more deviations than they've asked for. Is that correct?
Right, if they don't receive, well, if you approve the consumption on premise, I would assume you're giving the deviation from the 500 feet. The parking, if that doesn't get approved with that, then they have to change the site plan, and they would have to comply with the code. Again, it's a picture, so if there's things that don't comply and are not deviated from, when they do the development order side for us, we have to check that and make sure that
Understood. I just wanted to make sure that you were saying you believed that if it would pass, that they actually needed more deviations than they had asked for.
And the third point to that was making sure that I impressed upon you that the code says you need a deviation to that 2 point. I want you to forget that. Where's that at? Which is, right, so if you approve 14, 16, whatever the number is, it's got to meet that deviation requirement.
Understood. Thank you. I'm done for now.
Oh, no, I just was wondering if Jason had seen what we were just given today, the changes that proposed to the conditions that were in the staff report. Had a chance to go through those yet?
No, the only thing I've had a chance to go through is the history of our conversation. So.
Other questions? Anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Green?
Sir, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Applicant.
morning. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. We are pleased to be here. For the record, my name is Beverly Grady with Retzel and Andrus, representing Myerside LLC. And we are here today to request a rezoning for a small resort-type use, hotel motel, that is consistent with the traditional Fort Myers Beach cottages. Here today also is Patrick Vaness, AICP, RWA Engineering, who's an expert in land use planning, land development codes, and to include in particular the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code. He has been recognized as an expert by this council in other cases. Also, the owners of Myerside are here. Roland and Beverly are here. They're going to be able to answer any questions. Our request is rezoning a 1-acre property from residential conservation RC that has a special exception for a bed and breakfast on half to commercial plan development CPD. It's a resort type use with 14 guest units and accessory commercial uses, a small restaurant, and a retail boutique. I believe it's important to recognize that the LPA found this application to be consistent with the Town of Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code. The LPA made a unanimous recommendation to this council to approve this rezoning to CPD. They asked to deal with restricted amplified sound for the COP. At the first council hearing, there was a 4-to-1 vote to move this ordinance to second hearing. Council indicated that the most substantive issues have been sufficiently addressed, but further conditions associated with the COP and its amplified sound were needed, and other typical conditions related to phasing, future permitting, and compliance were also required. We understood the council had directed the staff and applicant to work together to address those issues. Obviously, if you don't agree on some of the issues, it's going to all come to council to make that decision, and you can agree to disagree. So our concern has been, and let me just say, you had a stack of papers when you came back after your break. So let me just, for the record, I've given them to the clerk, but let's, for the record, just go through those stack of papers so it's clear what we provided. You had a document entitled Myerside LLC rezoning to CPD, lack of communication from Town of Fort Myers Beach staff. Second document, it comes right from your code. It's highlighted. It's table 34-2, 34-1, and what it highlights is the commercial resort conventional zoning district, and then it highlights, and those uses that are permitted are listed in all the uses in residential, all the uses in lodging, all the uses in office, and then under retail, it's the first 2 categories. It's limited, marine is limited, civic is limited. Then I actually attached the subgroups, and I highlighted the uses that we're requesting, which are also mostly permitted in the commercial resort district. A third document, and we will go over that in detail, that is our response to the 31 conditions. And so we've offered some substitute language, and we will get to that in this presentation. And Patrick delivered a copy of the master concept plan. He's going to review that in detail, and he delivered a copy of this PowerPoint to each council member. So those are our pieces of paper that have been delivered to each of your seats and that we're now going to go forward and review. All right, so the first exhibit on lack of communication is summarized in the next 2 slides. Within a week of the hearing, the applicant began to develop conditions that further restricted the COP and its amplified sound. We clarified that the COP request was for 2 COP, only beer and wine. We eliminated the COP at the Tiki Hut. Required landscaping, fencing, restricted access to the restaurant outdoor seating area. And we limited amplified sound from 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. in recognition of school hours. And also, we know we have to comply with the town's noise ordinance. Applicant has reached out to the school board to meet with them, let them tour the property, discuss restrictions. The applicant provided a draft ordinance to staff and then asked to meet to discuss proposed conditions that they wanted to propose. We were going to propose any issues and attempt to work together to narrow down any outstanding issues before council. Applicant offered tours of the property to the general public. But this is staff's response, and the document I handed out is an outline of timing, but it's a direct answer to Councilmember Aller's question, did staff receive our response to the 31 conditions? We wanted to be able to work with staff and see where we could make changes or make things work, and so that we would have a more limited list of what would need to be discussed at the hearing today. On March 16th, we actually sent our draft ordinance to staff and requested a meeting, and on March 17th, Patrick Van Ness requested Jason Green, trying to schedule the meeting. Jason Green responds on the 17th, we can discuss, but we're working on our own. Let's target Monday or Tuesday. That would have been March 21 or March 22. Patrick and I respond, we prefer Monday, but we make it either work. We heard back from Mr. Green. March 22nd comes. We start emailing, when did you want to talk? The response from Mr. Green was he was unavailable, but he would share the town's version by Wednesday. That would have been Wednesday, March 24th. And there's silence from community development to March 29th. I contact Jason Green and say that, that the applicant needs time on community development calendar so we can discuss and ask questions and review conditions. Please send the conditions. March 29th, Mr. Green responds that he'll block off time on Thursday, April 1st, and anticipates providing staff items tomorrow, which would be March 30th. We received nothing. March 31st, we request Jason Green share the conditions and confirm a Thursday meeting. Silence. On April 1st, which is the due date for posting the packet, Mr. Green states he'll be in the office 10 to 3, but doesn't provide any information. Council packet's posted. Then Mr. Green sends his staff report and draft ordinance. So we never received this until you received this in order to have any discussion or ability to attempt to work with staff. So I've attached those emails and tried to highlight those dates, but that was unusual and very disappointing. So that is why we ended up working over the weekend to try to develop the response, because we had only just received the staff conditions. I'm going to stop at that point, and I have one other piece, but Patrick is going to now review, and he is going to go review thoroughly the staff report that you received on Thursday and that we received on Thursday. And thank you for your attention.
Before Mr. Van Ness, so I want to address two comments, if I may, as you move forward, to keep in mind. Yes, Ms. Gerald is correct that the LPA recommended approval of this particular rezoning as it's come before you. But as you all know, they are only advisory in nature, and you're not bound by their decision. It is your responsibility to make an independent determination whether or not the applicant meets the requirements of the code or not. The actions of the LPA certainly are to be considered, but in of themselves don't form the basis and cannot form the basis of an approval absent the applicant demonstrating compliance with the criteria in your comprehensive plan and zoning code. Also, with regard to the table that has been distributed with the list of permitted uses, I'll just point out that, again, legally, what's before you is a CPD, which is a site-specific zoning proposal under your code, and it would be inappropriate for you all to consider the permitted uses in commercial resorts, because that's not what they're looking for. Whether or not, I know that they are suggesting that this is like a resort type development, and therefore they would like these uses, but you're not legally required to. If they want, they can obviously seek to rezone the property to commercial resort, which would give them these uses. It is up to you to decide, based upon what you hear today, whether or not to give them all the uses that they're asking for or not. I want to make that clear for the record.
Clarification. At no time, this council adopts this ordinance. This council decides what schedule of uses will contain or not contain, and this council will decide what deviations are granted as well as what the property development regulations are. We were just simply trying to show that the code does require in a planned development, when the use is lodging, to use commercial resort. That's a foundation, but thereafter, we're not saying council is required, we're just saying that was the foundation from which we developed our schedule of uses and our property development regulations.
Sure.
Hey. Well, good morning. My name is Patrick Vanass. I'm a certified planner with RWA Engineering. I'm happy to be here to discuss the Myerside PD petition once again. Unfortunately, it's under circumstances that we didn't really anticipate. When we left here last month, we thought we were given clear direction as to what town council wanted. I even went back and listened to the recording. It appears to me that there was a lot of discussion about substantive issues such as density, compatibility, and I felt that the direction was we had discussed those amply, and that there was an understanding of those issues, and that we were requested to move forward and work on conditions of approval, specifically COP and amplified sound. We proceeded accordingly, and it is my opinion that staff intentionally disregarded those directions and ignored our numerous requests to meet and have those discussions. So,
All right. That's enough for the apologies and so forth. Let's just get on with what's
please
before
bear
us
with
today.
me. They bring up a lot of stuff in their staff report, so I think I have to refute those and address them.
Just can I interject? If you're complaining about timing, does that mean that you're going to ask for an extension, or are you just, about the lack of response? Does this mean you need more time? Is that what you're asking for?
Oh.
Okay.
So the staff report brings up issues that were discussed last time. It introduces new issues, and also I think it's got several inaccuracies that we need to clarify. So I'll go through the staff report in detail, page by page, and address those. Again, we are okay to agree to disagree with staff. However, the only thing we can ask for is good government and a fair playing field moving forward. So if we turn to page 1 of the staff report, which is the cover page, under summary, under the future land use category, what you have in your staff report is pedestrian commercial. That's not accurate. We are boulevard, future land use category, with the platted overlay.
Are you on the supplemental staff report or the staff report?
Staff report that was released Thursday.
Okay, the one that's entitled supplemental staff report? Okay, so you're on page 84 of our book?
I don't know exactly what page that would be of your packet. It's page 1 of 13.
Okay, we've also got those page numbers, so I'm with you now. I just want to make sure I'm with you. Thank you.
Under the future land use map category, again, boulevard platted overlay was omitted, and I think that's extremely important, and we'll go into why the platted overlay is important. On page 2 of that report, there's a heading from staff that talks about allowable intensity, equivalency, factor deviation. Important to point out that we are not requesting a deviation from the equivalency factor. It is not needed, and we're fully compliant with the comp plan and the LDC. We had detailed slides at the first hearing walking through how density we have on the property today, what the comp plan allows, what the platted overlay allows, and how that density is converted into guest units. Also, staff states that Myerside proposed units are ranging from 400 to 700, 450 to 750 square feet. That's inaccurate. Our units range from 280 to 900 square feet. And they go on to mention that the applicable equivalency factor for Boulevard with 450 to 750 square feet is 2.0. Again, that is inaccurate. The units range from 280 to 900, and the equivalency ratio is based on the size of those units, and the range is 1.5 to 2.5. 2.0, there's not a straight factor. It's always based on the size of the unit, and that equivalency factor changes based on that size of the unit. So staff, as they mentioned, staff's analysis is simple. The proposed project is 1 acre. The equivalency factor calculates as follows: 1 acre times 6 dwelling units per acre for the Boulevard category times 2, equivalency ratio, equals a maximum of 12 guest units. I'd like to point out several inaccuracies with that equation. First of all, don't have just the Boulevard future land use category. The platted overlay applies to us. That's 10 units per acre, not 6 dwelling units per acre. The equivalency ratio, as I mentioned, it's not a straight 2.0. It varies from 1.5 to 2.5. So that math is wrong, and we've demonstrated in our previous presentation, I'll go over that again, that we can request more than 12 units. We are requesting 14. We believe we fully comply with the comp plan and the LDC, and there is no deviation required. They go on to talk about, they paraphrase the section of the code that deals with this density deviation. That is the clause that was used for Margaritaville and granting additional density. Again, we don't need that deviation. It doesn't apply to us. And the language is there, and I'll read it for you. The language says that guest units exceeding these equivalency factors or exceeding 1,000 square feet each may be allowed under exceptional circumstances as described in the comprehensive plan if approved as a deviation through a plan development rezoning. Before approving such a deviation, the town council must find, and it's the criteria that Mr. Green mentioned. Again, when they paraphrase, they bring up this 2.0 factor. There's nowhere in that language that it states that there's a 2.0 factor. It talks about equivalency factors exceeding, that we exceed those equivalency factors. We have to go to the table. I show you the table, and the range is from 1 to 3, not a straight 2.0. As I mentioned, this section does not apply to us because we don't need the excess equivalency factor, and we are fully compliant with the LD. So these slides that I'm going to show you are slides I'm reiterating from our first presentation. I want to point out under the Boulevard category, the area that's underlined clearly states that a maximum density of 10 units per acre for legally existing dwelling units. We demonstrated that we have those legally existing dwelling units. The staff report on the first public hearing also stated and agreed with us that we had 12 units that are. So again, the platted overlay identifies 10 units per acre and also recognizes that existing dwelling units that were built legally, which would be non-conforming under a density cap of 6 dwelling units. Again, last time we were here, we talked about those existing cottages, that they were built at a time where the regulations were very different. They were legally permitted and legally built. They are non-conforming, and that non-conformity is not due to the owner doing anything to those buildings. It's completely due to a change of regulations over. So this is the comp plan section that deals with the conversion of residential density to motel densities or guest units. And as you can see highlighted in yellow, this equivalency factor is discussed as they may vary between a low of 1 guest unit and a high of 3 guest units for each dwelling unit. So again, not a straight factor of 2.0, that is inaccurate. This is the table found in the LDC. Again, highlighted in yellow is the boulevard future land use category, and as you can see, a low of 1.5 for the equivalency ratio and a high of 2.5 for the boulevard category. And also, if you look at the pedestrian commercial, which doesn't apply to us, but that one provides that maximum of 3.0. Again, it varies per future land use category, and it varies per the size of those units. Recall, this is the table that I discussed at our last hearing. We have 2 parcels. One is the back parcel that I referred to as the parcel that abuts Oak Street. And we have buildings 5, 6, and 7 on there. That went through a bed and breakfast. It was discussed, vetted in great detail, and it was approved for 7 guest units. We're not going to rehash that. It's never been our intention. However, the front portion has 4 cottages. We've outlined all the units within those cottages and the square footage. We've applied the equivalency ratio, and when we apply those equivalency ratios, that can generate 10 guest units. If we were to add those together, we could ask for up to 17 guest units. We are asking for 14, which is under what we could ask for. So I'm not going to rehash those slides, but it basically summarizes how the density is generated, how we've presented this extensively as part of the first hearing, and demonstrated that the comp plan and the LDC allow for our density or guest unit request. So interestingly, when we went to the LPA, the primary reason staff was denying our application was that we were introducing commercial uses within a residential neighborhood. We dispelled that notion, and we got recommendation for approval from the LPA, and we came before the board, and at that time, the compatibility issue had changed quite a bit. We were no longer commercial encroachment into a residential neighborhood. What we were was a commercial use surrounded by public uses and public facilities, and we were incompatible with those public uses. That was the second hearing. Now we come to the third hearing, and those compatibility issues have kind of gone away, and now it's about the public realm and how we do not contribute to the public realm. So I'll address that. Staff says that staff finds that the application does not provide any improvements to the public realm or pedestrian character. So we completely disagree with that. We believe that we contribute to public realm in many ways. We provide a project that is human scale and that is not imposing to the pedestrian and cyclists, and promotes bike ped activity, also promotes the historic small town character that we want to preserve on this island. When I talk about human scale, I'm talking about height of structures and massing and location of those buildings. Also, when it comes to public realm, typically in planning theory, the public realm is the street. It's the right-of-way. And how you create active public realms is to put buildings close to that right-of-way and put uses close to that right-of-way. That's what we typically call activating the public realm. So luckily, with these older historical patterns, and that's what we're trying to replicate with new developments today, with new urbanism, is the buildings were already close to the right-of-way. We have those today. Taking two of those cottages, we're creating a restaurant in those small cottages, and we're providing a boutique retail shop. And that will be for the guests, but also open to the public. It'll bring liveliness, activity close to the street, will contribute to an active public realm. Also, we are consistent with the vision for this area that's in the comp plan. We talked about that extensively last time, but this project enhances what's referred to as the spirit and scale of the beach classic cottages. And also the little retail boutique that we provide is consistent with this vision that we want to provide uses that minimize unnecessary trips onto the boulevard. Again, the guests don't necessarily, if they can get sundries and convenience goods at that retail shop, do not have to get in their cars and drive to CVS or to Publix. They can have those convenience. And additionally, now that we've reviewed some of the conditions that were put forward by staff, we agree that we can work with the town to accommodate future landscaping along School Street and to also allow for some space for public art. Our understanding is this is a town goal or objective. We are certainly happy to collaborate. If there's not sufficient right-of-way, assist the town in achieving that. But we don't believe that the private property owner should be implementing that fully improvements that are off their property. So this is just to reiterate some of the slides from last time. A few things I'd like to point out is a mention of a lively street scene, which again, I believe we contribute to. It talks about minimizing unnecessary trips on the boulevard. Again, I think we part of that. It talks about the palm-lined showcase, and we have that exhibit of a rendering of what it could look like. We are willing to work with the town on that vision. And it also talks about beach classic cottages and preserving those cottages and that character, I believe we. So this summarizes the many ways that we do contribute to that public realm. When it comes to the schedule of uses, on page 4, staff states that the proposed schedule requests a variety of commercial and residential uses to achieve hotel resort status. It also attempts to retain benefits of the existing zoning, many of which are internally inconsistent with the town's land development code. So yes, I'd like to clarify, and I agree with some of the comments from staff that we are not asking for a commercial resort rezoning. We are asking for a CPD, which provides flexibility of uses. And again, those list of uses are open to scrutiny by council and approval of those various uses by council. However, there's a code section that talks about CPDs, and if the majority of the uses that are within that CPD are lodging. We should use the CR zoning district as a model for our regulations within the CPD. So that's what we've done. That's what Beverly was explaining. We looked at the CR zoning district, the allowed uses. We took those uses, we put them in our CPD. As we went through the staff review for sufficiency, the issue of uses never came up. We received their staff report Thursday. If we knew there was an issue with any of those uses, we would have been happy to discuss it. Again, it came out Thursday morning, and by the time we received the copy, it was already made public, and we had no opportunity to make any changes. I'd like to point out also section 34.952, which talks about allowable uses of land within a CPD. Allowable principal and accessory land uses in a CPD shall be established in each zoning resolution. So again, at the discretion of council, it is site-specific, and it will be binding to that. So this is a slide that we looked at the first council hearing. It talks about plan developments. It talks about the purpose of plan developments, that they afford a degree of flexibility for a landowner to propose the development of land in a manner that differs from the specific provisions of this code. And we think that the plan development tool is the best tool for this property. Have numerous nonconformities, and applying the plan development is the tool to provide that flexibility, to provide safeguards, and to legitimize those existing. So going back to the comment from Beverly, the uses that we provided are uses that are identified in the CR zoning district. Again, the table shows it, and that zoning district allows for a variety of lodging uses. On page 5 of your staff report, there's mention of hotels, motels, bed and breakfast must meet the following. Again, the proposed guest units will meet all 4 requirements identified in that staff report. I don't fully understand why that was put in there. There's no discussion that we don't meet those requirements. So, don't really understand why that was put in there. Again, I think it might be confusing for people to see that. But we can assert that we'll meet all 4 requirements. Staff also references section 34-266. Again, not understand why that is referenced as part of the staff report. That code section relates to enforcement, not to allowed uses. And this project will be subject to any applicable code section related. Asking for a deviation from it. On that same page, staff writes, staff recommends that the town council require compliance with the above referenced sections of the LDC or deny the request. Alternatively, the town council may very well consider foregoing all of the terms and uses under lodging and assign a unique term for this plan development, such as overnight cottages, et cetera, et cetera. Again, we believe this is conjecture. Staff doesn't talk about how we do not meet those definitions. There are multiple definitions of lodging. Some of them apply to us, some of them don't. But we will meet those definitions. And I think creating a new category or a new use is not something we've requested, and I don't think that's something that should be done. We can meet those definitions already in the code. Staff talks about, on page 7, recreational uses. Staff comments that these recreational uses are pretty broad in nature and that it has the potential to permit a variety of large recreational facilities. We agree with staff. Our intent was not to allow all recreational uses, so we welcome the opportunity to limit that to recreational facilities, private, on-site. The intent was always to have recreational use for the guests of the amenity and not open to the public. So staff also further talks about limiting recreational uses to only those that are identified on the site, and also limit those to their exact size and location. And again, I'm not really sure why that's offered as a restriction. Those are accessory uses, accessory and subordinate to the principal use. And those are amenities for the guests. They provide for a better quality project, a better product. And as this project moves forward and enhancements are made, if the applicant wanted to add a bocce court, for example, it's consistent with code requirements, I don't understand why that should be limited. It's going to be better for the guests, better for the for Myers side, and also offer generally a better lodging product for Fort Myers Beach. When it comes to consumption on premises, as mentioned, we provided conditions of approval limiting consumption on premises. What's interesting to me is that staff makes no mention in their staff report of what those conditions we offered. They ignore what we offered, and they talk about the tiki hut allowing for consumption on premises. We clearly eliminated that. It doesn't mention any restrictions with regards to putting landscaping or fencing around the outdoor patio. What we've done since we've received the staff report with the 31 conditions, we looked at what we were proposing, we looked at what staff was proposing. We've created a list of conditions that we can live with, and Beverly will go into that in further detail. When it comes to deviations, staff reiterates the following statements several times. Deviations should not be granted expand intensity, density of uses beyond the physical limits of the property. Any setback granted is for the life of the existing cottage. So, don't fully understand what that means, but we can assure you that deviations are requested to address existing site conditions and to legitimize existing cottages structures that were legally permitted and constructed but are now non-conforming since the rules and regulations have changed over time. These deviations do not grant additional density or intensity. These are deviations to development standards in the code. Density and intensity is regulated by the comp plan. So again, not really sure what this comment means. Then when they talk about beyond the physical limits of the property, again, don't really understand what that means. All our uses are within the property boundary. We're not asking for any uses or deviations associated with public right-of-way, for example. Also on page 10, staff states that unless existing, the use of setback and buffers to allow increased density intensity of the property should not be approved. Property owners shouldn't gain an economic windfall by being granted landscape deviations. Additionally, the request fails to take into account substantial room along the west boundary line where an LDC compliant buffer can be provided. No analysis or professional assessment has been provided that the required type and number of plants can survive and not create encroachment issues within the narrower buffer area. No plan has been submitted to mitigate and granted landscape reduction. This is a comment associated with deviation number 6. And this is where the separation between the existing cottage number 1 and the western property boundary is only 6.9 feet. This deviation does not grant additional density or intensity. Again, I don't know why that's there. I don't know why also there's mention of an economic windfall. This is a planning and zoning issue. I don't think this is really related to the economics of the business. The deviation acknowledges that there's an existing nonconformity that has to be addressed. Buffers, and this applies to all buffers, buffers are part planted vegetation, which creates shielding, and part of it is spacing. And usually that extra spacing is grassy area, open space. So typically, the plantings are always within about a 5 to 7 foot strip. The remainder is that grassy area. So we are proposing a buffer that would be the same plantings, but within 6 feet. Again, I don't see a problem with that. That's typically how it is done with any buffer, a 10-foot buffer, a 15-foot buffer. Usually the plantings are in one strip and the rest is grassy area. And where we do have more room, and I'll show you on the master concept plan, we do call for a full code compliant 15-foot buffer. It's only where we have a room restriction that we call for the deviation. Deviation number 7 deals with the code asking for detailed plans for buildings. Again, those are old historic buildings. We don't have construction plans, and we were asking to allow photographs of those buildings. Staff report says that no documents were provided. We've provided some photographs, and we agree to provide more as we go to DO and provide detailed pictures of every side of those existing buildings, and also to work with staff in defining what is meant by historic beach cottage, the architectural style type, the vernacular. We're happy to do that and get that done before going to development order. Before I turn things over to Beverly, I'll move forward. I prepared supplemental slides in case we needed to address setback issues. And again, these are the deviations we're asking for. As I mentioned at the first hearing, deviations are required to address existing nonconformities on site. And there was mention from staff that sometimes we ask for deviations where they're not needed. And I want to make sure that we fully understand what those deviations are. So when it comes to deviation number 1, we are talking about a setback deviation associated with 2 existing structures that are less than 15 feet away from the property line. Those are clearly identified. Those are existing structures, and the deviation is only curing an existing condition. Building number 8 is the only one that is a new structure, and due to the limited amount of space and the separation with the existing building number 5, I believe, we are asking for a 7-foot setback rather than 15-foot setback for that one. Just to point out, the abutting property on the other side is public park. Most likely will be parking. So I do not believe the proposed building have a negative impact Deviation number 2 deals with accessory uses and reduced setbacks for the existing garage, again, which is closer than the principal use. And there's an existing accessory structure that's kind of a shed right next to building number 7. Again, that is existing, and the deviation is only to cure that existing. Deviation number 3 talks about street setback requirements, and again, applies to building number 3. And again, that's an existing condition, and notwithstanding tearing down the building, deviation is needed to cure this issue. Deviation number 4 is related to back-out parking spaces. So it applies to the areas identified in red. We, as part of this master concept plan, we reduced the amount of back-out parking spaces from 18 to 11. All parking spaces are within the property boundary, not within the right-of-way. All parking spaces will meet dimensional requirements for the LDC. When we had first submitted our application, we'd asked for compact parking spaces, not have to eat up too much space on the property. Per discussion with staff, we eliminated the dimensional standard deviation from parking spaces. It only applies to the back-out movement. As part of this overall parking plan, we centralized the parking area. We create a much better ingress and egress. We improve the safety conditions, and we remove all back-out parking onto Estero. Again, if not for this plan development, this would not occur. Deviation number 5 is for the access separation requirements. Again, this is needed to centralize the ingress and to allow for balanced site where we are not necessarily too close to the residential property to the west of us. The access point is at the midpoint along Estero. We understand that we will have to run this by Lee County DOT and get that permitted accordingly. Deviation number 6. So deviation number 6 applies to the longer oval area, again, where we do not have enough space due to the existing building. But if you look just above that, it says 15-foot buffer. Again, where we have more space, we do provide it. And we also clearly identify as part of the master concept plan what those plantings will be. You can see that in the upper left corner, and that's on master concept plan under the deviations. Just like to point out that it's been identified on the master concept plan as number 7, the little graphic, that should be number 6, and we can correct that moving forward. Deviation number 7, as mentioned, we agreed to provide additional photos and define what that historic beach architectural type is. With that said, I will turn things over to Beverly. She will address the proposed conditions from staff and talk about our proposed conditions.
Mr. Mayor,
for this project.
if I may, I propose we take a brief recess. Council, I just checked my email this morning. We received some information about some incident reports on School Street from the Lee County Sheriff's Office that was, I think, originally obtained by our town attorney and forwarded to us by our town manager. I'd like to ask the applicant about, but I don't think we've seen this, so in fairness to the applicant, I wonder if we could print that out for them and they could address that at the appropriate time in their presentation.
Sound all right to you? And everything? I
It
guess
came
we're gonna have it up
to us at 9:42 this morning.
Just for the record, it was forwarded to me from an outside source. presume the inference was that you all had received this information previously, and I'm just a conduit, so
We have not seen it before.
it's
Yeah.
the first I'd seen it as well.
All right. Why don't we take 5 minutes and get this straightened out?
AC on the.
One thing that,
Back to order, it's 11:44. Counselor,
Beverly Grady for the record, and I appreciate the information, and we will respond to that at conclusion of my remarks as a question on the disturbance reports.
okay.
And just one comment, as you can see, there's a great divergence between the staff recommendation and where we are as the applicant. So we don't know how this will come out, but I would ask at the conclusion of all the public comment and the consideration by council, we do have a concern as to some of these conditions, how they would affect the ability to make this feasible and work. And so what we don't want to have happen is just an ordinance adopted without at least ability to let you know that where we are, that works or doesn't work, or, we would just request that, which is unusual, but this is an unusual case. Okay, so we reviewed the staff conditions that we received on Thursday, and these are our proposed changes, and I'm going to give you the justification. Condition 1 listed a schedule of uses. We deleted that because the ordinance itself provides that the schedule of uses is in section 4. The schedule of uses should only be listed one place, and so it's already set up to list the schedule of uses in section 4 of the ordinance you are to adopt. Would comment that these uses, which staff also listed in section 4, aren't defined by the Land Development Code. There's no definition for overnight cottages, even though it's capitalized, and I've never seen the accessory uses listed to named uses, and so anyway, so we do not agree with these schedule of uses. I'll deal with that when we get to section 4 of the ordinance. Condition 2, proposed by staff, phase 1 shall be completed in its entirety and not subphases. Here is the issue that is raised. The phasing that we listed was the first thing is we have to move building 2. It sits where the parking lot is going to go from Estero Boulevard. It needs to be moved. The parking lot needs to be built. The additional phases are the restaurant commencement and the retail. It is complicated when you're doing development on an existing site that's in existing operation and business. We are concerned that if you deleted phase 1 and no subphases, that if you move building 2, the staff could say, well, you can't use it, even though it's currently approved for guest units by this ordinance, and it's just being moved and you want to continue to use it, we're not going to be able to issue you any building permits because your development order says you have to have everything completed. So we had a concern taking phasing away. Phasing can work. We know we would have to build the parking lot in order to operate the retail or the restaurant, but we did want that condition deleted so that we could have phasing. And this is something that ordinarily you do sit down and work out with staff, not at the council level, so you can come up with a phasing plan that works for everyone, towns protected and applicants protected. Number 3, it's a minor tweak. The staff said all phases have to be complete within 5 years of approval of the ordinance, which is today. We don't have control over the processing of our development order, building permits. So we think we're willing to live with 5 years for completion within 5 years of when the town issues the development order. That way we know we have the development order, we can proceed to whatever building permits we need. But for example, this application was filed in January of 2020, and we're now in April 2021. we could lose a whole year just sitting in permitting if you took the staff language and the 5 years runs from today rather than when the development order is issued. We do agree with condition 4. We will file a development order application within 1 year approval of this ordinance. Faster, but we will file that within 1 year. Number 5, we tweak that. This is an existing operating fire site. This says no site or building permit shall be approved until a completed development order is approved. We've added maintenance and repair or code compliance. Let's say there's a storm and it damages the roof. This condition, as worded by staff, would not let us pull a building permit to fix things on the site that need to be maintained or fixed. Or if there's a code issue that requires a building permit to fix, we need to be able to get those building permits for those type of items. Number 6 deals with the trees on site, and we've just tweaked that to be in compliance with the Land Development Code. We've agreed to the report by the professional arborist identifying on-site trees. They'll come in with the development order, and if there are trees scheduled for removal, listed as protection, then we will replace them, and that is dealt with in the Land Development Code. We're not going to be replacing the existing height or width. That does not ensure survivability. We will replace them as provided in the Land Development Code. Number 7, we are agreed to a landscape plan prepared by a Florida licensed landscape architect, and we will include vegetation types that are in compliance with your Land Development Code. You already list approved types for in a buffer. And our buffer will be consistent with the master concept plan and the LDC as approved by you, the council. It's important to note that your Land Development Code provides that in LDC 10-7G, a development must remain in compliance with the terms and conditions of a development order even after issuance of a certificate of completion. You file for a development order, you get a development order, you go build the items that's permitted by the development order. If staff finds out in compliance, you get a certificate of compliance. Your code requires that you remain in compliance with that development order even after staff has signed off from that. And this should match the exhibit that I've given you, so if you want one to look at, as well as I've put it on the screen for watching. All right, number 8. Staff is requiring this applicant amend the comprehensive plan before it can even submit a development order. There is no amendment needed to the comprehensive plan. We have established we are consistent with the existing comprehensive plan. Amending a comprehensive plan 6 months to a year or more. It is not in the applicant's control. And 2, it's deleting the platted overlay from property that is entitled. This property today has 12 lawful units, which exceeds the permitted density in the boulevard, but they're lawful units, and we should not have to amend the comprehensive plan. We should not have to remove the platted overlay. That's not the responsibility of the applicant. All the limitations on this site are contained within your ordinance. Number 9, and this I have never seen before. Prior to approval of the development order, the property owner shall vacate the platted lots. Platting, Chapter 177 plats is how you buy and sell property in the state of Florida. You either do meets and bounds or you have a plat. A plat is a way of conveying real estate. You don't vacate a plat because you're combining lots to do a project. If you look at almost all, if not all, of the commercial developments in the Fort Myers Beach, they're sitting in platted lots. And they have not had to vacate the plat. Replace it with what? This is how you buy and sell property. So this is an unheard of condition that serves no benefit to anyone other than expending funds and delaying. We've agreed with condition 10 that the property, buildings, and units shall remain under unified control. That's in your application. 11, all accessory structures shall be improved with required flood vents. We've agreed to put the vents in. 12, all accessory structures shall be limited to specific purpose, size, and location, an MCP. We really don't understand why you would have that condition, that you can't do some things, but we'll agree to that condition. 13 is all structures are limited to the existing footprint and square footage. No combination or consolidation of square footages should be permitted. I mean, there are things that can happen. One of the cottages could be destroyed, and we find a different replacement cottage that fits architecturally to move on the site. It's not going to be the existing footprint. It's not going to be the square footage. We don't know, we have a conceptual outline of building A to be brought. That's not exact, and there is no reason for such a condition other than to force the applicant to go through the whole public hearing process to make a minor change to one of the cottages. We would request deletion of 13. 14, public ingress to the parking lot shall be limited to Estero Boulevard. We agree with that. The public egress from the parking lot shall be allowed on School Street, and we need to provide a compliant visibility triangle. Number 16, this is our master concept plan shows that there is parking on Oak Street, and it will back out onto Oak Street. So we have requested a revision to 16 as to no parking on Oak Street right away unless you approve it, and you approve it by giving those right-of-way permits, but that's totally within the control of the town. 17, we've agreed that the parking design standards will be complied with. And on 18, we agree the west property line is considered a side yard and side setback for the master concept plan. Now 19, when you think about it, this actually is destructive to the town of Fort Myers Beach with the staff language. It says no fill allowed other than low spots to be consistent with the site. So the staff is contemplating that we just bring fill in and fill up low spots. How do you do a surface water management plan? If you want to retain water on site, the way you would do that is you bring fill in and then you create a detention area so you can hold water on site. So we recommend that no fill allowed that would exceed the fill in the environmental resource permit approved by the South Florida Water Management District would be looking at our site, or it could include as approved in the development order. But if you want improvements to your site, the way you do that is by holding more water to your site, which can require the option of bringing in some fill. Condition 20, we have shown on our master concept plan certain units that have stacked vehicle parking. So we've changed 20 to read, all parking which stacks vehicles shall be assigned to specific units as depicted on the master concept plan, and it is depicted, and the restaurant parking shall be identified on the master concept plan. 21 is discussion of requiring this small project construct the town sidewalk along School Street to connect Estero Boulevard to Oak Street. Now, Myerside is providing its own internal pedestrian circulation. The town actually has provided access to the civic uses behind us on Oak Street and acquired property to provide that access, which now is for pedestrian access. The code only requires sidewalks on major streets. That's a defined term. This is not a major street. And this is This condition is to try to require a private property owner to provide the town's major infrastructure that's unrelated to the impact of actual approval of Myerside LLC. We would request that 21 be deleted. Number 22 is access, and this, we are reducing access along Estero Boulevard to one access point. Yes, that's a benefit. That's an improvement over what is there today. It shall also require by, and it says Fort Myers Beach. Well, that's the point of today, is one access point, and that you're approving that there be one access point reduced from existing. So we deleted Fort Myers Beach because this is the council's time to decide. And we deleted the Fort Myers Beach Fire District. They will review the development order, but they don't determine access points. We, of course, left Lee County. Estero Boulevard is controlled by Lee County. It's a Lee County maintained road, and so we are subject to receiving their approval. Number 23. We are concerned that this is a blank check, and we do not understand what the staff is requiring. It was requiring a landscape entryway consistent with the town's comprehensive plan vision for School Street corridor shall be provided adjacent to School Street. Now, we do feel that if the staff had something specific, it could have described that, but we would go in for a development order. We are concerned that that's a blank check and do not know what the town will be asking for, which could affect the ability to even obtain a development order. 24, we've looked at our site, and we are willing to provide the development order shall provide space for the town to install public art feature onto the frontage on Estero Boulevard. We just need to be able to show we can approve the size and design, but if you want a public art piece located along the Estero frontage, we are definitely willing to work with the town and have this condition to work with the town to provide that. We've put 25 and 26 together. I mean, the staff has said there's just no outdoor events or amplified sound unless approved as a special event. What we placed in condition 26 was the COP use of alcohol in the restaurant outdoor area is limited as follows. It's limited to the restaurant. Required public ingress and egress shall be limited only to the restaurant entrance facing Estero Boulevard and shall include landscaping to be installed and maintained around the restaurant/outdoor dining area to outline the service area. We've limited to a 2 COP license, and we've provided that consumption of serving alcohol is 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. We remembered that one of the council members wanted the payment made inside the restaurant, so we added that. And we've limited the amplified music from 3 p.m. to 10 p.m., Monday through Friday, from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. Saturday and Sunday, where they're not school hours.
Question, what is 2C?
2 COP? It's a state liquor license for beer and wine only. 27, we did talk to Jason Green on Thursday. All stormwater management systems constructed have to be certified every 5 years by a licensed professional engineer that is operational and functions as designed. This is not in your land development code. And Jason Green explained you have problems with the drainage at Publix. So this is where this condition came from. So we would suggest if that's an issue you have in the town, you ought to put it in your land development code, but it is not appropriate to put just on one small parcel an extra certification that no one else has to provide. This will be going through permitting, and we'll have to receive a development order that deals with surface water management on the site. 28, we are willing to agree to the condition that all renovations and future replacement of buildings require consistency with identified architectural style. And then in condition 29, the architectural themes shall be maintained for the cottages or replaced with aesthetically like structures. We will comply with those conditions. Now the condition 30. I mean, this is just the ability of staff at any time decide that there is something not in compliance and the entire master concept plan is null and void. Failure to comply with any condition of approval shall render the master concept plan null and void, including any incomplete portions or phases. That will preclude a lender from even considering to consider this viable. The code has a process to mandate compliance. And if you don't meet the timing, you lose your master concept plan under the code. You don't get your development order, if you don't actually build, that's already in the code. So a condition that says any condition of approval and you just have lost your whole master concept plan, that is just such risk, and so we need to have that deleted. 31, this is a different condition. This is different from the one you imposed on TPI. It's different from Lighthouse Carousel. We respectfully submit, we believe your code deals if there are failure to comply with your master concept plan. So we request that 31 be deleted. So those are the 31 conditions. We think the conditions as tweaked would offer sufficient protection to the council. The next section is section 4, and the first thing is the schedule of allowable uses. And we have added under here that we are limited to the 14 unit bed and breakfast, hotel, motel, guest units, limited to area and MCP, limited to 14. We also, master concept plan will be also revised to eliminate the tiki hut. We have eliminated that from our request. We've eliminated that from an area in the ordinance approval for COP, and we are, if this is approved, understand that there'll be a condition like you have done in the past frequently. You have to come in with a master concept plan that meets the conditions actually adopted by this town council. We will delete the tiki hut from the consumption on the premises. We've also identified recreational facilities are limited to private, which was an issue raised in Mr. Green's staff report, and that is appropriate. Private would include the volleyball stand and the existing swimming pool, but, it would let you do some other things also under that definition. So when we compare the property development regulations in the staff report with the property development regulations that we've submitted, ours are in compliance with the code that states if you're doing primarily lodging in a planned development, use the commercial resort property development regulations. We've done that, except where we've added for a deviation, and we've been clear on that. What staff says is minimum street setback consistent with LDC, side setback consistent with LDC. It doesn't cite any number. It doesn't cite any section. And if you look at the LDC, it has a matrix for all the different zoning districts. That's why the code tells you if you're doing lodging, start with the commercial resort. Use those. Staff has no numbers for the setbacks. So in our, we kept the CR numbers. Building coverage is not regulated in the commercial zoning districts, but what is regulated is FAR. So the staff floor area ratio takes the existing buildings, one is to be determined, and limits you to that, which is a limitation on if you had to, something happens to one cottage and you want to bring in one that's 500 square feet more, if it's going in the same location, we should be able to do that. So we're looking to try to have an ordinance that works and not have to come back through the whole public hearing process for minor amendments. So that's why we requested the 1.2, because that's what's under the commercial resort, and the code says for property regulations and plan development, you use that. Council can change that. You have total authority, but we don't agree with the staff submission of limiting us to actual existing square footage on the site. So we have submitted, and our master concept plan that's been submitted with the application has had these property development regulations and has had this schedule of uses. So none of this is a surprise to staff. And we made every effort to work since we received the conditions, try to have something that's workable and still and protects through the ordinance by the conditioning. All right, consumption on the premises. The town approves a location where an establishment wants to sell and serve alcohol. COP is consumption on the premises where the establishment, here it's Myerside LLC, would like to, as an establishment, get a license at a location approved by the town for the sale of beer and wine in the restaurant. This doesn't have anything to do with guests who, in any hotel, motel, cottage, may bring their own alcohol to the room. This is request because we're going to have a restaurant of just under 1,000 square feet, and they would like to serve beer and wine. And how does the town get land use approval? And that's why I put this section of the code. This is your code section 34-1264. These are the requirements, and under plan development, it provides in A3, no administrative approval is necessary where an individual establishment or other facility proposing consumption on the premise is explicitly designated on the master concept plan and is included in the approved schedule of uses. So since we had put it on our schedule of uses and we put on our master concept exactly where we wanted it, now we're taking tiki off, but we're leaving restaurant, we understood, and if you approve that, and you agree with that, then that's approved. So we didn't believe we needed a deviation also, but Jason says we do, so Patrick has drafted that. Did you show your slide on that? Okay, next slide. So where is it? There it is. All right, so that would be the deviation from the distance requirement, which we thought was served by your other section, Land Development Code for Plan Developments, which says if you put in the schedule of uses and you show exactly on your plan, then that's approved and you don't have to even come for administrative. But that would be the deviation that we would add in order for belt and suspenders, should you approve the COP, beer and wine only at the restaurant, subject to the conditions which I reviewed earlier. And Patrick has handed out a master concept plan today, 11 by 17, so we hope that that is readable. I think that, okay, one other question. How do you get assurance that we're going to do and be limited to the master concept plan and the conditions that you decide to adopt? That's because your code provides a plan development, once approved through the rezoning process, can only be developed in accordance with the specific master concept plan and the special conditions that are contained in the zoning resolution approving the plan development. So as you craft these conditions, looking at the 31 that staff presented and that we've altered, we have to, you adopt whatever you adopt, we have to comply with, and we have to comply with that master concept plan. Someone cannot just come in and do something different. Something different means a total rezoning and going through this whole process of filing an application, working with staff, going to the LPA, back to this council, through the public hearing process. So this code section provides you assurance that the ordinance you adopt is enforceable and will be enforced and is the guiding framework that the applicant must comply with. And that's why we are trying to develop the conditions that will lock in this master concept plan, but also permit an existing business to make these improvements and changes and have it be feasible and workable and not be at risk that there's some conditions in there that would just really put them out of business. So we're available to answer any questions, review any of the conditions. That will conclude our presentation.
Thank you, Counselor. Any questions for Mrs. Grady while she's up here?
In the uses section, well, let me back up. I think I understand what it is you want to do and your vision for the place. I think I see what it is you want to do. I don't understand why resort and resort accessory use is something you want under your uses. It doesn't seem to me you need it to accomplish your vision.
Well, and, since we got the staff report, Patrick and I had talked, and probably we could eliminate the use of resort. When you file the application, you always want to make sure you include everything.
Gotcha.
And so that's what we did in this application. And then, honestly, we never got any feedback. And so that's part of the reason it's still there. So we could take out resort.
Okay, and resort accessory use
Look, because do those have anything
doesn't seem
in
to
them we
follow
need?
that if you were deleting resort, why you would want a resort accessory use.
I agree with that. I don't think it's needed. I think the recreational private on-site covers what we intended through that.
Okay, what about personal services?
Personal services, we'd like to keep that.
Or,
Again, at the little boutique area, I think that just provided flexibility. Honestly, I don't think we've envisioned anything specific, but it would be for guests only, and we could limit it to a certain area as requested by staff.
I'm picturing cutting somebody's hair.
Yeah, cutting somebody's hair isn't the plan, but just in.
Identify yourself, please.
Oh, sorry, Beverly Milligan, Meyerside Resort and Cottage. So, just to keep the options open around, having an art class, having, so that people can come and paint something, to just little.
That's not personal services.
Oh, okay.
Personal services is when you're doing something like cutting someone's hair. Or
services and
massage.
something
Yeah.
like that. We've talked about it. We've talked to a local resident who would like to do that.
Okay. I guess I see those three as not being part of what I saw as the vision for the property. So just asking, you already indicated that you think you could move away from resort and resort accessory. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Now, before we get in deep with this, we ought to hear from the public. Then I want to bring it back and then have an idea of how we should proceed with this. And I'll put that forward to you all when we get to that point.
Maybe we could deal with the disturbance report after the public.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, there's no objections. We'll go now to public comment, and the clerk has a list going there. And I'm going to remind everybody, comes up to speak, you've been sworn, you're under oath, and anyone that's coming up that has not been sworn in and is not under oath, please alert the attorney to that, and you'll be sworn in. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Dan Fleming.
Good morning. I think it's still morning. I'm Jan Fleming. My husband and I toured Meyerside on Saturday to see what all the fuss was about. We had heard and read many so-called facts that we had some concerns about, since it's an area that's less than a mile from our home. After our tour and many of our questions and concerns answered, we believe that what Meyerside intends to accomplish is within the scope of the town's comprehensive plan. Here's what we found out. Meyerside is a beautiful addition to the heart of the island, which is mentioned in the town's comprehensive plan. The current tiki hut on the property will not become a bar. All wine and beer must be purchased and consumed in the small restaurant that will be located on Estero. The structure serving wine and beer is further from the school than the two restaurants located in the nearby shopping area. Parking lot will be a one-way in with access on Estero and exit onto School Street. In fact, the parking lot will eliminate 4 back-out entrances, thus reducing the amount of different drives to turn into. There will be a small store, which we welcome since Tops closed. Since we live in an original pink shell cottage, we can appreciate Bev and Roland's vision for the property. We too chose to remodel our home rather than demolish it. In addition to the current structure on the property, at least 2 more original beach cottages will be added. There's 24/7 customer service line. If approved, this site will contain and preserve the highest concentration of barrier island historic cottages on one site in the region. And one last thing. Who might profit from the site not being approved for historic preservation? Maybe local realtors who see this as an opportunity to approach the owners. Real developers, not Roland and Beverly as they have been referred to in the press, may approach them and give them an offer they can't refuse. Is that what this council wants? More condos and more massive homes? Since purchasing the property in 2013, an enormous amount of time and money has been spent to improve what was a drug-infested, vagrant area. What did the town do back then to protect the Beach Elementary School? I'm not sure, but I know what Bev and Roland did. Bev and Roland have put a great deal of sweat and tears into the existing property. They have poured their heart into the heart of the island and have made enormous improvements in the structures, landscape, and amenities. Based on what they've done so far, I believe you should vote to allow them to move forward with the vision they have for their property. We will all benefit from the improvements, and we can truly refer to it as the heart of the island, which is what our comprehensive plan had intended. Thank you.
Ellen Vaughn.
Well, good afternoon now. My name is Ellen Vaughn. I live at 7500 Estero Boulevard, so the south end of the island, the suburban area, as I call it. And I would just like to echo what Jan said so eloquently, that what Bev and Roland has done with their piece of property is just magnificent. I came and spoke to you at the first hearing, and I'm here again, and this time I actually even brought notes. I usually speak extemporaneously, but I didn't want to forget to bring in any aspects of what they are working to do. One of the town founding premises was to preserve the island vibe. As I understand it, it was that Diamond Head was coming, and it was going to completely upend this beachy neighborhood island that we had. The town formed, and the founding premises was to keep that island feel. The comprehensive plan was developed with that in mind. One of the movers and shakers, one of the authors of the town comprehensive plan is Dan Hughes. Dan Hughes currently serves on the current PA. And after a unanimous endorsement of this proposal, he has spoken publicly saying that this is what we want for the heart of the island. I reached out to another founding, not quite founding, but longtime civic leader on this island, Seal Spuler, and asked her opinion. She shared with me and told me that I could share publicly, and I know that I'm under oath, that she and Dan have talked about this and about how this particular proposal fits so well with what is wanted for the heart of the island, that both Dan Hughes, he did not give me permission to say that, but Seal told me that Dan believes that this is important development for the island. And Seal has said that I can say her name in public, saying that she thinks that this is good for the island. Just to remind you that we want to keep this as a small beachy community. And we all know that when development of a given property becomes difficult for people that want to improve properties, they go with the other option, which is to just level it and go lot line to lot line. We don't want that. We want them to preserve the town's quality. Thank you. Notes, but I think I got it.
Paula Kiker.
Paula Kiker, 13 Sunview. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council Member, it has been way too long since I've set foot in these premises, and it needs to be here today. Thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of this project because I think it's important. I think it's important for the characteristic of Fort Myers Beach. I think it's important to carry on the historic cottage and not the mega mansions that we're seeing. I think it's important because it is good for the comp plan for the walkability of Fort Myers Beach. This Estero Boulevard project has been a game changer for us. It's beautiful, it's safe, and every bike rental place on this island has been selling out every day. And I live on the south end and have numerous different times. I've also lived in the middle of the island. I've lived on the north end of the island. To see the walkable people on both sides of Estero is incredible. This parcel is so unique to our Fort Myers Beach area. It extends our downtown overlay district. And with the onset of what the fire department might be doing in front of their buildings, just again continues and separates and extends and allows people to just really share in all aspects of our beach. I have been in property management for 27 years now on this island, and I've seen eyesores on this place. Charlie was a benefit to most of that, to get rid of a lot of that, but that parcel was an eyesore to our island. And these improvements are really going to be a benefit to that. Blending of the commercial and the residential piece, also what our comp plan is looking at. I share in that vision as well. As many of you know, I'm a part-time Key Wester, but Fort Myers Beach is my home. It's been for 27 years, and I intend to stay here. This is my home. Change is inevitable. I urge you to embrace it, approve this project, and move forward with the benefits of this project for all of us as existing residents and for all future homeowners. Thank you for your time and consideration. Great day, guys. Thanks.
Charlie Whitehead.
Gentlemen, ladies, my name is Charlie Whitehead, and this is hard. My opposition to allowing the serving of alcohol on the doorstep of Bay Oaks, Little League Fields, Beach Elementary, and the Beach Library is immediate and visceral. I've visited the site and I've sat with Beverly and Roland and talked about their plans. Told them I completely understand their desires, and I do. I believe they have done what can be done to be as unobtrusive as possible, looking to locate the restaurant and the alcohol as far away from the important public uses as possible. In a vacuum, I might even be able to support them. We do not live in a vacuum. One big problem with the proposal is its location and what it might mean in the future. This is clearly located in what I have heard planners refer to as sacred space. It is in an area identified in the town comp plan as such. It is, as has been said, the very heart of this island where the families and kids of our community congregate. What this is to me is the first chipping away at the protections for these uses. I believe we can assume that other property owners in the area are watching this case, that a smart land use attorney and or a smart planner could hold this up as a precedent for future requests. Town council would be saying that it finds the selling of alcohol consistent with its plans to protect these spaces, and that intensifying uses in these spaces is acceptable. I must therefore urge the council to do as your professional staff recommends and deny this request. Since there was apparently some confusion after my remarks at the last hearing, this urging is coming from me personally. I do not speak here as a representative of the Beach Little League Board. I which has taken no position on this matter. I do not speak representing Bay Oaks, though I was a member of the advisory board there for many years also. I do not represent Beach Elementary, though I sat for many years on its advisory board. I speak only for myself. I will point out a few things that I stumbled across this morning while we were all listening. The time of amplified music fine for the school is not fine for the use of the fields at Bay Oaks. I'm also interested in hearing what the Lee County School District has to say about the current proposal. Haven't heard anything about that either. Thank you.
Thank you. That'll come up.
Schultz?
No. All right, Tom. Gotta get you on the record.
Excuse me. And I'm going to be quick. So much has been presented and talked here, so I think out of it. My concern is, like in anything, when you go for zoning changes and whatever, is the falsehoods. And no offense to Mr. Whitehead here, but I think out of that, somehow having a wine and bar or wine and beer with a small restaurant is going to detrimentally affect children that are maybe playing out at Bay Oaks or not. Probably inaccurate. To get there, they've probably gone by many, many bars and facilities. You shield them. I think things like that being within 500 feet, 600 feet, whatever the rule is maybe a little extreme. The thing is for Bevan Rowland, having a fair and level playing field. If they want to have a restaurant, go to Chick-fil-A or Culver's, you don't necessarily expect to have beer and wine. But I think if you're on the island, if you're going to have the opportunity to eat something, myself included, I'd like to maybe have a beer or wine with my lunch. And to allow them to possibly have the restaurant not have the ability to serve the alcohol beverages. It's not fair to them to compete. Anyway, I think Bevan Rowland have proven to be good neighbors. They have a good reputation. I think they're ambassadors at Fort Myers Beach. In this, and they're just genuinely good people. And I think if y'all can see it in your decisions here, pull one here for the little guy. Thanks.
I have.
Yeah. Thank you for.
My name is Rosemary Faustini. I live directly across the street from those little houses. And, sorry, I'm losing my voice today. My concern is the traffic, that their entrance is off of Estero and exit on School, because traffic backs up in front of us all the time. Even in the morning, it's backed up. And to try to cross over if you're coming down this way, it's going to make it even more congested. So is it possible to make the entrance on School Street the exit on Estero Boulevard, so it would flow with the traffic? And then the other, I'll say is I've lived there 25 years, and we were really grateful when the reef blew down because they were very noisy at night. And I hope it doesn't turn into something like Leaky Tiki, because that's really loud. So those are my only concerns, particularly the traffic.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, close the public comment portion here and bring it back to the council. Council members, what I had in mind was, this is kind of a complicated case here. I just want to get a feeling here, kind of informally, where everybody is generally standing here. If anyone's inclined to outrightly deny this, I'd like to hear about it now, or if everyone's inclined to possibly work with these conditions and so forth, it would be my recommendation to down that list that Counselor Grady has presented, which also overlays the staff's conditions, and use that as our guide, and of course, not precluding us from adding or subtracting any other conditions that we have in mind. But, does that sound like a good game plan to everybody? Okay?
The only problem I have is that by someone stating their intentions, and then it puts them in an awkward spot if through deliberations they change their mind.
All right, well, let's eliminate that part of it, and just proceed under the assumption that we want to work with these conditions. Does that sound reasonable? Let's do that. Let's go to the conditions, and we'll discuss each one. And if need be, we'll vote on. If not, we can reach a consensus among ourselves and where that takes us.
Will we be allowed to hear the staff's rebuttal against the suggestions made by the applicant?
Why not? Okay. Those conditions begin on, everybody have this page available to them?
Also on the other handout?
Okay, all right, good enough. All right, we'll start with the first one. Schedule of uses. F says rental of any cottage for a stay of 1 night or longer, maximum 12 overnight cottages, caretaker unit, not an additional unit, accessory swimming pool and sand volleyball as shown on the master concept plan, all limited to the size and location on the master concept plan. That was staff's recommendation.
I think that's what's in the ordinance, Ray. On page 79, the schedule of allowable uses. I'm trying to work off the ordinance since that's what,
Proposed,
yeah.
okay, well, we could do that too.
And I think that wording is different.
Where are you looking? Because I think it seems like there's a lot of repetition of.
Pages that.
I'm on page 79.
79.
Schedule of allowable uses is toward the top of the page.
That's different than page 107?
It's different than what he just read.
Is that,
I mean, the ordinance is what we'll be voting on, right, John?
That's correct, ma'am.
So,
well, we can go either way. I mean, we can start on these conditions, or we can go straight to the ordinance and go.
well, the ordinance has the schedule. That's,
Okay.
and that's
All right.
where I am, where you were.
All right, well, let's just go down that list then. I'm with that now. Everybody else on that? Okay, accessory swimming pool and sand volleyball as shown on the MCP, all limited to the size and location on the master concept plan. How does everybody feel about that one?
I got a question. It's something that's come around a few times, is that some of the definitions of like a hotel say that a restaurant and any kind of public services building are available to the residents of the hotel only. Or is it a resort? That there's limitations on public using facilities that are also for the hotel. Is that, am I mistaken in that?
John, you want to answer that one?
The definitions are, and there's a slide up, are at 34-1801. Bed and breakfast inn means a public lodging establishment with 9 or fewer guest units. This obviously would not fall within that definition because it's more than that. Then you have hotel motel means a building or group of buildings on the same premises and under single control, which are kept, used, maintained, or advertised as or held out to the public to be a place where sleeping accommodations are supplied for paid transit guests for periods of 1 day or longer. It would appear that based upon the statement of the applicant that the best definition of what this is going to be within the definitions in the code in that section is obviously hotel motel. Your code.
And the intent here is for the restaurant and public services to be available to the general public as well as the people who are staying at the unit. And is that consistent with definition of a hotel motel? Or does it have to be?
What you have in your code, yes, there's no mention in your code in the definition of hotel motel regarding restaurants use.
Counselor, that's for you to determine today, so you can say that those services are available to the public, or it's limited to their guests, so that's for you to determine as part of your deliberations today.
And I'm trying to get a feel here because, the first thing that really jumps out at me with this is that we have the LPA telling us that it's consistent with the codes, and then we have our professional staff saying that isn't. Somewhere in there, we've got a referee, is it consistent or isn't it? Doesn't say that we can't do it. Just saying, is it or is it not consistent with our codes? And that's why I'm kind of asking this question. Is the use of having a restaurant and a public service building that's available to the general public and to the residents, is that consistent with what's in our codes?
I think we've asked for restaurant as a use, Jason Green Community Development, which is, I think, a little bit different than what you're asking about with a restaurant as part of a hotel.
Okay.
So again, that goes to part of our issue from the beginning is calling it a hotel. What does that mean? Future development, 10 years, 20 title, and there's things that go with that.
And is that considered a subordinate use to a hotel by the state?
No, so they've asked for restaurant as a use as part of their site development. Separate from a restaurant as part of a hotel, which I think to your point, I think what you're getting at is there's language in the code that talks about how it's supposed to be internal, not be broadcasting that it's there, that sort of stuff, which they obviously can't do. They don't have the ability, it doesn't seem, to have a restaurant use accessory to hotel and ask for a restaurant use.
So that the part of the COP, the 34-124, I think I read where it says that there should be no indication from the outside of the structure that the cocktail lounge is within the building.
Right, so under our code for the exemption from restaurants for instance, operation, that is a criteria to meet. To be that it's not just the food and the 51%, but also the fact that you're not supposed to be visible. And I hate to use it as an example, but Leaky Tiki, for example, has modified their building footprint or their building to remove their windows essentially, and they have these open shutters. In our opinion, therefore, they could never go back to fall under a restaurant, not have to meet the 500 feet because they're closed and open. It's a second criteria of restaurants to be exempt from the 500. Outdoor part is not exempt.
Okay, so then as far as consistency with the code, it doesn't really qualify as a hotel motel as far as the use of that, but it doesn't mean we can't do it as part of the plan.
That's why we suggested a separate name. I understand their term, but again, if you entitle hotel motel, that is what is entitled to the property moving forward in the future, something that could be done without having to ask for permission for that use. Owning that use goes with the zoning. And to your point, the accessory uses that go.
I got a question. This number one is, and maybe this applicant can answer this. My understanding that you want to delete it because you believe it's a duplication of what's already stated in section 4 and that you agree with what's in section 4?
So if you look at the staff conditions, condition 1 lists the schedule of uses. If you look at, and that's section 3 of the ordinance, then you look at section 4 of the ordinance, staff repeats itself, schedule of uses. And normally schedule of uses are not a condition, they're actually listed. So we deleted it because it shouldn't be under conditions, it will be under schedule of uses, and we submitted along with our changes to the conditions, our requested uses. So we would request hotel, motel, bed and breakfast, and we would request restaurant. Because that permits that building, it's limited in size, as shown on the master concept plan, under 1,000 square feet with outdoor, indoor. So it's limited in size, and the conditions limit to that, but we are requesting in the uses what qualifies as a restaurant, be able to be in that building number 1 on the master concept plan, and we've asked for the use.
Your
Staff
request,
did include restaurant. They didn't include our building 3 retail, but did include restaurant as a permitted use.
you're requesting that this scheduled use be inserted here in the ordinance, the one that's on your
Yes.
change on the page.
Yes, yes.
Now, since you're up, a question. Why be use a bed and breakfast and a hotel motel?
They already are approved for bed and breakfast. And again, when you file your application, try to make sure you're not missing something. There are related in the industry. Bed and breakfast is a similar use to, but not exactly the same as hotel motel. So we did cover ourselves to ask for what they've already been approved by council, and we asked for hotel motel. And that is, for most of the cottage, that is the appropriate defined use, hotel motel. And we asked separately for restaurant, define the building, and asked for retail small for building number 3 on the southeast corner.
So then when you register this as in the state, what kind of use do you register?
It's registered with the professional, with the Department of Professional Regulation, as all hotel motels are with guest units.
It's not registered with the state, it's a bed and breakfast.
It is now.
It is now, currently. And if you have all these, I'm just kind of getting my arms around this, you have all these different uses, when you go to the state, which one of those uses, don't you have to eventually pick one?
I thought you were looking, I'm sorry, I thought you were looking at the town attorney. They're going to file for their license for. Come on up. They actually do the licensing.
Beverly
Mr. Mayor,
Milligan.
if I may.
Really just starting to
Hold on one
speak.
second.
Beverly Milligan, for the record. So the state of hotel motel for license.
Yeah, the state does not have a bed and breakfast.
Doesn't have a record. A bed and breakfast on a hotel motel license, state hotel motel. Yeah, right now.
Really?
What's really being said is that the business itself will operate as a hotel, but will have the underlying use as a bed and breakfast if they choose. Runs with the land, if I'm not mistaken.
This will supersede and will modify the, whatever came before. And I think that is the point that staff is trying to emphasize here, and I would echo that, because if you give them whatever number of units that they're asking for, or staff is suggesting, you are going to be above the number that qualifies as a bed and breakfast under your code. So they would no longer be considered a bed and breakfast and would not be eligible for that designation, with all due respect, in my opinion, because the definition of bed and breakfast in your code says a public lodging establishment with 9 or fewer. If they go above 9, you go 10 or above, they no longer qualify under your code as a bed and breakfast, and they will automatically go into the hotel motel designation. And so with respect to just this singular bullet point, may I suggest that it be modified to say hotel/motel use, because that's what is in the code, which shall mean the rental of any cottage for a stay of 1 night or longer, 12, whatever number of rental units. And I think that accommodates the definition, as well as the point that they're cottages and not individual hotel units.
With what's in the ordinance itself, where it simply says rental of any cottage for stay of 1 night or longer, it seems pretty all-encompassing to me with the way it's written in the ordinance.
Well, the point would be is that you then have a reference very specifically to a definition in your code with a modifier that they're a cottage is the qualifier. Otherwise, theoretically, they could rent individual rooms within the cottage, and I think that is what staff is recommending not be allowed.
Okay. So, where does that leave us? We're going to go with John's recommendation on the hotel motel use?
It seems to make the most sense to me. I think it's a distinction without meaning to have the bed and breakfast part in there. They are a hotel motel. I don't know that it gains them anything by having bed and breakfast in there. The most important thing to me was that we leave out the resort accessory, and personal services. To me, that's getting wider than we need to get for this property, in my opinion. So I don't care where it's in here or whether it's repeated more than once. I just care that those three things are left out. I don't think, and bed and breakfast is left out. It doesn't seem to be accomplish their vision for the property.
Would also be inconsistent then with, breakfast would be inconsistent with the comp plan because of the number of units.
Right, right. But neither of the things we've been presented, what I just said. So we're going to have to modify one or the other.
Is what's in the ordinance?
No, what's in the ordinance, I don't think works either.
This is a restaurant public services, so you think that's too vague?
Well, they've got it in here twice, and they've got it stated two different ways. And I do worry about, that we talk about uses twice, and we talk about it in two different ways. I think that's possibly going to lead to inconsistent interpretations. I don't care where we put it, whether we put it in number 1 on page 2, or whether we put it under section 4.
Why don't we put on number 1, just for now, for the sake of
Sure, that's fine.
expediency? Okay, everybody all right with that, with those changes so far?
As a general rule, wherever you put it, you generally in past CDPs that I've seen adopted by the town have a separate section where you list your accessory uses. Whether or not you want to put it in section 1, it's point being it has its heading. Here are the uses, because in the future, much like we are currently going through the process with Publix, they're seeking to modify that particular aspect of that ordinance, not anything else.
I think from trying to sort of work through the issues, it might be good to work through this and then come back and modify 4 to encompass what's decided and went through X, whatever we wind up doing.
I personally think that drafting wise, taking it, striking section 1 of, or paragraph 1 of section 3 and putting it in section 4 is the better drafting method to go.
That's
Not
fine
if you
with
don't
me.
want to repeat
I just
them.
don't think we should be repeating it and saying it differently in two different places.
Okay.
It's fine with me too, and if you're keeping
I'm keeping
score-
track.
Okay, all right, that's number 1.
Final wording there?
Number 1 will, schedule of uses will, on section 3, will be stricken, and for now, we're putting the first bullet in section 4, schedule of allowable uses to read hotel / motel use, comma, which shall mean the rental, leave the rest as is. And we'll get to the rest.
Everybody all right with that? Nod? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, we'll go to number 2. Phase 1 shall be completed in its entirety and not in subphases. Where do we stand on that? Where's the timeline for this CPD?
I guess I'll go first. I don't see the need to completely delete it. Maybe come up with some different wording. Allow some time. I mean, just to completely get rid of it.
I don't know if you find this helpful. If my memory serves me correctly, they asked for the development order to be for 1 year to do the development order, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
But you wanted a year to do the development order, that wasn't in the 5 years.
That's what I.
We did
Submit
not
within 1
change
year,
that.
right, so submit within 1 year, and then 5 years,
From approval of the development order.
that's what they're asking for.
That's number 3.
Right. Now, the question is under that, giving them what I perceive to be additional, their preferred scenario. And the question then for you all is decide whether then one phase is reasonable. Giving them, because using their language, they get more time. If you agree to their language, you're giving them more time, then you would think they could get the thing done in one phase.
Curious to hear what Jason.
I just want to add to that, if I remember, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but the issue with their subphases, they wanted to be able to do the use immediately or doing those other items, like the parking. I believe you want access to the use within the buildings, if I misunderstood that. But I think that's ultimately at the heart of what they're asking for the subphases. Be able to use those structures for the hotel use, rental, immediately. Which obviously is not the way we normally do it, but that's part of the subphasing. I'm incorrect, and they want to, I would welcome that, but that's what I heard from them. That's part of the phasing. It's not just the timing of doing the things you're supposed to do to get complete, it's doing the use before all that's done.
That would mean they could move the building and occupy it before they could.
Well, they
do
could
parking
occupy. They could
for the-
occupy the buildings for those uses and do daily versus the weekly or monthly now. That's the heart of it.
And maybe potentially before the parking lot is done.
Correct.
So you're really, okay.
So it is timing, but it's also that part of it is part of my concern.
You know, and looking at this, my kind of view is, I mean, phase 1 seems to be fairly simple, right? You're moving a building, putting in a parking lot. Doesn't seem to break up phase 1, so it's not done all at once. It's, you know, a little, it just doesn't, there's not enough grain there for me.
Enough what?
Grain, you know, because there's only a couple things that they're really doing in that phase 1, right? They're moving the building and they're creating the parking lot with all the egress. So how are they going to, why do they want to break that up into different, not get it all done at once? What are the sub-phases within that?
I think they want to do that first, if I understand them correctly. What it is they want to have a clear point from doing that first, not be obligated to start any of the other things. So a second phase.
This is just phase 1 should be completed in its entirety. It doesn't say all the phases, it's just phase 1. Item number 2.
Well, yeah, I think the difference is, and Jason, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was a question whether you want to have one phase, everything, or multiple phases. So that's the question.
Okay, I don't see that question here in the item number 2. I just said it said phase 1 is defined by the plan, and it's an entirety. So I would read that as, I don't know if that means they could only get the nightly rentals once they're done with phase 1, or whether they can start renting out the moved building before they get the parking lot completed.
It's however you all want to divide it up.
Yep,
So
exactly.
our thought was, this is from a scope and scale standpoint, this is not a huge project. And we were concerned with putting a beginning and end date, more so than whether or not you want to agree to phases or not. So what I'm trying to say to you is, hearing the comments from the applicant, I don't have a problem with their proposed beginning and end date. I'm trying to say to you all.
That's item number 3.
3 and 4, I believe.
Item number 2, my
Okay.
inclination is to leave that in. Just, it's not that big of not that many different sub-phases for phase 1, and so it makes sense to me to have it be completed in its entirety before you're allowed to utilize the property.
Could I restate, because I think I agree with you, Bill. I think you're saying to leave in number 2 because you're willing to agree to the changes they want to make for 5 and 3.
Yes.
Yes, so I agree with that. We leave in number 2, but we agree to the changes they want for 3 and 5. And they already agree to leave 4 in. That makes sense? Everyone?
That makes great sense, and And it knocks out 4 in one shot.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have that, John? He's not answering.
Yes, number 2 stays.
Number 2 stays, and we agree.
Number 3 goes to
We agree to their
development order.
change for number 3. They already agree to number 4, and we agree to their change for number 5.
Okay.
There was also an implied timeline for the development order. Is that put in, or is that the development order within a year?
We agreed to that. They have it in here, under number 3. And number 5, I think.
With all this, Jim?
I think I'm all right. I'd be interested to hear the applicant, what the impact is on their business plan if number 2 is kept, if the town's recommendation for number 2 is kept. What kind of adverse impact does that have on your business plan? Benny?
Patrick Van Ast for the record. Moving the building parking lot done concurrently, not a problem. Converting the 2 other buildings into a restaurant, into the retail, could take a little time. The idea is that they don't want to lose the use of that building as guest units. That would be moved, the parking would be built if there are delays with a restaurant, for example. So I think that's their major concern. It could be reduced, it could be simplified a little bit. Again, moving the building, putting the parking lot, and then the other sub-phase, the conversion. So, not sure exactly how to word it, but again, their concern is they don't want the restaurant and retail to kind of hold up the unit. That's all been done and approved. Proper building.
I believe this language, I'm sorry.
Nobody's saying you can't go ahead with you can't go ahead, nobody's saying you can't go ahead with the other things. We're just saying phase 1 needs to be done in its entirety. So you could go ahead and do the restaurant part, but the parking lot, the phase 1 part needs to be completed in its entirety. Do it. It's a little piece. Follow what I'm saying?
But I don't know if the permitting process, so if we are not allowed sub-phases, when I submit for a development order, typically a development order will have
It just says
sub-phases if
phase
it
1 can't have sub-phases. That's all it says, just phase 1.
I tend to have concerns, but I'm not sure how staff would interpret this.
Patrick, can you wait, your concern, I think I know what your concern is. Can you wait to hear it when we talk about the rest of the phases and then come back to this if it's a problem?
Yeah, and just to explain to you what the applicant's concern is, how we work it out, I'm open and flexible to how we get that done.
I hear what you're saying. I think I hear what you're saying. Let's wait and see if we get through this, whether that becomes a problem. If it does, we'll come back and revisit.
No problem.
Council, I think you believe that that is consistent with what they intend to do.
I don't think we're all that far apart. I just want to make sure everybody's comfortable with the language.
I think the concern really lies in what appears to be undefined as phase 2. So we'll get to that in a few minutes.
Okay. Number 6, report by professional arborist identifying the on-site trees shall be submitted no later than with the application for a development order. What do you feel about this one?
So, just to be clear, there are some mature trees on this property, and that will potentially be lost due to the adjustments they're making on the site. And we are trying to protect that total landscaping that we currently have. And they're asking you to revert back to your replacement code, which would replace the landscaping, but not to the same extent. That's up to you all.
If I can offer a parallel, I keep asking for a shade tree at Bayside Park, and I don't want them to put in something that's this big, that's going to take 2 lifetimes to get big. So I think what staff is trying to do is saying, if you take out a big tree, you need to put something substantial in its place, not a sapling.
That's it, real quick, because I just want to, Roger's point is right on, and your point is, but it's also, it was expressed to be that it's potential that they're protected trees, just mature and canopy, but they're protected by our code. So it's important to either replace those protected trees that are dwindling as it is.
With a like tree. Okay.
That's the real sentient difference there, isn't it? Is it, they're just saying, replace it, and staff is saying replace it with a like tree.
It's on that list of protected,
Oh, and size-wise.
okay.
It's triggered by the size.
Okay.
So I would say I'm in favor of 6 and 7 as the staff wrote them. 7 is similar, and it's also a landscaping thing with similar kinds of language.
Everybody else?
I concur. The staff recommendations on 6 and 7.
I don't think I have any problem with that, but I think, again, the applicant needs to let us know if there's something unforeseen in that language that causes.
There's going to be plenty of time. If we go back and forth like this, we're going to be here until next
Yeah,
Monday.
I'm not going back. I just want to make sure you guys got to raise your hand if some of this language causes a roadblock. If it's stuff you can live with, that's fine, but I need to know whether it's.
Once we get to the end, and there's an opportunity to come back and color this a little bit. Okay, so we're in agreement on 6 and 7 then? Okay, number 8, prior to submitting a development order app, property owner shall be responsible for amending the future land use map, remove the platted overlay designation. Sounded like a little bit, lot to me, but how does everybody else feel about this?
This, if I may, this is an area where, frankly, your staff and the applicant have diametrically opposed interpretations or how they believe this section of the plan applies here. Your staff believes that it doesn't apply, and that goes into why they don't believe the residential applies and that there's a different, the equivalency factor, et cetera. As I understand the comprehensive plan and the language that's, or the different arguments, is if you ultimately agree one or the other, it's self-effectuating. I don't think if you agree with staff that the overlay district doesn't apply, then I'm not so sure the applicant has to amend the comprehensive plan to remove it. It's because staff's interpretation and what they've argued to you here today and at the last hearing was it doesn't apply, and therefore the applicant doesn't get to take advantage of its increased density.
Correct. So the point for our point was whether it's them or the town itself initiating a map amendment, it's no longer applicable once this changes if it's approved. And I can actually bring in the platted lot issue that similar thing. Those platted lots are recognizing density and non-conforming or minimum use type lots. So it's really the same approach that we're trying to take is if the overlay doesn't apply, you don't need it there anymore. And really my concern is misuse of it later down the road. We were going with misuse of it down the road. So if it doesn't apply and it's no longer in use, then why do you need it? We can actually, John's right, they don't have to do it. We could do it through the comp plan and future land use map updates to remove areas that no longer need it.
I would say we're undergoing an LDC review anyway. We can accomplish it at that point, so I would delete 8 and 9.
Agree with that.
Well, I would just suggest that we say in here that it's not applicable, then who affects the actual change to the map?
We've never put this kind of language in for anybody else.
We've actually never dealt with this issue, so that's been.
I think that's where, my advice or my opinion is that 8 can come out, but you will have to deal with it at some point in this document, when you determine how many units that they are entitled to.
Understood.
What was that?
In my last plan, the difference between 8 and 9, and no disrespect to Beverly, but I've done that, I've had to do that in private development for numerous communities across the state, vacating the underlying plat to ultimately get rid of these lots. It can be described by the block or what have you related to the plat, but it's the I've done it in dozens of places, had to do it, and government made us do it. That's why that was in there. It's a common practice. I've experienced it. And it helps avoid, frankly, what other developments have done, which is say, I have 50 lots, therefore I get X, Y, Z. You're going to establish and tell them, or tell us essentially how many units you're going to give them. To me, that just muddies the issue of what the historic or the previous uses were and all that. That's why we had that in there.
Just from, again, my understanding here is that you have the original plats that were done a long time ago. Then now those are all separate. There's like 3 different strapped.
Correct. They've gone ahead and combined those lots.
And the strap doesn't have to do with the platting. Those are just a separate entity. Then if you approve a commercial plan development, that becomes the zoning for that lot, right?
The combined, that's for the now reconfigured, so what used to be 5 lots is now 1 lot. That's what staff is recommending. It will be reflected and forevermore, unless otherwise modified by future council, it will be 1 lot.
And that supersedes any of the previous.
It'll be it's called a replat. It's common in other jurisdictions when this type of situation happens. Making sure that it is recognized and treated as 1 lot singularly and not 5 lots. Then someone in the future say, well, one of these cottages is assigned to this parcel. No, it's the entirety of the parcel. It gets conveyed as 1 parcel. It gets conveyed as 1 development, 1 use moving forward.
What about leading 8, which, because of putting the responsibility on the applicant?
Well, I've stricken through at this point number 8 based upon I've heard. We're now on number 9.
Which is would maybe, by leaving that in there and having them vacate the platted lots, then it eliminates a potential conflict down the road where someone like you would say would go by and try to rely on something that's been superseded.
Yeah, I mean, it's maybe a different way of saying is the property owner shall replat the property as 1 parcel. Very clear.
Okay with that? Is there?
Can you do prior to development order?
Oh, that's, hold on.
Be some timeline.
So, the property owner shall replat lots as 1 parcel. When it happens, I
just talked to the applicant. I think they're comfortable within a year, with the DO or within a year. Is that correct?
Be submitted concurrent with the DO.
Yeah.
So a year to get it submitted and whatever time it takes to get processed.
Comfortable with that? Okay. Number 10, I think everybody's in agreement. Property, buildings, and units shall remain under unified control. Right, no problems with that?
If they're all platted as 1.
Yeah, that's it.
11, all accessory structures shall be improved with required flood vents. I think everybody's in agreement with that. Right?
Yes.
12, all accessory structures shall be improved with, all accessory structures shall be limited to the specific purpose, size, and location on the MPC.
It's just got a typo.
Or,
Should be
yeah,
MCP.
MCP, right? So everybody's good with that? 13, all structures shall be limited to their existing footprint and square footage. No combination or consolidation of square footage shall be permitted. This one, a little discussion, I think.
I believe the applicant made a point, I think it was Beverly made the point of, or the example of if a storm came and these out. I don't see that there's a need to remove this, but maybe add some language to allow things like that. Should it be on a storm or just to completely delete it? I don't know that I'm comfortable with that.
I think it needs to be reworded. It seems to be overly restrictive.
Well, I don't mean, staff certainly can speak for themselves, but I think that one of the core issues that staff has presented in their report is if you're preserving the cottages, then it's, replacement of like kind. And I think that the concern is that if you bring in something larger, you're now increasing the square footage and therefore the density and intensity that's otherwise being approved.
I understand that, but it may be impossible to find a cottage that's exactly the same size, so we just need to have some leeway built into it, is all I'm saying.
You could build something the same size with
Yeah, you can.
architectural stuff.
But the idea is we want to be encouraging them to preserve cottages, and if they can find a cottage to bring in to replace a cottage that's been damaged, and it's 6 inches bigger on one side, this would keep them from doing that. I'm just saying it's overly restrictive.
I agree with that, and just in the interest of time, this will dovetail nicely on number 29 as well, so maybe we could solve both of these issues with some improved language. 13 and 29 are very similar.
And if I may, just because the applicant also pointed out section 34.931, which that section of the plan development requires consistency with the plan. But it's really an additional condition to ensure everybody knows what we're talking about. What you're talking about is some kind of allowance or leeway, which I think runs in conflict with that section. You can condition some of that. I just want to make sure that we understand that the code section says it's got to be consistent with the plan, but then we also want to have some leeway with what the plan looks like. That's the concern.
I don't like either of the alternatives that's been presented here. They want to throw it out entirely, but the staff,
If it's 10%
It's
or
over
a foot or
restricted,
whatever
yeah.
it might be, I mean, there may be some way there.
There is, it won't necessarily take a storm to render these cottages feasible. Because, part of talking to what they, because they're a change of use, they're going to a commercial use. That triggers fire department rules. That would cost money. Now, these are still subject to the 50% rule. So it could be just the modifications that they need to make to bring this up to the modern fire codes would be considered a major renovation and they'd have to lift them. So, I mean, it won't take a storm to damage a structure to say that it had to be replaced. It could be something else that's more foreseeable. Then if one cottage has to, do some kind of, goes over the 50% rule, is considered a major renovation, then what do they replace it with?
Again, this is parallels number 29 as well, and I wonder if the applicant has any compromise language that they would like to suggest. The council's looking for assurance that these architecturally historic cottages will have an advantage, or certainly there's some restriction that whatever changes occur will be consistent with this concept of preserving historic cottages. Not sure how you put that in legal language, but it's certainly, number 29 is a concern of mine as well, and I'd like to, we could figure out some compromise language to help preserve the integrity of what we're trying to accomplish today.
well, I think they are related, but they have two different thought processes involved, and I think we need to have something under both of these categories.
It's fine.
I guess someone mentioned a 10% deviation. Was that you, Jason? We could maybe, okay? I guess that would be my suggestion. I just think I understand why the staff put that in, but it's just so overly restrictive, so maybe a 10% deviation in size would be acceptable, that we could change it somehow to that.
I've seen some jurisdictions that are much like Florida, but certainly Fort Myers Beach, susceptible to flood damage and storm events, to want to preserve the character, is using the words "to the extent practicable." That's, I know amorphous,
But on the
but
other,
it
on
gives
the
some
other hand,
flexibility.
I don't want them to bring in a cottage that's twice as big as the cottage that's there. That's why I'm saying 10%, John. So your language is a little too vague for me.
Okay.
You follow my drift.
It seems that there's two paths here to take, right? One is, let's say a cottage becomes damaged or unlivable for some reason. And they could either bring in a cottage, or they could reconstruct one, the architectural style and size that they have. Now, it's difficult to make something look like one of our little cottages when you have to put it up on stilts and raise it, feet off the ground. But there's two different paths that need to be covered. I do agree putting just a 10% parameter and keeping the architectural language in there from 29.
Well, I think our code would cover, though, if they're doing a completely new building, it would still have to follow the code. So I don't think that has to be covered. I think what we're dealing with here is replacement by another cottage.
Although the code, I don't know if the code necessarily can, maybe the opportunity here is to make the architectural standards more stringent on this. That doesn't just become a box that would fit our current code, but wouldn't fit in with the character.
I guess in the spirit of compromise, if you're wanting to include some language that say new construction would be in the spirit of the cottage style, size.
How about number 13? All replacement structures shall be limited to no more than 10% of the existing footprint and square footage of the current structures.
Good to me.
10% though, I'm kind of hung up on that. I mean, if you've got a 450 square foot cottage and you're going to replace it with something, finding a 455 foot square cottage might be very difficult. I think that 10% is a little too stringent, in my opinion. I mean, it's not like they're out there on the corner that everybody can go pick one up. So I think we have to allow a little more room without going too far. Maybe it's 50 square feet or something less than 100 square feet. And go a square footage route as opposed to a percentage, because you're really not doing anything at 10%.
I'm not married to the percentage. I just said that because that's what Jason had
I think
suggested.
there's two cases. So there's
I don't know what it is.
the case of they find another cottage to relocate to the property because one has to be replaced. That scenario. Then you have the scenario Council Veach is talking about where they build a replica cottage. Those are the two cases that we're dealing with. So if you want to say the case for a replacement cottage, if they could find a replacement cottage, I think for that we can give them a lot more latitude, as you're suggesting, Councilor Howells. If it's they're building a replica, that you would give them a smaller window for.
I just want, before we get too far, because there are flood regulations that apply once a cottage from somewhere else move to a site has to comply with the flood regulations for elevation and all that. So you're not going to have, unless it's designated with one of the higher level historic structures, federal or state. So aside from that, you're not going to move another cottage that's close but not quite at ground level. So it's a business decision at that point. Do you move and elevate an older cottage, or do you just build? Frankly, you can build flood-proof commercial structures at grade, depending on the flood zone. They're more protected.
I would also point out that if you look at the site, it's already significantly constrained by it's not a large site, and there's a proposal to add an additional cottage anyway. Would take up what essentially amounts to the remaining open area. So I don't think realistically that something, magnitude of 20-25% is going to fit without having to come back in for even potentially greater deviations than what we're going to have to get to in a moment. When you look at the site, when you factor in that they're going to put in the parking lot, that they're going to bring in and move things, the site is fairly constrained in that regard. Just pointing that out. It's not necessarily giving you an answer, but percentage of increase in size, not much room to play with.
Some suggested language there?
So how about all non-newly constructed replacement cottages shall be limited to not to exceed 10% of their existing footprint?
Right?
But as we use this word, this term before, all new construction replacement structures. That excludes bringing in cottages from other parts of the town. I'll be limited to the no more than 10% of the existing footprint square footage of the current structures.
One vote yes, Becky.
Sounds like they agree to it, so
John.
let's go with it.
Sounds
You got
good.
it, John? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, here's number 14.
And that's just covering 13, right? Really?
Yeah, we'll get
Yeah,
down, we'll get down to that other one later. 14 is public ingress to the parking lot shall be limited to Estero Boulevard. There was a little bit of discussion about this from one of the members of the public.
They agreed to it.
They agreed to it.
They agreed to it.
I'll tell you, historically, this was a big hang-up at the movie theater. Everybody thought the world was going to come to an end if the ingress and egress was off of Estero Boulevard. It didn't. It worked out just fine. I realize this is a different spot down here, but they don't have a problem with it, the two sides. I mean, I'm okay with it.
The only concern that I have with it is the way that the parking stalls and the ingress part are stationed. It's inevitable that people are going to use that as an egress as well, just because of the way the parking, where you can back out of those stalls. I don't know if it's a huge cost or if it's a big issue to change those, say at a 45-degree angle or 20-degree angle or something to prevent people from backing out, the other direction. I brought it up at the first hearing. I think that a simple change like that would help eliminate potential people driving in and out of there, or driving out of there, not in there.
We condition that, John, and word it such that the egress will be discouraged as great as possible by signage or however else.
Kinds of markings?
We're talking about 15?
14. We're going to do the,
It's just
Councilman
public
Allers.
ingress.
Yeah, I know, Councilman Aller's problem with 14 is the ingress coming in from Estero Boulevard. He's worried about the parking spots close to that ingress. They'll leave that way also. In other words, go against the grain, back out onto the boulevard.
You can all but guarantee that they're going to do it, especially during season, because if they can see they can save 4 cars or 3 cars from coming out on School Street versus going back out the way they came in, they're going to do it.
You let it out of the bag.
Might save them a half an hour. Is it possible with the design to put like a herringbone kind of parking there without changing the number of cars? It doesn't affect the number of cars in the parking lot. It seems like it makes sense for them to do it. It's actually, it's easier for people to get into the spots.
Bear with me. Your concern is that someone backed up on Estero would make a right turn onto
So they
school.
would just back out.
Go back out the
Right out the entrance on Estero.
Onto Estero as
just
opposed to
going
going
in.
around.
Because of the way that the parking stalls are laid out in the master concept plan,
We could ask them to put up no egress signs, you know, the,
No, I think what he's trying to say, John, what council's trying to say is that if they adjust their signs and markings to discourage that.
yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that they would put no egress signs on the wrong way, you know, the red meatball with the white stripes.
Yeah, I get the signs, but I think
I mean,
what you're missing is the actual physical angle of the way the parking is
Okay.
shown on here.
I think we can deal with that at site plan
And
level.
they've been nodding their head, I don't see that they're. I mean, it's much more difficult if it's at an angle to back out and go out that way than it is if the way it's currently straight in perpendicular to Oak Street. School
So
Street, sorry.
a way we might be able to do that, Counselor, is to just say signs and marking, traffic signs and marking shall indicate public ingress to the parking lot shall be limited to Historical Boulevard. That way you get the signs and markings in there.
I think one of the concerns there is, if you're not saying it, is that the restaurant right there that's going to have the 2 COP right up against those parking spots. When we're coming out, I'm not going to say it happened, or one could be overserved and back out onto Estero Boulevard. That's a possibility. So
Very distinct possibility.
your point about angling the spots or making it more difficult to back out onto the boulevard is a point well taken. So I would suggest to the designers that anything that could be done to alleviate that potential possibility, if it hasn't been thought out already, probably should be.
I'm not hearing any strong objections from behind.
Okay. All right, we'll move on. Now we get to the egress. Public egress from the parking lot shall be allowed on School Street unless a compliant visibility triangle can be demonstrated.
I think unless was just a,
They agreed to this except for a grammatical change.
Okay, good.
I think it should, that public, the 15 should mirror 14 and just be left at that.
Okay, we'll go to, did you mention 16 also? 16, no parking or access onto or through Oak Street. All right with that?
their change says the Oak Street right away unless approved by town. This is kind of the process where we're approving it.
Yeah, and you're not approving it. They can come in for future modification to this condition, and if they demonstrate that there's a problem, but by approving 14 and 15, you're rendering 17, I'm sorry, 16 superfluous.
No, that's not true.
There's
That's
Jason-
Oak Street.
Jason Green, there's 2 driveway access points proposed on Oak Street.
So the staff recommendation is to not have those parking spots on Oak Street?
Correct.
And answer my question here, is that a backing out onto Oak Street? Or is that's a backing out? And is that directly across the street from where the children are dropped off and picked up?
I don't know whether it's directly mixed in with our parking spaces in Oak Street and the park intersection with School Street, right at
That
the
answer,
couple feet off the
Patrick?
intersection.
Patrick, have that answer?
With the kids are dropped off, there's existing city parking also right in the right of way, but right across on Myers side.
They're separate. There's a pretty good distance between them.
So we are proposing that all our parking would be within the project, unless we can ask for some parking spaces, and if it
I'm not
If
talking
we-
about the,
If those
I'm not talking about
spaces are
the,
gonna remain there, and we can ask for them, and if it's approved, that'd be great. If not, we'll provide all the parking on the property.
There's a little bit of history there, because right now, they don't have approval, and the town can't give approval to what's kind of a paved rectangles there for parking that's in the right-of-way. Their proposal is to move that parking onto site. They have the right now to park in the right-of-way. Plus, we have parking, there's redesign going on. And I think what you just said is the town could maybe approve part of those parking spaces being used by you? Was that?
Doesn't occur for a few years, for example, and those are still available for a business like theirs to ask for those and pay those. I'd like the opportunity to request it. However, if it gets redesigned, we would put all the parking onto the subject property.
So Jason, is your edits to this, that preclude them from parking on the property and having access through the Oak Street?
Again, my edits, my language is.
You say or access onto or through.
Right, so right now, their master concept plan is 2 driveways off of Oak Street onto their property.
Right. And your wording would maintain that.
No, the wording would exclude that.
There would be no on-site parking along Oak Street.
Would be no access from Oak Street, and I guess no on-site parking.
Make an Evel Knievel ramp.
Oh, correct.
To make it easy, assuming that it stays in, it's just simply no parking on Oak Street.
So essentially, if you're going to approve the parking on site, you got to approve the access, or you just don't approve the access.
I don't know if it's going to help break things up or not. I have no problem with the way they have worded in their replacement language number 16. They're saying they would come back and ask for permission to do it. You don't have to decide it right now.
say no parking on Oak Street right away unless approved by the town.
They would still, with the way they worded it, they'd be able to park on site and have access.
Would be granting of the driveways.
So they granting the driveways. I think that the whole right-of-way, unless approved by town, is like a separate issue to me.
Doesn't have to be in there. It's clarifying that they might come back to the town to do it. The same way we granted Red Coconut ability to park in the right-of-way, a whole separate hearing for them.
Okay, so what are we gonna do?
I would propose we use their language for number 16,
They're meaning the applicant.
the applicant's language.
No parking on Oak Street right away unless approved by the town.
They have their driveways.
I'm okay with that, too.
Right.
Oh, is the driveway that's closest to School Street, is that conforming to the code? Because it's pretty close.
We just better get done with this one here.
I'm okay with 16.
Okay, that's 3 of us then. And you're all right with that, 16?
Yes.
Okay, 17, the master concept plan shall comply with all parking design standards, including stall length and width, drive aisle width, and all applicable ADA standards.
I agree.
They've agreed to that. That's done.
For ADA parking on your parking map here?
Imagine there will be, if there's not.
You need this.
Down to a site plan. Okay, 18 is the, we've also agreed to, right? 18? Okay. 19, no fill allowed other than to level low spots to be consistent with the site. They say no fill allowed that exceeds fill in environmental resource permits approved by South Florida Water Management District.
Okay with the applicant's language.
Me too.
Agree.
I am as well. Okay, 20. Very long. All parking which stacks vehicles shall be operated valet without utilizing the public right-of-way roads, reorganized vehicles. Restaurant parking shall be identified on master concept plan. A road, all parking which stacks vehicles shall be assigned specific units as depicted by the MCP. Restaurant parking shall be identified on the MCP.
I'm okay with the applicant's language.
Okay with it.
I'm okay with it too.
I don't know, this stack parking to me is so messy, I can imagine.
21. Design, permit, and construct a town-approved sidewalk along School Street, connect Estero Boulevard to Oak Street. Was ours? They deleted the whole thing.
I guess I'll start again. I disagree with this one just simply because of the argument that was made by the applicant. Patrick, I believe, said intent was to draw people into the site. If the intent is to draw people into the site, there's going to be more people coming. So I don't see this as a huge roadblock or should be a huge roadblock for the applicants, just because if your intent, as you stated, is to draw more people, they have to have a place to walk. And maybe it's not a sidewalk, maybe it's something different, but asking for a lot, and I don't think that this is a lot in return to give back to help provide some pedestrian traffic.
If I may, Patrick Vanass for the record. I don't have the price off the top of my head. We are looking financial. I don't know if staff would have an estimate as to what that is. We're talking tens of thousands of dollars. Sidewalk.
What was the cost for the new sidewalk on the, not the name of the street, where we put up the bus shelter? It was just done there.
Yeah, that's the other part of it.
The same length roughly, but it's the other side, without the fancy having to go up and
Yeah,
around.
I don't believe we. Try to see Chelsea.
And
That's okay.
And the thing is, I would understand if it was restricted to guests of the cottages, but this is going to be a public sidewalk for everybody to use. All the residents, all the visitors, all the folks that are going to the park, all the folks who are going to the school, all the folks that are going to the church. A public sidewalk.
I think we required Matanzas to put in a sidewalk at their property.
Matanzas is on a major road. The code says that if you are on a major road and you come in for a new application, you can request, we can require for you to build a sidewalk in front of your property. Major roads are identified in the code. This is on a major road.
We're on a road that has in this area, the Bay Oaks, the library, the school.
Tram stop.
There's a lot of people in that area using that area.
And, you know, for most jurisdictions, typically when there's a public facility being built, and again, this would be a public facility, there's such a thing as fair share or proportionate share. And if your proportionate share is a very small part of it, it's open to the public, it's for everybody's use. Typically, you don't get strangled with the whole price tag.
I could
It's
argue
strangled
that
with the proportionate share.
our proportion of the share could be construed as part, the 8 deviations that you're asking for also. I mean, that's,
That is really separate.
I'm just asking, but
It's not unheard of for a developer or the owner to make contributions for these movements.
Understood,
So-
but most codes that we deal with have it in their code where it's clearly stated, and people know what to expect. Again, the code says that if you're on a major street, and by all means, if we were on a major street, we would fully expect it.
yes, maybe I
that's-
should
that's
rephrase
open
what
to-
I'm not, I guess I'm not suggesting that, or asking that you completely pay for the entire thing. I guess I'm trying to make the point of, are you open to the whether it's a combined venture, well, however we get to it, but providing some sort of sidewalk along that road for pedestrians to travel on.
And what we've discussed with the applicant, again, I can't speak fully for them on this issue, is that I've heard that the town might be looking at plans for improving that roadway, providing sidewalks. Don't know what that right-of-way width is. If it gets a little tight, where they want to put some palm trees, make it look like that vignette that's in there, and it doesn't fully fit within the right-of-way, I think they're very open to say, yes, you can plant those trees on our property, and we want to collaborate here, but to straddle them with the entire cost, that's their concern. It's enough of a cost where if you start adding that up with everything else, talking about small business owners where maybe the project becomes unfeasible.
Just said, he didn't say the entire cost. He said the
Understood.
shared.
I do think that this is probably the only, pardon the pun, concrete contribution to the public realm.
Now you're getting at it.
So, you know, going back to is this consistent? This would be a contribution to the public realm.
The contribution to the public realm, applicant has also said that if town wants to put some public art property, they're willing to identify spots where it fits, where it does fit. Again, that's working, collaborating with the town.
All right.
If I could just comment, I appreciate wanting to extract as many concessions as we can from the applicant, but at the same time, the applicant is putting forth a proposal that helps preserve historic cottages with a pretty complex regulatory paradigm that's, I'm sure, extremely costly for them to hire counsel and experts. To hit them with an additional cost like this, unplanned, that wasn't discussed at the first hearing, gives me some pause, and it just seems like almost like a poison pill. We haven't even had a hearing as to the demand for this sidewalk, the need for this sidewalk, the cost of the sidewalk. Seems like it's a pretty arbitrary number we're thrusting upon the applicant, and it gives me pause.
And I would just to kind of counter what you said, I am not convinced at all that this, approving this will help preserve cottages. I don't think that's really been established.
All right, well,
My goal here was to, was not to make them endure more costs. It was to keep the avenue open by completely taking this out of there. Maybe I don't know the exact way to word it, but I don't see that, not leaving that door open to potentially having a sidewalk in there, whether it's by their own will or a combination, or the towns, or a donor that steps up decides that they want to do it, however you get to it. I just don't think that leaving that completely out of there makes sense to me.
I'm still with Dan on this. I think we need to work with this in some fashion. I don't want to completely delete it.
I concur.
Let's leave it in there.
Maybe John, you can opine a little bit onto how we could word this to not necessarily say that they're required to do it, but the potential to have a sidewalk there is still on the table. However, you can legally put that to not completely shut the door, but not saddle them with the entire cost.
Are you looking for right-of-way access, and is that kind of what you're leaning towards, or what are you thinking about?
Well, I mean, I'm just looking at what has been done on adjacent streets to mitigate some of the traffic that comes back and forth from Estero Boulevard. And it makes sense to have, I mean, it's a very heavily traveled street with kids, with people that are vacationing to get on and off the trolley it's the main entrance into Bay Oaks as of right now. It just makes sense to me to have that there. And again, I don't want to say that I'm saddling the applicant with paying for the entire thing. I just would like to see a sidewalk go in there.
Would you be comfortable with, we cap their exposure at a third of the cost?
They would pay.
I would rather be able to have that discussion at a different time to come up with what a cost may be. I wouldn't necessarily want us a specific amount at this time, and just that the discussion can be had.
Well, I think one of the concerns I want to consider is how do you go from concept to reality? So, if we don't put an end date on this, then it probably won't happen. So we just decide, think that, that they should contribute to the sidewalk. Then, and I understand their position that they don't want to have limitless exposure, so give them an alternative to either build it or contribute a third of the cost at their choice. That way it gets built and, if they think they're better off contributing a third of the cost, great. If they think they're off building it, let them build it.
Assurances from the town that it will be built as soon as possible.
It'll be built by the, by the end date of the 5 years, that's for sure.
Sounds like a reasonable compromise to me.
I suggest that we revise 21 to say its fair share costs for the design, permitting, and construction of a town-approved sidewalk along School Street to connect Estero Boulevard to Oak Street. So I can come up with at this
And he
point.
said, and their costs would be limited to 1/3.
If we want to put in a number, then I'll just take out the pay its fair share, just simply say pay 1/3 of the.
A fair share is pretty nebulous, John.
Well,
That's-
there's some statutory guidance on that.
Fair share could mean $10,
There is guidance. I'm not a transportation expert, but we typically use transportation consultants. There's statutory guidelines related to fair share. There's an evaluation of, roadway, background traffic, and how much more traffic is added, and how other people contribute to that traffic. Sidewalk, I can't tell you exactly how the methodology, how that would be done, but sure, right transportation consultant could help out.
I just don't want it coming back
Yeah.
and us arguing about what
I
fair
don't
share
know,
means.
easy way is just, is a third.
That's it. I agree. I don't want it coming back to us, and I don't want it coming back to a future council. Let's just decide on a number now and be done with it.
I consider, this, passing this is considerable financial windfall for them. I think having them pay for the sidewalk is pretty minor.
We all right with that third?
I think we have consensus on 1/3.
John, pencil that in. Okay, 21, design, permit, and construct.
That's what we just
Oh, we
did.
just did. I didn't put my X through it. 22, reduce access along Estero Boulevard to one access point. Shall,
Already covered that.
no, we did not.
You
This
have
is
multiple?
Yeah, this is
This is different.
reduce access along Estero Boulevard to one access point. Shall also require approval by Fort Myers Beach Fire Department, Fire District, Lee County.
Like 14 and 22 are pretty similar.
That seems kind of redundant. You'd
The only
have to,
difference is the necessary approvals, which,
you'd have to get anyhow.
Their 22, to me, makes sense, because we're already approving it, so you don't need to name us. They're taking out the Fort Myers Beach Fire District because, and I don't know why we have it in there, that doesn't make a lot of sense, but they have to get approval from Lee County.
If I may, I think that we can combine one of the prior sections, hold on, 14 and 22. As to the issue of the fire district, is the fire district will review that for turn radius, so they can determine whether or not they can get their apparatus in there or not.
And we don't have to restate that here.
it's part of the permitting process, right, for the
Right.
fire department.
So I'm just trying to keep things simple and moving. What they have proposed, what the applicant has proposed, is adequate.
Tend to agree with that. Redundant with the district, but you might not think so, but.
The only thing that's really not stated in 22 is that it's an ingress and not a,
Where are we with that?
So we could just say, we could use their language and just, but we can insert the word reduce ingress access.
Access, correct.
Yeah, ingress access.
yeah, only access.
That's fine.
Okay, that's done. 23, a landscape entryway consistent with the town's comprehensive plan vision for the School Street corridor shall be provided adjacent to School Street. They've stricken all of this. Applicant.
This again, I think, speaks to the public realm.
You know, if we had a plan done for the entrance to Bay Oaks there off of the boulevard, kind of piggyback on that, as far as sort of landscape plan. I don't know if we have anything envisioned for that yet or not.
Well, those plans are under development. The real question here is whether they, they do the plan and install landscaping as a requirement here or not.
I'm just throwing out a suggestion as to what that might look like.
Is there already some kind of landscape buffer required into the code?
Well, there is, and they've asked for certain modifications from that, for your consideration. Also showed you a nice picture of a palm-lined walkway into their project, their sort of rendering. Question is, should people walking along School Street see similar landscaping or not?
Seems to me the pictures they show already comply with what it is we're asking for. I don't see why we wouldn't leave it in.
Not to disagree with you, Vice Mayor, I'm not sure if that's internal walkways or perimeter, but you may be correct.
Well, I'm saying that I don't see any reason why we don't leave 23 in, as we wrote it.
I concur.
Okay, I'm sure that's not a deal breaker on their part. I heard no.
Well, this picture shows. That's Roland Wyman. Right. This picture is from the LDC. It's from the comprehensive plan that was written up 20 odd years ago, and it shows the arches. It shows those arches on that street. You can't expect us to build arches for you.
It's not part of landscaping. This is landscape.
Well, because it's taken all these years just to. Yeah.
Let's not get into the arches.
Yeah, no, that's not. They're asking us to agree to 30% of this and 20% of that and build that. No, there's no numbers out there, there's no designs out there, there's nothing out there. I can't agree an imaginary number. It might be $30,000 it costs me, it might be 20, might be 50. How can I agree to any kind of percentages or any kind of numbers? There's no drawings, there's no plans, no figures. I can't, and this will agree to this 21 and the other one also.
We move beyond that, and we're going to, and we'll circle back to it at the time, right? But let's get through what we have here first, and then we'll get back to how it's all going to look like sausage at the end here. Okay. What are we on, 24?
Did we decide on 23? Were you just going to?
I think we're all set, well, everybody said they're good with that, right?
To leave it in.
Leave it in there. 24, public plaza with appropriate community engagement features such as public art, benches, and other components shall be incorporated into the frontage along Estero Boulevard and School Street.
I'm okay with their changes.
I'm okay with the applicant's replacement language for that.
Which is development order shall provide space for the town to install a public art feature onto the frontage along Estero Boulevard, subject to approval by applicant as to size and design. I'm okay with that, too.
The waters are down. I mean, the applicant can say they want a guard.
Well, it would behoove them to have something nice out there. You think?
See it as a compromise thing. We hit them on the last one, this is the one we're giving them their language.
All right with that? 25, no outdoor events or amplified sound is permitted unless approved by the town council as part of a special event. The staff. They have stricken this whole item. The applicant has stricken this whole item. Oh.
You know, sound, particularly now we're right here in the middle of spring break. I mean, sound is one of the biggest complaints that neighbors bring. Recently, we're between two vacation rentals, and someone was in one last week that before they turn on the coffee pot, they turn on the speakers on all day. I think that restricting amplified sound within reason is a worthwhile thing to do to keep the park like a park.
I guess the way I'm looking at this is, I brought this up at the last meeting and already asked for a concession, which they gave us. They agreed not to start amplified sound until 3 p.m. in the afternoon. So now we're asking for yet another concession on something they already gave us a concession on. So,
Yeah, and I was mostly concerned about the noise, the school kids. During the winter time is when their windows and doors are open over there, and there's amplified music and the wind's blowing the right way. You get bombarded by, and they have made that concession. I agree with the vice mayor. That's about the amplified sound, so the question is, should the special event?
Oh, Mr. Mayor, if there's other council who agrees that to go to the language that you guys discussed at the first hearing, we'll just put that here.
If I may, I think that's on the next page. Their 26D would be moved to 25, a standalone.
That's correct.
right.
That's correct.
I support that as well.
And if they're a special event, they're a special event. Everybody has to comply with the special event statute if they're having a special event, so I don't see the need to restate it.
Enough. Okay, 26, no sales or consumption of alcohol in any outdoor areas. That's the staff. The applicant, COP use of alcohol in outdoor areas is limited as follows. COP use in the restaurant. Goes on to say, public ingress egress shall be limited to the restaurant entrance facing Estero Boulevard and shall include landscaping to be installed and maintained around the restaurant / indoor dining area, outlined service area. A. B is limited to 2 COP. B is consumption is what we just discussed. Oh, no. The consumption of alcohol may be inside restaurant or on outdoor dining area, hours of serving from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Payment for alcohol shall be made inside the restaurant only. And D is the amplified music shall be limited from 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Friday, and from 11 a.m. till 10 p.m. Saturday and Sunday.
So the payment for alcohol shall be made inside. Does this mean if someone is out at a table outside and they want to order a beer, they have to go inside and order the beer? Inside and pay for it? They don't pay it?
So if your waiter takes your credit card inside to run it, you've paid inside.
That is, if you give him cash and he makes change inside, then you paid inside? Pretty,
So I think.
No cash registers, that's all.
So I think you're all aware that the school board has expressed a concern about this.
And the example that was brought up at the first hearing was, well, we'll be like the restaurant in the next nearby shopping
The
center.
Mexican restaurant.
And that's indoor dining. So the question is whether or not you want to limit this to indoor or allow them to also sell on their door patio.
right. This is one of the big kickers, I think, because, I mean, the school board has expressed their concern about it. And, it gives me some heartburn because, our school is small and expensive. And I think everybody's kind of waiting for that shoe to drop where they decide that our school is not economically feasible and they close it. I don't want to aggravate the school board. Encourage them anyway that send a message that we're not concerned about the school.
I guess what I would say to that, Bill, is that what they have proposed is not what they proposed when the school board objected. I have no idea how the school board feels about this.
We heard from the school board?
No, just a representative of the corporation.
The latest proposals?
And initially, we never heard from the school board.
Board representative.
Yeah, we did. We heard from.
That was a representative of the school corporation. I don't even know if the school board's aware of the situation.
Council, I could tell you that they are.
Yeah.
Because when we were discussing Bay Oaks property, we're at a sort of an M&P for the school board. The members specifically asked about application, wanted us to know that, their position was, which was stated at the first, that it's coming before you.
Well, I just know we've not heard from we've not heard from anyone from the school board at the council level, and no one's appeared here from the school board. So, I mean, I'm not saying what you're saying is not true, but if they were passionate about it, someone from the school board would have conveyed a thought, I would think, to us.
Or they could have come today.
May I just make an observation here with regard to both staff and the applicant's language? There's the reference to the COP and they do say limited to COP. I don't have a really heartburn with, but may I suggest so it's clear and that the general public who may read this, who may not know what a 2COP is, that section or paragraph number 26 start with the sale of alcohol shall be limited to beer and wine. It's very clear that that's all that's being allowed.
Yeah, that's a good
Now,
suggestion.
it's up to you whether or not you want to allow it inside or out. You can modify the language accordingly.
This is showing my ignorance here, but there's a lot of alcoholic beverages now that are in a can that are labeled a margarita, but they're made with something that's more like beer and wine, and so they're legal under COP2. So if you say beer and wine, it seems to be limiting them more than what a COP2 actually limits them.
They're the ones, the reason why I use beer and wine is so they are the ones who said beer and wine.
Well, no, they
earlier
said
during
2 COP.
I understand, but I'm saying that they also said publicly beer, that was limited to beer and wine. So your point is well taken. I believe it's a percentage of alcohol.
Right.
That neither, the percentage of alcohol of anything under 2 COP can't be higher than whatever that percentage is. But
I have no problem with using, which you may say, which is typically beer and wine, or commonly defined as beer and wine, but I don't want them encapsulated into that we've limited their COP2 even more than what a COP2 really is.
I think I agree. It's more important to be legally precise.
Right.
Fair point.
I'm sorry, sale and consumption. It has to be consumed on premises. Let's see.
I'd be
I
interested.
I will spell out the COP, so there's
Right,
no.
right.
A question for you, for Jason. So, if it was limited to indoor only, would that be consistent with what is going on in the Seagrape Plaza? Or is that under a separate?
Right, so the administratively, I shouldn't say administratively, you can do, you're exempt from the 500-foot separation.
It's indoors only.
A restaurant indoors. Our code recognizes the separation requirement for outdoor service. So yes, if it was, the restaurant use was approved, it was entirely indoors, technically they don't need the 500-foot deep.
How many feet is that from that deck to the school? Does anybody ever measure that?
I would guess about 300.
It was 350, I thought I saw on the last.
If I may, I very quickly typed in 2COP, and the first webpage that comes up is the Florida DPBR. It very specifically says beer and wine consumption on premises, in parens, 2COP. That's what they call it. This license is for a facility that wishes to sell both beer and wine for on-premises consumption. Package sales are allowed in sealed containers if permitted by local ordinance. On website.
That's interesting, because they don't seem to be following that.
We'll follow up. We'll make a call.
I'm curious if that 2COP, based on what you read, that does not include wine-based drinks?
I know what you're talking, yeah, like spritzers or the,
Well, there's places that make cocktails that are made out of wine-based alcohol as opposed to.
we will.
We're showing our expertise now. I don't know
Yeah,
if that's a good thing.
It would be ironic
anyway.
if you, would be ironic if
We will
you're allowed to
verify
serve wine, but you're not allowed to
and
dilute the wine
put it-
with seltzer.
If there is a need to put in limitation to make it clear, we'll do so.
Well, we're getting into the minutia, but we're not answering the question.
Mr. Mayor, there's the graphic from the applicant.
Now, my reading of our code is that you measure from the nearest property line to the nearest property line. I read that in the, I'm hearing windows over there, but I might have some notes about where you.
Well, if it's front door, if you took the applicant's position with front door is what, 350? Is that what I'm reading? If you took the applicant position, it's 350. If you went with closest, it would be a lot closer.
Okay, in section 34-1264 under sale and, or service for on-premises consumption, it says, part B, distances shall be measured from any public entrance or exit of the establishment, straight line to the nearest property line of the place of worship, religious facility, or school.
What they've done,
I
they've
think it's
taken the front.
under, Bill, it's under 500 feet, no matter how you
Right, it is.
measure it.
But it's nearest,
It
so-
doesn't matter. If we allow them to consume outdoors, we've got to do a deviation, I think.
And I think I remember from the first hearing, there was some discussion about people just walking up and walking on. I think it's important to point out, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that your only access to this deck will be through the front door, through the restaurant, and go out. You won't be able to just walk up on the sidewalk and walk up on the deck and sit down at a table. You have to physically go through the restaurant to sit down to order anything.
Like the Shamrock. Okay, well, here's what it comes down to. Who wants to,
I'm okay with the applicant's language for number 26.
I think we should, for the sake of harmony with the school district and not requiring the deviation, that we should eliminate the outdoor service. Development code and comp plan.
I'm okay with the applicant's language for 26.
Based on the fact that it's only accessible by going through the restaurant, I'm okay with it as well.
doesn't matter what I think at all.
Well, let's hear it, Ray.
I would have sided with Councilman Veach. There's a reason why they don't want beer or wine or anything else sold close to schools, and I just have a special place in my heart for the beach school, and would not have would not have wanted that. But be that as it may, that's that. Okay, we'll go on to number 27. All stormwater management systems constructed on site shall be certified every 5 years by a licensed professional engineer, stating the system is operational and functions as designed. The applicant completed this whole condition.
Didn't we have?
For while you're giving that some thought, we have had some issues with some of the properties that have their stormwater through the state, that they don't necessarily maintain those properties. We were very fortunate. We worked out an arrangement, for example, with one of the local churches where they weren't having it done to have that done. They did it voluntarily. Thank you. But so, yeah, that's the initial installation, but it's also making sure that the system's maintained so that it functions as designed. That's why we propose that language.
Reasonable to every 5 years that.
Roger, do you require anyone else on the island to bear that kind of a burden?
I could tell you that, for example, when we talk to Bay Beach, they do. Now the church is doing, it wasn't in their document because they were here sort of pre-town, but we've got them to agree because they were shedding water when their system wasn't working into adjacent properties. So,
I guess my question is this: if the town receives a complaint that someone's stormwater is shedding inappropriately, we have a way of dealing with that, don't we?
no. I mean, I shouldn't say no that way. I should say maybe yes and maybe no.
It seems to me that we recently had a gentleman in front of us who we lowered his fining because he.
Yeah, well, that was a piping situation. Yeah, so, I mean, again, if you want to rely on the code enforcement process, that's an option. This is really good for them. They should be doing it for their own people using their own property, as well as for us, but we could try to address it through the code enforcement process. So if we do, then, one of the things you should consider is leaving the $500 thing in there, so when we talk to them, they know we're serious.
I share Jim's concern that if we're not requiring this of others, that it seems unduly harsh that we require it of them. Maybe what we need to do is do some kind of change to the land development code, which requires something similar of everyone, but not
Well,
necessarily.
we are doing it prospectively, for properties that existed that this wasn't required of them.
If we put it in the land development code, wouldn't we be able to require it of everyone?
If I may, some of this comes back from experience in other districts. Other districts do this and require this process. The South Florida Water Management District have a program like that, and that's where it came with trying to enforce. And again, I'll use Publix as an example. We called them, try to have them enforce some of this because they have the expertise and knowledge, and they want a process and a program. To your point, you're going to see this on projects coming forward until the land development code can be changed to require it. Because I think it's a problem.
Guess
Whether
my
it's
question
unless
was-
required,
My
unless,
question wasn't answered, John. If we do change the code to require this, can we require it on everyone on the island? Or
Yes.
only future projects?
Depends upon where they've gotten permits. There's obviously some development that predates current, or even the initial, South Florida Water Management District, stormwater guidelines. So it depends upon, where, particular circumstances with a particular piece of property. I know that that's evasive, but if you have a home that's been on this island since the 1940s, you know, it didn't have a stormwater system permitted as part of its development because most likely it was the first home on the entire block or in maybe a you know, significant radius. So there wasn't a need for it. The for stormwater requirements is a newer phenomena. So yes, most of the properties could require this in moving forward if they have an approved stormwater system. If they don't, then not.
Is there one required for the Matanzas Inn?
That they have gotten, well, yes, they would have, any new development in the last, 25, 30 years, would have to go through some level of state permitting for stormwater approvals. Before that, I mean, say that anything that predates the 60s and 70s, very sketchy what might have been required at the time by either the Water Management District, whatever their predecessor may have been, or for that matter, locally Lee County. And I'd have to do some more research to be able to answer that with.
It's also kind of a perception. You know, if you're perceiving this as taking an existing design and just putting a different label on it, existing development, putting a label on it, that's one thing, but it's a new commercial development. I think comes with certain burdens that you don't have if they were just keeping the same.
This particular development, because they're creating impervious area with potentially with the reconfiguring the parking lot, going to trigger all types of additional new requirements that they currently don't have to meet. And I think that is staff's point, which is moving forward, requiring this of all new development taking place in the town. And to the point of the Vice Mayor, there will be a requirement put in the code that everyone has to meet this requirement that in a previously approved water management plan. There's something very similar in the building code that you have to go through a 40-year recertification. Again, benefit of yes answer, yes.
I can tell you that I was on the council that passed Matanzas. We did require a stormwater management plan, but we did not require it be recertified every 5 years. We are asking something more of them than we have in most recent large plan that I remember that we've approved.
Vice Mayor, is this closer to what perhaps you're thinking? All stormwater management systems constructed on site shall maintain the system as operational and function as designed. So they have a maintenance responsibility, but they don't necessarily have to get it certified.
That's perfect. We're taking out the 5 years certification. I'm in agreement with that language.
Sounds good.
It's fine.
You know, as many millions of dollars as we've spent on stormwater management, how much we talk about stormwater and clean water and so forth and so on, it would behoove us to practice what we preach. So, okay, well, that's all done. Okay, 28, a Florida licensed architect shall document the type/style and historical relevance of the architecture of existing structures. All renovations and future replacement of buildings require consistency with identified architectural style. They took the first sentence and left in the applicant. All renovations and future replacement of buildings require consistency with identified architectural style.
Okay with the applicant's proposed changes.
Me too.
But how is it identified?
Some things we are, I'm always for being specific. Some things you just can't be that specific about.
Without
I'm not,
having-
I don't want to require them to hire a Florida licensed architect to document the style. I think that's a waste of money.
And Vice Mayor, in their presentation, I think they profit pictures. Remember that? So to establish the baseline, can we get them to at least submit photographs?
John?
We'll require that as part of the application.
29.
So then, like, just to clarify, so really, like, instead of identified, it would be and with the architectural style that existed.
I think we're going to get into the next one here, number
Okay.
29.
Oh, are we? Okay.
Yep.
Being ahead there, are you?
Oh, yeah.
29, voluntarily record covenants which run with the land to maintain and keep the cottages, or replace with aesthetically like structures. The applicant struck the first sentence and left, architectural themes shall be maintained for the cottages, or replaced with aesthetically like structures.
And I'm okay with the proposed changes from the applicant.
I prefer the town's wording because it's more binding.
Let's go back to, very quickly, number 28. The applicant shall document the type style of the architecture of existing structures. Fine?
I think we need photos, in there,
Wanted photos added to that.
such as photographs, measurements or something.
And then there's a more wording, like the,
Yeah, the rest would stay.
okay.
Right.
29.
So I want to be a contrarian here, but I'm not sure I'm thrilled with either the applicant's or the town's language. And maybe, John, you could help us understand legally what these terms are. Architectural themes, aesthetically like structures. Want to help us, again, the folks that have reached out to me that have concerns about this, their main drive is to keep and preserve the historical cottages that exist there. So, given the fact that we might have a hurricane or there might be a fire or other challenges that affect the cottages, I'm looking for language that maintains the integrity of what we're trying to do here today and have it be practical and something that's reasonable to implement. And John, you want to just comment on that briefly? And quite frankly, the applicant as well.
Yeah, well, let's assume for the moment that the council wants to keep the requirement that a covenant be recorded, consistent with the idea of maintaining the cottages. Both parties agree is one of the main purposes of this process. And what I would recommend that we modify number 29 to incorporate the language of number 28 that we just discussed. So voluntarily record covenants which run with the land to maintain the photographically documented type style architecture of the existing structures.
It sounds good to me too. I'd be interested in hearing from the applicant, but it does seem reasonable to me.
So I'm going to need, when we finish this, we're going to ask for a 5-minute recess. Several fees, it would be one of them.
Okay, it should be dinner time by then.
Okay, that's 29. 30. Failure to comply with any conditions of approval shall render the master concept plan null and void, including any incomplete portions or phases. Applicant struck this whole condition. Be vocal about that at the time.
If I remember, I don't want to speak for them, but they were saying that it puts them in a hard spot as far as trying to obtain financing for anything. Then, I mean, part of the teeth of trying to keep with this plan.
But you can imagine the skepticism from the applicant when you say failure to comply with any conditions. I mean, you could really, that could be a pretty extreme interpretation if the town wanted it to be. And I certainly wouldn't premise my whole business proposal on something that extreme, given the fact that it could render everything null and void. I think there has to be better language that gives the applicant some comfort on that, because that could be interpreted in a pretty aggressive way from the if the town chose to do that, in my opinion.
I agree with Jim.
Yeah, I do. You don't want someone taking one step off the deck with a beer and then trigger some.
Counselors, I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I will just make a further pitch than to leave 31 in.
Say that again?
I hear what you're saying, and I don't know that I disagree with you, but I will make a further pitch to leave 31 as proposed by staff.
We'll get to that one.
I can see your point. And there's some kind of enforcement mechanism.
Yes.
And 31, a per day fine usually kind of implies that someone has a chance to remedy it.
Yeah.
And I think with our previous issue, we've seen that there's a long process of warnings all the way to the magistrate before any kind of fines are imposed.
Did we just do 30 and 31 together?
I don't know that we did 31. I would just want to ask Councilor Veach his interpretation of 31, because the last one we tweaked was we would allow the special magistrate to set that fine, not have it identified in the ordinance itself. So I'm a little concerned by having the $500 per day in the ordinance, and again, I would rather defer to the special magistrate to set that fine if he or she seems appropriate.
Since they say appealable to the special magistrate, isn't that implied that the magistrate change that fine?
That's a fair point, but I do think what we did the last time, we just approved something of this nature. We supported the LPA in removing that $500 per day language, and again, yielding to the authority of the special magistrate to set that fine. If I remember correctly, I could stand corrected on that, but.
I like Jim's idea. The magistrate takes out the appearance of favoritism by either side. So allowing the magistrate to decide what the fine is sounds appropriate to me.
What's the con to that, Mr. Herron?
Well, I think the manager indicated it shows that we agreed that this is, we take these violations serious, and we put in a self-executing provision that puts the property owner and anyone else, once it's recorded, on notice that they're subject to fine structure. Some jurisdictions, some don't. And, I have seen it and others that have come before you, and frankly, engage in this conversation with me, with manager, and with staff on, and as well as the applicant is something that we want to have. So I think that all the ones I've seen in recent memory have this provision in it, or something similar to it. I think that staff is like, well, let's put it in.
Didn't we just take it out, John, of the last item we considered? I'm trying to remember exactly what that was.
Yes, you did, Councilors.
Okay.
But that was a case of, I think, someone building something in advance of, it was very, very isolated, narrow situation.
They were doing a remodel, yeah.
Yeah. So let me just remind you of this if you haven't thought about it. Don't forget, when we go to the magistrate and we say it's $500 for a particular violation, she could change that, as I believe was discussed. And then the violator could theoretically, after they come to compliance, can appeal to the council for relief as well. So there are two opportunities for that amount to be adjusted. We just are trying to make sure that people understand that they understand the terms and conditions. They're represented by council and the planner, which is what the council is doing today. want them to know what's expected of them, and I think you all are doing a good job of outlining that. And we want them to understand what the potential repercussions are if they don't adhere to what they're agreeing to. So when you take out, for example, a 30, which is a very, very strong statement, and I understand why council was inclined to take that out and some of the other strong language that was in here, whether it's a stormwater problem or whatever. We want to be able to get their attention and get them to address it. I would encourage you to leave it in here. The magistrate can adjust it, and you can adjust it anyway, whether we state that in here or not.
The magistrate can adjust it anyway. Why say it? I mean,
You need some starting point.
the magistrate deserves the discretion if they've got a minor infraction to put on a minor fine, and if it's a major infraction to put on a major fine.
They have that discretion.
So why say it in here?
It's a starting
If I
point.
say it's $500, it makes no sense to me.
Well, we have to propose a fine to the magistrate.
Right, and our eloquent attorney would argue appropriately to the appropriate situation. Starting out and saying $500 just sounds mean and stupid to me. When
you
you've
think
got a
is
minor
best.
infraction. Doesn't make any sense. So,
I agree with that analysis, and it seems excessive in certain instances, and in other instances, it may not be. Therefore, all the more reason to leave it up to the discretion of the special magistrate.
But again, you have a fine, it's a starting point. If it's minor, special magistrate has it within their power to reduce that fine to whatever. So it's already there, it's just a starting point. If you put no number, what instructions are you giving to the special magistrate?
that's their professional duty. That's what they do for a living, to decide whether something is severe or minor and to set the appropriate fine for that case. That's their job.
May I make a suggestion? We're talking about 30, 31. We're talking here, I pulled up the code, and we can refer to the code language, and put in something that says, herein, I'll prohibit the town from using any other enforcement tool or a mechanism available to it. We use similar language in all our ordinances anyway. It does provide that if the town discovers noncompliance with the regulations of the master concept plan and its attachments, the town may withhold any permit, certificate, or license to construct, occupy, or use any part of the plan development. This will not be construed to injure the rights of tenants of previously completed and properly occupied phases. Lift that language in there and then add in the standard language I mentioned before, that this is, remedies are cumulative, and herein prohibits the town from enforcing this ordinance and otherwise provided for by the code or by state law.
I guess I just don't see the need for it. We already have the power to do all of those things, so I don't see the need to restate it.
Move it then.
I'm in agreement with you, Vice Mayor.
How about if we, just the existing town board, if we put up to $500 per day?
I don't want it in there. I think it's stupid. So I'll just be blunt and say that.
I think having a,
You're repeating yourself.
having a penalty with no,
Evidently, I wasn't heard.
it's like, having a speeding fine is saying, you're speeding over 10 miles an hour, you get, we don't know, we'll figure out what the fine's going to be.
So it's the same as saying, we're gonna give you a $50,000 fine, a cumulative fine, that we're just gonna drop down to $9,000 anyway.
So you're fighting an argument that you can't win. There's only 3 of the folks that have said that they want it out.
So what do you replace it with? You're taking 31 out completely?
I thought I heard the Vice Mayor say it's set by the magistrate. Is that correct?
I would just remove 30 and 31 entirely. I see no need for them. This is already complicated enough.
Agree?
$1?
I would agree.
Okay, that's done. We have to go through the allowable uses and so forth, and
Did that, didn't we?
I think that we,
Anything else in the ordinance?
Yeah, I think we have to decide the number, finalize the number.
we
have not.
didn't, we didn't finalize the number of the rental units that's in the first bullet point, and I may be incorrect, 'cause it's been long, whether or not we agreed on restaurant and public services. Sorry, personal services.
And then the other additional is the difference, and I don't know what the applicant wants to do about it, but the difference in their proposed floor area ratio and height versus footage versus ours. Development standards.
Let's get to the number of units first. It was presented that they believe they were entitled to 17 units, as I recall.
They're asking for 14.
They're asking for 14, presently have 12.
And with this, the restaurant, the other building, and the caretaker's cottage are not counted in that,
That's correct.
in the density calculations?
Our recommendation was that the number of units was included, I believe, included, right, the caretaker.
So the caretaker cottage isn't an extra unit because that's dense. They would live there. It was 12 as the base, and then whatever, if you wanted to approve more than
12 does not count the restaurant and the shop or whatever it's going to be.
I mean, I don't know if you want to get into it, but I mean, I disagree with their math and the way that they present it. They present that the two larger buildings and the ratio that applies to those that are going to be restaurant and retail are residential units. They're going to get a multiplier for, but then they're changing them out to a different unit. I think if you wanted to get into that, we can, but it's different in the way that you do the math. What we were doing is just a simpler, basic of units. Ultimately, as I said, approve more is just the number, the justification for that number.
Currently, they have 12 units counting on Estero that they're going to convert?
Yes, I believe that, yes, correct. Is that correct?
So they have now.
Currently, right now, the 12 units includes, I saw their head nod, the 2 units that are going to be something.
And how would the additional 2 units, how would that be accomplished, the additional 2 units
They're bringing in another building.
going in?
That's going to have 2 units in it,
What was it?
bringing in a fourplex.
That's why when you do, that's why I disagree with their math. Counting for units that are not going to be units. If you're existing, multiply it by a number. We're asking for 14.
So what's the new building's going to have 4 units? What phase is that in?
These two. One on
Yeah,
the,
John.
on
Building 8?
Street side, northwest corner.
It's building 8.
Fine, phase 1.
It's got 4 units in it. The footprint looks very small.
The manager does point out, maybe I'm seeing this overly simplistic, but according to the handout, they have the legend says 3 of 4 is phase 1, and page 4 of 4 is phase 2. So whatever's not on page 3 of 4 would be phase 2, and
Just say, yeah, two units. And is this is a building that's being moved from somewhere else?
Being proposed.
My understanding is that it isn't just a building, it is another cottage. Is that correct?
In their notes, it says may be new construction or existing island cottage.
And that's where we go back to the conditions that it be similar architecture.
It's a 2-story building with 4 units, so it's not like a local cottage.
When you talk stories and height, just remember, I would appreciate if you differentiate between total stories and stories above flood.
So that 2 stories means that that's above flood.
Anything moved onto site, or built new, has to be above flood. So if they're asking for 2 stories, then clarify, but it'll be 2 stories above flood.
They show parking underneath, so I guess that would also. And I can start out with this because, you know, when I was, found a little confusing with the applicant's presentation because they seem to be claiming that we have these buildings so we get a multiplier because we have them, but they're not getting rid of the ones they have. It was a lot like having the cake and eating it too. And if you look at the table they provided, so they have 7 units for the B&B side, and they have 7 units, and they have 5 units for the rest of it, and they're saying that is equivalent to 10 units, so they're going to have 5 more to use somewhere else. The numbers there to me just the equivalency in my mind is if something happens to this building and you're going to convert it to something else, you get an equivalency. But if you're still using it, and how does that enable you to have additional use? And the math that the staff said seems pretty simple to me, that it's units per acre, multiplier of 2. That's what the code says for the acreage, not for the units that are existing. And when you look at the plan, one thing that's really obvious looking at it, with all the different parking and the stacked parking and the and just the convolutedness of this, they're putting a lot of potatoes in a bag here. It's a very dense development.
So if I'm hearing you right, you're for the staff calculated 12 units.
It seems the most straightforward and reading the town codes seems to be a straightforward calculation.
I'm in agreement with you.
So just to better understand this, the applicant is saying they have 17 available to them, but are only going to use 14. Is that correct?
That it excludes and I don't want to speak for the applicant, but I think that does not include the restaurant or the store, that they're taking those and converting them to different use.
But no one's going to be living in those, right?
They are now.
Right?
Yeah, but it's still intensity on the property.
Correct.
Want to comment?
Can agree to what was being said right now. Again, I have a very different interpretation than staff as to how you generate density. And you generate density from the way I read it is really go into that. I just don't know if this.
I appreciate that. Could you just comment, or maybe the applicant could comment, one of the things that sort of gets lost in this conversation, which is somewhat in a vacuum, is you all, the applicants, have obviously put together a business model in order to make this work. This regulatory paradigm that we've talked about has to function economically. We saw this to some extent with Margaritaville. In other words, these 14 units, I'm going to ask you, could you talk a little bit about your economic model and how critical is that to make the overall regulatory framework of what you're here proposing work? Are we on the precipice of it working or not working? And if so, could you talk a little bit about that?
I believe that we are indeed on the precipice. That's why we'll need a recess to look at all these potential costs associated with this. And this is part of the challenge, and with all due respect, of making policy on the fly. We tried to work with staff. We tried numerous times. There's a lot of things that might be missed. You know, we talked about an environmental resource permit. There's 5, 6 different environmental resource permits that you can ask for different projects. I'm a planner, I'm not an engineer. I don't know what the requirements will be. some of the environmental resource permits that we do on large projects, we have to do a monitoring report every year. So asking for certification every 5 years would be redundant. So those are all things that when you have the proper time to address, have that conversation. And same thing with the sidewalk. I have no idea what the sidewalk could cost. My general estimate is tens of thousands of dollars. Again, that's part of the challenge. So I think we're very close with the things that have been brought up, that they might just say, we're done, call it quits. And my concern as a planner and as a resident of this island is, the more we make it difficult for people to do the right thing, is you will see no redevelopment. Quality of structures will erode until someone comes in, tears it down, and builds real big.
I would also say, I don't think it's our obligation to make it economically feasible.
Well, I do think it's our obligation, because we've stated a principle here that we're trying to preserve our historic cottages. Right now, they're not being preserved because there's an economic model out there that exists that does not incent preservation. This unique dynamic before us does. So therefore, we have to be creative and thoughtful about this process, because we're trying to preserve historic cottages. So I respectfully disagree, and I would yield just to the applicant, because that was originally who I asked my question to.
Hi, Beverly Milligan, for the record. So we put a whole lot of thought and research into how we would be able to do this. Some of you will know that I was, for the short time before it was shut down, on the Historical Advisory Committee that reports to the LPA, or under the LPA. We have a love for Myerside that is truly a piece of us, and that's why we're doing this. We are business people as well, and we have gone through everything from picking up hundreds of heroin needles and beer caps and everything else to now Irma. It's just the nature of living on a barrier island that we have these challenges. And so, for example, this is how we came up with restaurant, store, hotel. It's Hotel 101, that if you have 15 guests, you can function. You can pay yourself, and you can pay staff without it being just Roland and I doing all the turnover and everything. So that we got as close as we could to 15. With respect to the store and the restaurant, because of Irma, because then it was red tide. I'll use red tide as an example. So during red tide, and everybody vacated, we have such an extraordinary community here. But I remember going to, as did so many people in this, going to a store. We'd have girls' nights and go to a store, shop in a store. We would go, we would organize, and we would go to different restaurants. We had people from Fort Myers and businesses from Fort Myers come to this island and have staff events in restaurants and encourage people to go to stores, but nobody local is going to. So we thought this cross-pollination is going to allow us to navigate through these, without being terrified every year of what's around the corner, to be able to give ourselves a salary, to be able to hire some people and create some employment, and also preserve beautiful Myers Beach.
Back to where we started. What's the number of units? Any other suggestions from down this way?
Debating in my head.
Debating, okay. Ms. Mayor?
Well, let me ask a question just for clarification. I think I know the answer, but I want to be sure. When they're asking for 14 plus the caretaker, that's really 15. Or does the 14 include the caretaker?
My understanding is that it includes the, does it include the caretaker? Does 14
14
include the
includes the
caretaker?
caretaker.
But, correct me if I'm wrong, but it doesn't include the restaurant,
I get all that.
the
I understand that.
Just to clarify, the caretaker is an allowed use. It's not an additional unit. May or may not be a full-time caretaker on site. I think that's a business. I don't know if it'll be employees that are there in an office or if they have their own unit, but number of
Okay, so I
units,
still don't feel clear.
number of units.
Number
is the
of units
units.
is 14, and there might be a caretaker who lives in
Should
one
there be a caretaker, it's going to be within one of those units.
within the 14.
Yes.
That's what I wanted to know.
It would not be a rental unit.
Well, he said they might not have a caretaker, so they might rent all
Could be a
14.
rental- So it could be a rental unit.
Yeah.
Oh,
So essentially, with this density, they're looking at moving 4 more units, the same property.
They already have 12.
They're moving 4 more in.
Not,
They are, with the,
we're counting numbers here. We're not talking about, they're not moving 4 buildings onto the property, which,
they will move 4 units, additional units onto the existing property.
one building.
So 4 units.
I understand that. But when you say moving 4 units, it gives the
Right, but they're
impression to the
taking,
people that.
yeah, but I think the point is they're taking one of their existing buildings and reconverting that use to something else. So that building they're bringing in is sort of replacing those rental units.
But it's density. So and to make this work, we do have stacked parking backing onto School Street. I'm really talked about, I think that was one of the, was that a variance that was asked for? Or,
Deviation that was resolved.
yeah, that was a condition that you all disposed of.
I think there's other kind of dynamics here too about, like when you're talking about the economic feasibility. So I know that they've had hotels, they've run hotels, small hotels. This is one of the business they know. But an example was the Mango Street Inn, which was a B&B. And that was bought by different people, and they turned it into a vacation rental. Economically, they thought that a vacation rental made more sense than a B&B did. They're at a B&B now, and they're looking to go to a hotel, when maybe a better business model for them would be to go to a vacation rental.
I don't think that's up to us to decide, though. They're here asking for a number. We've got to decide whether we think that number is appropriate.
Though,
And I guess
Council-
I've been pausing because I've got 2 former members of the LPA here. I'm waiting to hear them opine on this number.
I brought it up because Councilman Adderholt mentioned that we have some obligation to consider their financial feasibility.
I don't believe that they were, the LPA when this item came before.
No, I'm
Just in general.
speaking expertise-wise. I believe that both Mr. Adderholt and Mr. Allers may have more expertise than I do about these calculations because I never served on the LPA. I'm kind of looking to them for their opinions.
I have a tendency to agree with the applicant on the 14. Looking at the square footage and stuff of the house and the way that things are getting laid out in phase 2, does it say the potential 2-story, 1,600 square feet? And if that's 4 units, you're gonna have 4 rentable units in that? Is that correct? Kind of stays with that 400 to 900 square foot per unit that they have throughout the rest of the property. I wouldn't be opposed to the request for 14.
14, which includes the caretaker if they have one.
Correct.
Well, to be quite candid, I'm not going to put my expertise on zoning issues up against either Jason or Patrick, who have their own unique calculation techniques and formulas for this. Having said that, I think the broader public policy goals of this, of what this is trying to accomplish is worthy of us supporting the 14 number. Sort of dodged your question there.
Good at that, Jim.
Vice Mayor?
Well, I'm interested to hear what you have to say, Murphy.
I already said I agree with
You agree with Bill?
Councilman Beach.
I'll tell you, I was under the impression that the caretaker was a separate and therefore a 15th, so I'm very happy to hear that that's not, that we're looking at 14. I already have 12. We're looking at an addition of 2 to make something work. I would be inclined to go with the applicant's request.
Oh, it is. Okay, the caretaker unit was discussed. Accessory pool and sand volleyball. How about that? Or,
Well, I think that if I remember correctly, the applicant suggested something less specific, because I think they made this, what if we want a bocce ball court? The problem is that your code says that the master development plan, or concept plan that is required to be approved is what governs development of the property. So it's what's there now.
I think I made my point earlier that I thought the important thing was that under the uses that we remove the resort accessory and the personal services, but I've heard people use this public services interchangeably with that.
No, I believe, and I apologize, that's what I believe it's supposed to be, personal services, not public, that's a
The
typo.
staff is okay with leaving personal services in? I didn't think that was your position, because the ordinance says restaurant and public services.
Oh, that's up to you guys if you feel that that's an appropriate use within the footprint of that square footage that they're allowing for that. The problem was it was 3 uses within 2 buildings. You have a restaurant building, and then you have another building that is retail, but the personal services was not identified of where that would be. We don't know where on the site. Is that a different building? Is it part of another building? Is it an existing building? I don't know.
I guess I still don't understand. Are you using the words public services and personal services interchangeably?
Public service is a typo. It's supposed to be personal services.
It's supposed to say personal services.
They've
So
asked for a personal
when
service.
you wrote this, you were okay with them having a personal services use?
Oh, my response was, we don't know where it is going. I can't comment on it because I don't know what building it is and where it's going to go.
You included it.
Yes.
It's
for
on
you guys-
page 4.
For you guys to consider, yes. That's what they asked for.
Okay.
So we could agree.
I honestly don't, I just want them to clarify and mark up where it's going to be.
That's a separate issue, though, than what we're talking about right now. We have this list of uses here. If you want them to delineate where it is, then we can talk about that separately. I'm just trying to narrow down what is our list of uses.
Want to include that, that's fine.
Okay. I guess I'm in favor of keeping the schedule of uses that they have on page 4.
May I make a suggestion to address staff's concern, to the extent it may be shared by you all, is to put on or add just restaurant and personal services as shown on the MCP, that they're going to have to demonstrate where that goes.
Fine.
And to that point, I mean, ultimately, what I'm picturing is, if this approves and moves forward, they need to submit a revised site plan, MCP, that shows some of these things being delineated such as we normally do. I heard Patrick want his, quickly do that,
Understood.
as long as that's the direction from you.
Is that grunt on the record?
Okay. Are we there? Or do we have to go through the deviation?
Yeah, we still have to go through other stuff. I think, I haven't heard anybody object that we use what's on page 4 with the addition of the words.
No, I have no
suggested.
objection to that.
Then there was Under the next section, there was some question about, they wanted to include specific numbers, I think, on page, I don't have a page number on it, on their replacement language on the next to the last page. The applicant used specific numbers, whereas staff didn't.
So their development standards reflect what the deviation requests are, including the setbacks and all that. So that's reflective of what the request for the deviation. If you approve the deviations, you essentially set those as the development standards for existing. If there's a note on there about new development would have to meet the actual required setbacks that are default to the CR. Won't go into then the other part of the development standards are the conflict in we're suggesting versus what.
My question, I guess you're not answering, Jason, is they have a bunch of numbers on their exhibit that they would propose to add to what you have, which seems more specific to me. Do you object to the numbers that they have on their proposed exhibit?
Right, so the staff recommendation was comply with the code requirements for setbacks.
I'll do these?
The deviations, what they propose are equal to the deviations, which are the existing structures in their location.
To make, I guess, to clarify, because the existing structures are legal non-conforming.
Right?
What their deviations would do is make them legal, not non-conforming any longer.
Okay.
And frankly, the approach is they're moving one building, like move the other buildings if it was lack of
Say that
understanding.
again, I didn't hear that.
They're moving one building to comply with setbacks. Why can't you move the other two to comply with the setbacks? So that was the debate about whether the deviation.
Without these deviations, they would have to move the existing buildings.
Yes, they would have to comply with the code.
That's part
for
A.
setbacks.
That's part A. So that's one step, whether they should have to do that or not. Second step is, if they don't have to move it, whether you want to make them legal, meaning a building could stay in that position forever, or only as long as that building is there. That's not correct? Why don't you restate it, Patrick?
So what Jason has noted and what we have on the MCP is deviations reflect current conditions. Our setbacks are consistent with those deviations. However, for any kind of new construction, so building is torn down through a hurricane and we rebuild it, it's going to have to meet the current setback.
You're agreeing,
And that's what the development standard says.
and you're in agreement with that?
That's what our development
That's
standard
my current, it's not the existing.
No,
setback.
the current setback in the MCP, so if you turn to the development standards table, I'll give you an example. Put my glasses on. So we have minimum side setback, 4.3 feet for existing structures, 7 feet for new or relocated structures.
Yeah, I'm still,
So our preference, and I think we're closer to agreement, our preference is, you're not, I don't believe you're ready to ask them to move those other buildings, but if you are, that's up to you all. But in the case that those buildings are replaced with a new building, they go in the correct location based on the code at the time that those buildings are replaced. He's putting a stick in the ground with regard to the current specs. Yeah.
okay, so to help me understand this, the scenario, so let's say there's the building one, right, which is a little less than 7 feet setback currently. That building falls down. They rebuild it. Now, if we agree with these deviations, they build it back at 7 feet, or do they have to go to the?
Go back to where the code is. They're saying they would build it back to where the code is today. We're saying it would go to where the code is, whatever date that is.
Okay.
I have to tell you, members of the council, that my perspective, that's the position of the applicants. The deviations aren't required because they already have a legal nonconforming status under your code. All you are doing is recognizing and saying in this document, here's the nonconformity. It's, you know, instead of a 7-foot setback, it's a 2.6 here. We already know that. Survey discloses that. I don't see the need for the deviations as your attorney.
Except for Building 8, which is being relocated.
Building 8 is fully within the setbacks. I think the only one is maybe the street setback might be affected, but the side setbacks would not at all.
They're going to put a building with a 7-foot setback, and I assume.
Right, so the zoning district that it defaults to, the commercial resort, has a 7-foot side yard setback,
So the building placement would be consistent with
a 10-foot street.
the existing code it wouldn't require a deviation for that.
Right, they should not, and I wouldn't recommend you give a deviation to a new building, correct?
And with regards to what the town attorney mentioned, I do believe we need the deviations. Again, we'll take the worst-case scenario of a storm coming in, we rebuild. Just take the scenario of, over the years, there's a requirement for maintenance, and we want to keep the building in the same footprint. And again, if its legality is in question, it might be very difficult to get financing to make those enhancements. So again, having the deviations legitimizes the building. They can go see lenders. There's not this question of, is it conforming, is it non-conforming? Are you going to be able to keep it where it is as you move forward? It's clarity, it's assurance that you can spend some money in that building and they can go get funding for it.
All due respect, I ask for and have both as a developer's attorney and as a government attorney asked for and rendered the zoning opinion letters that would come into play, and you just simply say it's a legal non-conforming structure pursuant to section blank of the Town of Fort Myers Code and has the right to stay there until such time as it is destroyed 50% or more, which is what our code says. And any lender knows that.
I live in a legal non-conforming structure myself. Just to understand.
Take our advice of our attorney. Counselor?
In all plan developments that you've approved, you have numbers. You have a street setback and you put a number in that ordinance so there's no question. And you put a side setback. So Patrick has put in for newer relocated, he has that they'll meet the 10-foot setback. And for side setbacks for newer relocated, they'll meet a 7-foot setback. For newer relocated, but you need the numbers in the ordinance. Every single zoning resolution or ordinance has the number in the resolution for the setbacks, for the lot size, for the height, not referring to extraneous codes, but it's right there in the ordinance, and we would request, that's what we're asking for, specific numbers.
My answer to that is I would put in the applicable, the current ones that currently exist in your code, and mark each and every one of them with an asterisk, and that the asterisk would say buildings, like 1 through whatever on the MCP are legal non-conforming structures with the following setbacks. You have it codified. You don't give them a deviation. All you're saying is we're recognizing these are legal non-conforming with these setbacks. Any new development would have to comply with the current setbacks.
John, what you're saying is you would be more specific than our proposed language in the ordinance because it doesn't have anything specific, but you would use different language than what they used in their proposal.
That's correct.
I'm willing to go with John's suggestion.
Sounds good to me.
Concur.
3. Okay. Next. What's next?
You have
That's
the
it.
7 deviations on page 80.
I would defer to staff, but I think by doing what we've just done moves the need to approve any of the deviations. Except for the landscaping one?
There's landscaping, the parking, moving around in the parking.
Which ones do, can you tell us which one, Jason, real quick, which
sorry.
ones we don't have to deal with?
Yes,
Dimensional regulations, deviation number 1 is no longer applicable?
that is correct.
Number 2, side setbacks for accessory, no longer applicable?
Correct.
Deviation number 3, dimensional regulations, 10-foot setback, street setback for the CR zoning.
Correct.
And then I think 4, 5, 6, and 7 are still in play.
Correct.
Okay. With number 4. The deviation from the LDC section 34-2015, parentheses 5, which requires that all parking lots must be provided sufficient maneuvering room so as to allow an existing vehicle to leave the parking lot in a forward motion. Allow exiting vehicles to leave parking spaces by backing onto School or Oak Streets only as depicted on MCP.
Essentially, if you look around the perimeter of the property, Oak and School, that applies essentially to the driveways and access points. Can't get access to an interior parking lot.
They need those parking spaces to reach the number that's necessary, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I've got no problem with deviation number 4 then.
Anybody else?
I think it just, it talks to the excessive density we agreed on earlier. The need to back out, particularly on School Street. I'm not as concerned about Oak Street because Oak Street doesn't really go through currently. It's blocked off and that's used as a parking lot. I do have reservations about backing onto School Street, which has quite a bit of traffic.
Concern there.
I agree with the vice mayor's comments on this one.
Okay. That's granted, that deviation is granted. Okay, number 5, a deviation from the driveway separation requirements of LDC section 10-296 along Estero Boulevard. Allow a driveway access to the subject property that is plus or minus 77 feet from the closest access point driveway, the north, and plus or minus 77 feet to School Street.
What does the code require?
We're essentially moving the driveway 77 feet closer to School Street. Again, that's, need Lee County's sign off on that.
The problem here is that the driveways are too close to the intersection?
Well, yes, there's currently multiple driveways and too close. Only solution is to, their proposal is to center that, and it is closer than, but reduces the number of access points.
This is the Estero Boulevard driveway we're talking about here.
Estero Boulevard driveway, correct.
Mentions Estero and
The separation from School.
School.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, so usually you have separation requirements of driveway cuts along. Obviously, there's other things that come into play, like if a property doesn't have enough frontage to get a driveway.
So isn't this, what the council said earlier was basically if approved by Lee County?
They are asking to be able to move the driveway closer to School Street along Estero so they can improve the access to the.
Right, but isn't that subject to review by Lee County? Didn't we talk about this, right?
Yes, we did.
Lee County doesn't have the well, yes, they have their own separation requirements, so they would have to abide by that.
It'd have to be approved by Lee County anyway.
It's not just location from Lee County, it's design. From talking to Lee County, they have concerns about drainage. All that part would have to be approximately from Lee.
This is closer now, so the driveway's actually going to move, you said, closer to School Street than it is.
Correct. Don't
Now,
have-
now they have that whole frontage, right, with the back out parking and backs.
I have no indication from Lee County if better or worse for them.
So,
But actually, it's going to minimize, in some ways, the number of people backing out, because you're using this to create a larger parking lot that people will be able to get into and egress properly.
I have no
You're
problem.
trading one,
Right.
you're trading one problem for a lesser problem.
That's my opinion.
I think I have no problem with deviation number 5, particularly since it's an ingress only. For the visibility when someone's not going to be hopefully pulling out of there.
I agree.
I agree with that. Okay, number 6, a deviation from LDC section 10-416, parentheses D, table 1018, which requires a 15-foot type C buffer when a commercial use abuts a residential use. Allow a 6-foot type C buffer as indicated on the master concept plan, limited to the west property line.
And this is the one that I talked about earlier that you felt could be limited to part of the west property line?
Right, so the applicant pointed out, Patrick pointed out that there's 2 labels on here, but unfortunately they're a leader with an arrow to the line. So he does have on the plan, it says 15-foot type C buffer, point, and they have a 6-foot type C buffer to a point, and then the deviation asks for 6 foot. It's a little conflicting. So yes, to my point is there's areas within there, the parking gets in the way, obviously the buildings get in the way, there's some places that they could do meet the 15 feet. They didn't delineate where the 6 starts and stops, but the language that we just read seems the whole thing. So,
Their master concept plan does actually narrow, but it's not the entire west property line. It's already on their plan that they're not using the entire west property line.
sort of, it points
By saying,
to,
as indicated on the master concept plan, they have already narrowed it.
so the deviation would apply to the whole property line the way it's written.
It says, as indicated on the master concept plan, and the
Which-
master concept plan shows a smaller portion.
All it does is point an arrow to a spot. It doesn't say from here to here.
We can clarify that. Is the plan right, Patrick?
We can say only where indicated and have them submit a new, they've already said that they're going to have to, and I think we all agree they're gonna have to make modifications to the MCP anyway. So with that language, I think that accomplishes everyone's goal, which is,
Okay, so I would agree to deviation number 6, adding the language that John suggests, only where indicated.
Others? Others?
I'm okay with that.
There's enough there. Okay, John, that's good. Number 7, deviation from LDC section 34-202, parentheses B, parentheses 5, which requires architectural elevations or a 3-dimensional rendering. Approve the design of existing structures subject to section 3, condition 4, regarding the design of any new or relocated structures.
He earlier required that they give us some photographs. Is that going to take care of this?
For me, no, but if that's what you want, that's fine. My concern was, we're not design experts. I don't know what style and what kind of replace. You like the picture and that's what you want, we can use that.
This is for the stylist, not for like documenting the size, square footage, prints, any of that.
Correct. Normally, with commercial development, you would submit elevations and plans that show compliance with the commercial design requirements. Obviously, these don't, because the town didn't consider cottage style as a commercial design, so supplementing that essentially. But you're right, it supplements an architect's opinion of.
I think, Madam Vice Mayor, with pictures and dimensions, I think we can piece together what's
Right,
currently
and
there.
I was just trying to find out where it was we had already required that of them. This refers to section 3, condition 4.
It should be 28 and 29.
28, yeah.
I was going to say that's wrong. So we need to change that to 28 and 29. I think that's where we added that.
That's
We-
photos and dimensions, right?
Okay? So with that clarification, I'm okay with number 7.
Others?
I'm okay with 7.
Okay, I see heads nodding all over. Okay. Those are the deviations.
Then what's left is your height and your floor area ratio.
Where is that in the ordinance?
Page 4.
It doesn't, we put on the, in the language that it's limited to the footprint. And that's what in your development standards is in the next section after the conditions. It's replicating the square footages they gave us for the buildings, as opposed to, without reference to that, it defaults to the CR zoning district, which is 1.2 floor area ratio. If you do the math on that, it's 50,000 square feet. Again, it's an entitlement, in our opinion, it's an entitlement that has nothing to do with what's being shown on the master concept plan, and is something to address and ask for if they have to redevelop the site with other buildings or other.
What
There's
I'm
no reason.
searching for, Jason, is I'm going back and forth between documents with language, and I've got no language.
In the draft ordinance, there's development standards.
On page 4, in
I thought that
packet
was the
79.
section we already said John was going to rewrite.
No, there's 2 sections there. There's 2 regulations generally consistent with the LDC, where he just simply parrots the LDC. I'm going to put in the language there. He's talking about where it says regulations generally consistent with the existing conditions, next to last bullet point.
So we need to do something with the word, under the section, under the words regulations generally consistent with existing conditions.
Just
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
bullet point.
Apologize for not.
We were attempting to reflect in there what existing conditions are, as opposed to without having something in there. The default would be the CR, which would then be the maximum, the comp plan or the zoning district, potentially 1.2.
Okay, and I don't see, maybe I'm missing it, I don't see anything on their proposed replacement language regarding this section. Am I missing it?
You had edits, right?
Last page,
Page?
the last page of their handout to us.
Where it says maximum height? It starts only on the last page, or is it on the bottom of the prior page?
Last page.
Last page.
It has height and it has maximum floor area ratio.
Okay. So you have no problem with building coverage existing and proposed buildings, because you don't mention that.
Yeah, it's not regulated under commercial zoning. Staff has been very restricted. But
Yeah, that just goes back to the conversation footprint and
What I see this starting with is your proposal starts with maximum height 30 feet, which corresponds with the third line. Are you objecting to the first 2 lines that Jason has there?
Restaurant.
No, it says building coverage existing and proposed buildings, maximum stories 3, 2 stories above flood elevation.
so I had
Are you okay with those 2 lines?
30 feet.
That's the next line, that's the third line. I understand you have a difference of opinion
Again,
about that.
difference between, they're asking for what's in the CR. We're trying to reflect what was on site.
So there was a difference in, we wanted the height of 30 feet, it is in CR, and it's maximum 3 stories, we both say maximum 3 stories, and there is a difference in the floor area ratio with staff just adding up the square footage that's there and saying that's a permanent limitation. Ask Patrick if there was something less than one ability, more than just adding up the existing square footage.
Yeah. Okay.
5?
I may be totally confused here, I'm sorry if I'm being difficult. it seems to me you went on and started talking about the bottom section of this. I'm just trying to ascertain the first two lines that Jason wrote. Building coverage, existing and proposed buildings, and maximum stories, 3, 2 above base flood level. Is it okay that we leave those in? Don't have any modifications written on here for those.
The maximum coverage we did not include because, again, it's not something that's included in the CR district. And
You do object to them, is what you're saying to me?
Yes.
Okay, because you didn't put that on here. So I'm just trying to figure out where you are.
And Jason modified that standard CR language associated with height.
Keep getting ahead of me. So what you're saying is Jason has asserted 3 maximum stories, and you're saying that's more restrictive than you think is
And
necessary.
he puts the caveat of 2 above base flood, how do you
flood.
word?
Yes.
Base flood elevation. We just want to keep what's in the code, which says 3 stories. And we refer back to section 34-631 in that definition.
Seems to me if we're trying to do a vision here of a cottage area, to go any higher than 3 is going to ruin the entire effect, as I see it.
We're not asking for any additional height. We're asking for the difference in the way it's defined.
May I help? Staff has consistently considered base flood elevation first floor to be the first floor.
Right.
Therefore, it is, if the maximum number of stories is 3, it's base flood elevation first floor plus 2, not base flood elevation 1 floor plus 3. That is interpreted and applied, that's 4 stories. And so that's where the difference is. Maybe it's in the way that the applicant puts it, where it's 30 feet per LDC section, maximum 3 stories, where half breaks it up into maximum stories 3, maximum height 25 feet above base elevation. That's the equivalent to 2 stories.
I guess what I said before then still applies. The vision of this place is to be a cottagey looking area. I'm for keeping it lower, so it seems like staff is being reasonable here by what they're stating.
Ultimately, we live with what staff has in there.
Okay, so that entire section you're good with, or just certain parts of?
Just talking about the height right now.
Right, well, then Mr. Herron indicates it relates to the third line, maximum height 25 feet as well.
And we're okay with Jason's language.
Okay. Minimum building separation 15 feet. Minimum open space 50%. No? Okay, I see nothing on your proposal about minimum open space.
Open space typically is not a requirement at Myers Beach.
Right, but we're building something special here, a cottage.
Understood, but again, like I said, this has never come up through the review process. We have never been requested, and we're trying to come up with a number on the fly. And again, I don't know how we're going to design this at the engineering phase. We haven't had that opportunity to look into it.
Jason, how did you come up with 50%?
I estimated what they had on site currently.
There's some redundancy between the open space and the maximum impervious surface ratio? Because the buildings themselves are considered impervious, right?
So you could, in theory, with open space being, whether area, stormwater area, you could pathway through there, pavers, impervious, that's in the open space. Open space can have functionality to it.
If you have the maximum impervious surface ratio of 50%, then it seems like it would be impossible to have less than 50% open space.
Oh, because you could have landscape areas within a parking lot, for example, that aren't open part of the parking lot, but the pavers in an open space, members have to work together. He's right, that we don't have it specifically in our code. I was trying to, again, reflect on-site conditions, not have it be overpaved, not addressing non-parking lot, non-walkways and that sort of thing.
I think I understand, but let me just be clear, okay? If you say the maximum impervious surface ratio means that the buildings, pool decks, whatever you have that is
Pavers,
not pervious, that the most that can be is 50% of the lot, right? So open space includes non-pervious material, right? Like you said. So it is less restrictive than impervious surface. So it's kind of redundant in the.
Depends on how the site plan works out.
It's two different criteria, Counselor, depending on how, one may kick in versus the other, or they may work in hand, as you suggest, depends.
I'm trying to think this through. You said you came up with the 50% based on current situation. And we already agreed that if they had some kind of disaster and had to rebuild one of the cottages, we would agree that they could make it a little bit larger. This would keep them from doing that. Yes?
So ideally, what we could do is look at the square footage of all the existing buildings, build in a little leeway. Again, we haven't done that. I don't know what that exact number is. We could calculate as best we can quickly. We recess. We could take that number, increase it by 10 to 20%. Make that the.
I'd like for you to do that.
Yeah, I think my intent, at least, was trying to put limitations on the other surfaces that on here, walkways and that sort of thing, have a proliferation of those, turns into something.
Right, and we could say 50% unless X, Y, or Z happens, and then we go to his higher percentage that he comes up with. Okay,
Or the building design doesn't count against that, something like that.
And again, impervious is not something that we supported. We did not include that. That's not in the code. And a beautiful design with nice hardscaping around a pool, to me, is not a negative. Again, throwing numbers on the fly, I don't know how that could impact us.
okay, what about the maximum floor area?
Same thing, we used the CR number of 1.2. You can adjust that. Not something where we've done the calculations, we know exactly what we with at this.
Jason, they're counter proposing this 1.2 to your numbers here.
Give me one So, based on the numbers of the square footage, not just footprint, but total usable building, 0.23 right now. Whole 43,000 square feet of building space away. That's why what's there, or some 3.4 somewhere in there. I see it necessary to assign and entitle 1.2 worth of square footage to the site at this time. We don't even know what that would ever look like. What if 50,000 square feet of
5 times the space.
Where would it go?
My concern is protecting, that's an entitlement, that's something that they don't have to ask for later on.
Mr. Mayor, I think maybe during the recess, as Patrick suggested, maybe we can pencil to that and work something out.
Okay,
A few minutes. They said they wanted to recess anyway to.
right, I just wanted to be mostly through everything before we took the
I think
recess.
that's it, as best I know.
It?
On the maximum floor area ratio, number 8, they still have 2 units, and proposals here have 4 units.
I'm saying we're going to go through these points under regulations generally consistent with existing conditions during the break with them.
Are we ready for that break now? We'll break at 3:37, then we'll come back.
Always got to be personal.
Oh, factually, going factually on. Good. It's 4:03. It's actually 4:04 probably. We'll reconvene. Counselor?
Thank you. Beverly Grady for the record. And we do want to extend our appreciation to council for methodically going through this step by step. In our meeting, and then I just spoke to your town attorney, it's a big decision, and we made tremendous headway. We would like, but I have personal confusion of just things I'm unclear where they ended up, and we don't want to end up there because that's not a good place. So I just spoke to the town attorney, and I think we're in agreement if we to write up the ordinance, we would look at it. If there's things, we would write back, so you have it in writing, and so we could, hopefully have something that comes together. I will say there's a concern about the replacement tree because they're 4 feet in diameter and 30 feet, so of kind and where you put them. And I will say there's a concern on the covenant, which is different than conditions. We can work with conditions, but actually putting real estate covenants, that's a real concern. So let me just put those two things that really struck us on the record. We would, I think what Attorney Herron mentioned is putting then the ordinance on the consent agenda for you all to review, but we would have had it beforehand, and we would hope that there would be clear direction from staff, from the council to staff, for open, transparent communications, and to try to work together to, to come with a final ordinance that's clearly understood by all.
What do you think about that, council?
John, do we have to re-advertise then, since we haven't
No,
voted on it?
you can continue date and time certain, and we're covered. And in the meantime, we, as staff, will get together and make changes to the ordinances reflected in our notes, and as you mentioned, as on the tape, circulate it internally, circulate it externally, and then present it to you all at the next meeting. And perfect world, all you'll have to do at that point is just vote on it.
So is 2 weeks enough, the next meeting in April? 2 weeks from today?
Yes. Meanwhile, we'll work on the revised master concept plan.
I think that's a good idea.
This will be a public hearing again, a continuation of the public
It's a
hearing.
continuation, but you've already had the public hearing.
We haven't actually closed it yet, though.
You you can always reopen it if that's your desire. Okay. And we just bring the item before you for a vote.
Okay, we'll entertain a motion to continue this project.
One point, I want to be clear that we're, to the best of our ability, going to capture what you all agreed to today.
Right.
We're not going to re-look at issues. We're going by exactly what you said today.
Right, correct.
Thank you.
Okay, is there a motion to continue this hearing till whatever that date is?
I'll say, based on the request of the applicant, I'll move that we continue this until the next regularly scheduled council meeting 2 weeks from today, which is 19th.
Starting at 9 o'clock
9
or
a.m.
as soon as thereafter.
Second, is there a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? Any objection? Okay, we're continued till April 19th. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next item, we'll move on to the administrative agenda, and the next item is the Kaiser Street Performer Appeal. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that wrong, or mispronouncing it at all. This is the appeal of revocation of street performer permit. Roger, do you want to?
Okay, so I think Carlos spoke earlier today, not
directly about this issue, but I think he was speaking around this issue with regard to a street performer who, because we didn't fill out our slots, was granted a permit. But we received several complaints about what was perceived to be a lack of artistic talent, and was considering just adding to the noise level in Times Square, which then causes the restaurants to their audible level. So we revoked his permit, subject to him coming to here and appealing to you that he should be allowed to continue to perform in Times Square.
Is he here today, to our knowledge, and maybe lost the will to go on?
Well, the answer is, I don't know that, but I have no problem continuing this item to the next meeting if you wish to see if he wants to come again. He's not performing right now, so we could wait if that's your preference.
Well, I just hate to not hear his side of the story, but if he didn't show up today, then
I don't know if he was here or not. He didn't introduce himself to me.
Why don't we give him one more chance to show up, unless you all want to revoke it.
I would recommend that in abundance of caution, the length of the day that you can do it, and make our best efforts to notify him.
that Amy notifies him that we specifically continued it for his appearance, that he knows that we did this so that he got to tell his side of the story.
That's it.
Please.
Okay, we'll move on. The next item is final public comment. Anyone from the public? You've all abandoned us. Hearing none, we'll move on to the town manager's items.
Okay, I only have a couple of items. I think you all saw that I think we have a solution for the Art Association with regard to their bicycle rack. We copied all of you on an email. There'll be an item for you to approve, an upcoming agenda to surplus an old bicycle rack to them. I believe you were copied on my email to our U.S. Congressman with regard to the
Roger,
U.S.
could we just go back briefly to the bike rack issue, just briefly? I did receive a note back from head of the Arts Association, and don't misunderstand, they were very happy with the fact that the town was willing to donate one, but it wasn't the one that they were originally referencing. There was a silver one apparently behind the town hall in a caged-in area. Does that ring a bell at all? They're happy to have the one that you've offered, but if it didn't matter to the town, there was a silver one back there. Does that ring a bell?
The answer is I don't know, but if we have more than one, they could have their choice of either one,
Beautiful, beautiful, thank you. Yep,
assuming they're both ready to be surplus.
I understand.
So I notified our U.S. Congressman of our potential projects to be included in the federal government to look at infrastructure. So, and they were very receptive and interested in seeing what they could do to help us. Last thing is, we have distributed to you all the plans for Bayside Park. We are getting ready to put those on the counter for bidding. We received, my email, I received comments from 2 of you, and if there's any other comments, that'd be great. I'd like to be able to try to get this project on the counter and going so that timing with school improvements at Bay Oaks and Times Square all kind of stay in synchronization. So to the extent you may have any comments, please let me know, and issue that requires something to be discussed at an M&P, of course, we'll do that, but I think comments I've received today, all those have been able to be addressed.
My comment would be, we had the Anchorage Advisory Committee show up today and ask us to reconsider that modification be made so that mooring field offices could be at that location. I think they deserve at least some discussion about that.
I agree.
I have no opposition to discussing it further. I'm not sure their option is the best one, but I do think it's worthy of further discussion.
Can we add that to Wednesday?
Fine. We'll be ready.
I'll make a note on my,
Anything else, Town
If you
Manager?
could, before then, maybe reach out to George, I think you said it was from, if we're going to discuss it on Wednesday, we have time to reach out to Moss Marine before then.
Yes. When we get done today.
Anything else, Roger?
No, sir, I believe that covers the high points.
Town Attorney?
Yes. One item. In your agenda packet is a proposed resolution 21-17. It's a follow-up to the council's previous discussion that we tried to coordinate with Sanibel, City of Sanibel, sending a joint letter to our legislative delegation opposing the state law preempting vacation rentals. Sanibel had already sent a letter saying that they were happy, apparently, with the actions taken so far by the legislature on the legislation. So we've drafted a resolution for your consideration that opposes it, and if you approve it, we would forward a copy of it to the legislative delegation from Lee County. If you want, I can read the title of the resolution into the record very quickly.
Go ahead.
Resolution number 21-17, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach opposing Florida Senate Bill 522 and House Bill 219, which would preempt regulation of short-term rentals to the state and providing for an effective date. And the recitations, the whereases are basically that it further erodes Home Rule Power, and that from that perspective alone, this Town Council opposes the bill.
I, for one, am opposed to anything that erodes town hall.
Taking a beating this year. I mean, we literally, we could revise this, this resolution to include probably 10 other legislative bills that have been filed in Tallahassee this year.
it was included in our packet. Can we vote it now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'd move to approve resolution number 21-17.
I'll second it. Any discussion? Any opposition? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. Nothing else.
Okay. Council members' items. Councilman Allen.
I'm good for now.
Good. Vice Mayor.
I have, and that many of my neighbors, as well as business / church on the island, I guess church, not a business. But many people are having rat problems. It seems to be very bad on my street. I reached out to other people that live on other parts of the island. Someone who lives in the center part of the island has told me that she has a rat problem. Chapel by the Sea, right next door, has been invaded, both of their buildings. And despite the fact that they've hired exterminators, they're still fighting it tooth and nail. I've been here now 10 years full time. We've always had rats, but it seems like their population exploded this year from what I've been able to learn. And so I mentioned to Roger earlier, if there was anything the town could do, maybe we've picked up too many feral cats, I don't know. But people are really fighting this rat issue. They are tearing their way into the houses, et cetera. So I just wanted to know if council had any interest in pursuing this further, or Roger, did you find out anything yet? No, I didn't give you much notice.
Yeah, so, believe it or not, so far our research showed us that we found an old article on the internet. I say old, not very old, but a couple of years old, that said that Fort Myers has the 4th largest tree rat problem in the country. And we're trying to get some more information in terms of being able to give people recommendations on how best to address that problem. And we'll put that out in our newsletters / media outlets and on the webpage. And on that, if the council wants the town to start trying to address issues on property, hopefully we won't get there, but we could.
I just feel like there's been an extra explosion in the rat population. I don't know what's caused it, but it's expensive to have those people out. My neighbor had to pay $800 in damages to her car where the rats had chewed on her electrical system. They're causing major money damages to folks. So I don't know if the council has any interest in pursuing this and seeing if there's anything we can do to cut down on the rat population in the island.
It's worthy of an M&P discussion item.
A couple of years ago, we were the 4th in the country. It's out here on the island. Maybe that's worth taking a look at, having professionals. Maybe there's some academics that have done a paper on this or something that know what's going on here in Fort Myers. Rat explosion.
Someone who plays flute.
I'll tell you, there's an explosion of rabbits on the island this year too. So that's telling me that there are fewer and fewer predators. Cats, and there's probably fewer other predators around. So I'd be interested in looking at it. I hear the little devil scurrying all over. And then,
There's, just so everyone understands, there are certain measures you can take that are helpful. Then you have sort of the next level is where they've actually like sort of figured out a way to get inside your house and stuff. So that's just sort of the second level. So I've personally gone through this myself. You definitely want to trim any trees and stuff you have that are close to your house and all that, because that's make that leap. They usually work their way into soften into your area. So
I think Mr. Veach even had video of a leaping rat.
Flying rats. We had a bird feeder that was going down at night without any sign of birds on that particular feeder. And then I have a little battery-powered camera I put on it and caught this guy jumping probably feet. Athletic, really, very impressive.
we'll put it on an M&P. It won't be this Wednesday, but we'll put it on the next one.
And bring it out there to the world. If you've got some rat expertise, come to our meeting and enlighten us.
See if we can get some information from some control company.
start putting poison out willy-nilly. Anything else, Vice Mayor?
I just had a quick question that a couple of people had queried me about that you could clear up pretty quickly, Roger. Having watched the First Estero Beach lighting project meeting, which again, we have a very impressive array of people that are willing to move on that, which was great. But they did, it was discussed that the project was to be completed September 30th, 2021. Is that the preliminary study phase, and that's not the construction phase? Is that correct?
That's basically presenting a recommendation. My recollection, I haven't looked at that STA, a service order with a consultant for a long time, but my recommendation is for them to basically have a presentation / report to town council what they've recommended.
Then, so we still have to go through the bidding process and then the construction process?
Funding process too, yes.
Funding process as well. Be interested at some point, just if you could conjure up in a perfect world, a timeline.
Yeah,
everything goes well.
The schedule in terms of construction is a little hard to estimate at this point without knowing what the solution is going to be. But we could try to ask the consultant for their best guess for like an early finish, late finish type scenario.
Just to see if it's possible to have it done and constructed before season. It very well not be. Yep.
I would say not likely. If we're going to go with a too light type of.
All I've got. Thank you.
I got a couple things, and Amy, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I've got heard a lot of complaints from noise complaints of people during this spring break. And people asking what to do, calling the sheriff. Even one number on a sign I called, and they said if it's a noise complaint, call 911. And previous councils have made it said that people have to have a 24/7 number to call, and the town has a service. So if anybody has a noise complaint during this time, they can call 435-787-4357 or 239-778-1711, or say 1171, and that'll put you in touch with the dispatcher who has the 24/7 numbers for the property managers for the rental properties on the island.
This is just a noise complaint if you know it's a short-term rental.
Yes. Probably need to know the address. I know a lot of people complain they hear noise, they don't know where it's coming from. But
In our neighborhood, the noise this season hasn't just been the short-term rentals.
it's just for short-term rentals.
I'll try to keep it.
That's one thing. The other we're talking about, I know that John just mentioned, there's all these bills that we could address. One that I find concerning, I think it's Senate Bill 88. It is called the Right to Farm bill. And my understanding of this is that it protects farms from the effect of things that go off their farm. Not just, it's designed, I think, for the smoke coming from the sugar fields, but it also covers fertilizer, nutrient pollutions that come off farms, et cetera, et cetera. And it seems like at a time when we know we're spending billions of dollars on these projects to try to take these nutrients out of the water, that there's a legislation that's going to make it easier to put nutrients in the water. So this is a bill, John, I'd like to keep an eye on, and maybe something else we need to either get our lobbyists involved with or draft some letter for it. And the other thing, and I don't know if there's any, I doubt there's any legislation around this, but a couple of times in the last few years, these phosphogypsum mine stacks, like you've been reading about now it's Piney Point. I guess in the processing of phosphate from the rock, they get an acidic radioactive sludge that's full of potassium and phosphorus. And this dam is getting ready to, it sounds like failure is almost imminent now. They've been trying to fix it for a while, try to stop the leak that's going through, and they're having a hard time. Plus, there was a mosaic leak that went into a sinkhole. So I don't know if that's something, John, that we can get involved with, trying to encourage some regulation of these stacks in a little bit more of a safe manner. That's pretty much it.
Well, our friend Tim Ritchie's been working on that for years up there with Mosaic. Also, the governor has been flying over it in a helicopter, so that gives you an idea how severe it is and how worried he is about it. About that
On Manatee County.
breaking. Yeah, it's up in Manatee County. I just have one item. A lady, with all of our discussion about bicycles on the beach, a lady wrote me a letter. Her name is Joan Ogren. She's a part-time resident from Lincoln, Nebraska. Spends the winter down here. And she wrote me this letter. I'm going to read it. Please, can your office please consider demanding bells, whistles, or horns or something on bicycles? Again, just today, both my husband and I narrowly escaped getting run down by idiots on bicycles, coming up from behind and just about taking us out. This was along Estero, but the beach is about as bad, if not worse. People who walk the beach meander and do not necessarily walk a straight path, not to mention stopping or visiting or searching for shells. I don't know how many times I have come close to getting wiped out big time, that's all caps, by those careless drivers who think they own the beach or road. Today, just as we about got wiped out, another lady came along, was really shaken up, almost in tears, at how close her encounter came with those careless creatures. Please, if you want, I will type up and send via email a formal request for proposed consideration. Respectfully, Joan Ogren, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I just want to let the council know that there are other people calling in and writing in and complaining about the bicycle situation on the sidewalks and on the beach. That being said, I have nothing else. Is there anything else for the good of the order today?
One question on your bicycle thing.
Yes, sir.
So if we say it's required to have some kind of bell on your bike, does this mean the guys who come riding through on the street have to have bells on their bikes? I mean, the guys who come by in packs on Sundays from the Riders Clubs?
I don't know about that. If they're out in the bike lane, you know, I don't know.
So our code says you have to have a bell on your bike, doesn't say you have to use the bell on your bike.
Well,
Manager is correct, and I'm paraphrasing, but I'm 99% sure that the state statute says that if you are coming up on a pedestrian, you are supposed to use your bells there to that person on notice that you're behind them, so they know to get out of the, you know. I've had people just yell out at me, to the right, so I just stay to the right, and they pass me on the left on bikes. Fort Myers Beach as well as other places.
I still don't understand why the pedestrian has to be on the defensive all the time, avoiding bicycles myself. But I don't know when the last time this was looked at, this ordinance. Roxanne, I think you were on council when it was passed, I think.
Well, our problem is that Florida allows bicyclists to ride on the sidewalk. Other states do not allow that, so you don't have the problem. And we're preempted from really solving the problem.
I don't think it's all just bicyclists either. I've noticed over the last couple of weeks that just the morning,
Boards, you name it.
well, runners
Runners.
taking advantage of it. And this weekend, 2-3 times I saw runners running the opposite direction of traffic on the sidewalk and in the bike lane. So bicyclists trying to go that direction have no option. So it's not just the bicyclists that need to adhere to some of these rules. I think the people that are running, when you leave someone with no choice.
And I think that's a function of the crowds that I was talking about earlier. There's just so many people here. And no matter how hard we try to educate everybody, you can't educate everybody. It just doesn't, it's impossible.
How do we get along without sidewalks for 50 years before we get the ones put in?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, well, if there's nothing else, we'll adjourn or have a motion to adjourn at 4:30 this afternoon.
Moved.
So moved.
Second. Any objection? We're adjourned at 4:30.